Guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan. And today we bring you the Tottenham fan phone-in show. And it's just this simple today. Everyone's going to get a cold hard to 8-10 minutes. And basically, Conte in, Conte out, Levy in, Levy out. Come and have your say. As you know, we like to gauge everybody's opinions. Everyone's opinions are welcome, so feel free to get on and have your say. It doesn't matter what side of the fence you fall on. We'll have a good discussion with you, and we'll leave it out there to other people that are tuning in to make their minds up on the discussions that we have. So make sure you come on ready to go with your points. If you do want to come on, we've already got loads of people in the background. The link is up in the community chat section for channel members, so simply feel free to get on that. Come on and have your say. At the end of the show, I will hang around for maybe another half an hour or so. I'll put the link out there into the chat for those who do always tune in, for you guys to come on and have your say, and we'll take a couple of you guys out there as well. So hopefully it's all inclusive for absolutely everybody today. It is a pivotal time in our club right now, with what we need to do going forward. So, and everybody else has their opinions on it, so make sure you do get on and have your say on it. Jack, anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of put it well, Dave, in that we find ourselves in a pivotal point, kind of a bit of a, an inflection point, maybe like a tense kind of a moment where we sort of have to just have the conversations that are, let's say, difficult conversations of, are we maybe having to give up on Conte? Are you still backing Conte? Where do you stand now with the ownership? A lot of people, have always been ENIC and Levy out, but how has that maybe changed? Has that even gone even further? Do they feel even stronger maybe now about it? Kind of things like that, Dave, are really sort of the main conversations we can be having tonight. Also, as well, let's be honest, a lot of players too, who are, of course, not exempt from blame. We'll probably have to talk about Hugo Lloris as well with another kind of huge mistake. Maybe have to mention also kind of Sonny's drop off from form. There are plenty of different avenues that we have to talk about today, Dave. But unfortunately, let's be honest, it's not really all positive things to really be speaking about. We do try to look for the positives often, but I think today, Dave, we're just going to have to sit down and have difficult conversations with each and every fan today. And I would say I'm looking forward to it, but normally I say that. I can't really say today, but I'm excited to see just what people have to say, where people stand on things. Because you even wrote, I think, in a video that we're going to be putting out, Dave, that we all kind of stand on different rungs of the ladder when it comes to these issues, right? We all have different opinions. Our opinions are nuanced from each other, but we all have to also get behind that. We all want the best thing for this football club, and we only want success, and we want to see this team back in kind of the years that we were only 3 or 4 years ago, pushing really far in the Champions League, pushing teams at the top of the league, and we all will stand with different opinions on that, but it's good to hear everybody's. I think that's important.
100%. That's what it's about. That is what it's about at the end of the day. Nobody should be chastised for it. Let's all have some conversations and see where it can bring us. Let's see if it can bring a bit of unity around our fan base, regardless of the message that is put in front of us that we get behind. We're going to have to get behind something and unite as a fan base for sure. I would urge everybody to check out Paul's video yesterday after the Villa game. I was late on putting it up, but guys, a lot of home truth said on that video. Yeah. I think absolutely spot on by the guy. And yesterday after the game, all the way up until about 1 or 2 a.m., I was actually up writing my Jack calls it a little thesis, but I call it my thoughts on everything that is going on at Tottenham right now.
Your doctoral.
Recording it, and it will be up in the morning for anyone who even cares to see what I have to say. Even I know there's a lot of people out there that don't, but look, let's see if you agree or disagree with me. But look, we're going to start taking some people out of the comments, and we're going to get through some of the comments here, and then we're going to start getting some people in the back end on to have their say. Darren Kilban says, couple of points. I want Conte in, and I want Levy ENIC to back him, but we need to fix the positions. We are poor. We are shit at the back and too slow in midfield. So if Levy doesn't back him, get out. Look, I think most people are at that point now, to be honest with you. They just want to see some manager backed. I will be highlighting in my video tomorrow, but there's a lot of similarities with Jose. And regardless of your opinions on Nuno, there's still some same similarities that have carried through right throughout, and it can't keep continuing, my man. And this January, look, I don't think anyone will accept, mediocre signings coming in here. It's clear to see we need signings coming in. We're in a position where we were in fourth. We We slipped to 5th. We took 1 point out of 6 against 2 mediocre sides in the Premier League, if we're being brutally honest. And with Newcastle coming to the fore, Liverpool, Man United, who's been disarrayed, back up there at 2 points ahead of us, but a game in hand on us, it could very easily go south and spiral. So, there has to be a January transfer window this time round. Sue Smith, big yourself up. Good to see you in the building. Tequila 316, Levy, the F out. That ends this public service announcement.
Big up Tequila.
Steve D says, look at what Brentford are doing to Liverpool. I suppose all their players are better than ours too. And they are playing progressive football, but Conte, of course, blameless again. Look, I see what point you're coming at, but I'll also flip that. We got a point off Brentford to Liverpool. So, I mean, look, I wouldn't be worrying about what other people
just
are
quickly,
doing.
actually, I'm interested in, because there are a lot of people, maybe, Dave, that are Conte and ENIC out. That's probably a very common stance. But there are also people that are ENIC out as well as Conte out, like a complete restart, a complete refresh, And so I do want to hear from people who kind of stand in that sort of end where it's like, yeah, there always been Levy out or an ENIC out, but they're also kind of Conte out as well, where it's just like get a whole refresh kind of going. And it's an interesting stance.
And I would say to anybody out there, if you're thinking, look, I would love to come on and have my say, and I'm not sure, whatever, do what Mia does. Feel free to turn off your camera, come on and have your say. I think it's important that everybody gets the voice out there, everyone gets it heard, so that we can all listen to each other, take some good points, and find a way of moving forward together as one. I think it's very important. Hennessy says, ENIC out, not Conte out. Fair enough, my man. Steve D says, ENIC out, Levy and Conte can drive them away from me. Yeah, no, Stevie D, he hates Conte. He's a Conte hater. Big up, Mick Garmanock. Good evening, my man. I hope you're keeping well. We also have Potus. I'm just going to call him Potus. Conte is world-class. Every Spuds fan. He is world-class, to be honest with you. Simon Cohen, Happy New Year to you, my man. I hope you're keeping well. Make sure you said you'd come on one of these days, so I'm looking at you, Simon. I'm looking at you, my man. Maestro says, is ENIC out, damn it? Not out, and they're not going anywhere anytime soon. And that's why I do think it's important that everybody demands that we do get transfers in here January in the short term, because we do have to acknowledge that, look, even if they do force them to put them up on the transfer or put it up for sale or whatever else, it's not going to be done by the end of January. So we still have to have a good January transfer window. Big up Elias, he's in the back end coming on to have his say. The Dyer lover, I'm sure he's going to get onto me over that. I'm sure he is. Stephen says, I'd say Conte is a bit upset yesterday, said a few wrong things, but I'm back trusting Conte. We need patience. He's hanging around for a reason. He came for a reason. I'm ENIC out. Big up, Stephen. Good to see you in, my man. I mean, look, we all get angry with Tottenham. I mean, I've got to a point where it's not even angry. I'm just disappointed. And I think that's probably even worse, if I'm being honest, Stephen. Right. John Stokes says, evening, Dave, Jack, and panel. Everyone, Conte in, Levy out. The coin, big yourself up. I had a good few conversations with this guy over the last couple of days. He says, I'm Conte in. What are we going to do? Keep the manager merry-go-round turning? No, ENIC obviously can run a football club. They run a business, simple as at least Conte highlights the issues at Spurs. And fair play to him. I mean, his words were telling yesterday. His words were absolutely telling. And the fact that he goes, I think it's good to put that message out there in the press. I mean, look, some would say he's saying it to the fans because that's what he was asked on. Me personally, I think it was putting it out there in disguise to the fans, but really a dig at the board. So he says, big up, lads. Conte in for me. He's given the tools until he's given the tools and wants to commit to Spurs in the long term. All this drama makes me love the club deeper and deeper. Come on, you Spurs. I think I'm the same. I get more rebellious, if I'm being honest. Steel Call says, Conte in. Those fans who want Conte out are all ENIC toilet. Come on, my man. Come on. Look. We can all have our opinions without labeling each other with things. Come on. I get what you're saying. You're trying to have a bit of banter with it, but look, come on, my man. Let's be better here today. Wayne Bonner says, evening one and all. Hope everyone's recovered from whatever that was yesterday. ENIC out, Levy out. Give our Tottenham back.
Big up,
Bueno. Desiree Colacho says, Levy out. We've got Mark Macavet says, ENIC out, Conte in. Fully back. Absolutely love that. Who else have we got? We do have Ian Cook says, Levy out. We've got Adrian Schrocker says, good evening all. Big up, my man. Peter Simons says, I'm not Levy out. I'm Levy and ENIC out. Oh, fair enough, my man. Fair enough. Steve D says, fantastic result, Brentford. Thomas Frank, another manager showing you coach average players not just by them. ENIC, Levy out, not part of Conte called. Sorry, everyone. Look, fair enough. That is fair enough, my man. He's on it today. He's all over it today. DJ Samuel says, good evening, everyone. I would argue, though, it's not like Thomas Frank has finished fourth or anything. I would argue that. But look, I'm going to keep moving, Stevie D. Big up, DJ. Zoe D says, disappointed to see fans at each other's throats. We all love and want what's best for the club, so should be respectful. Social media has been toxic. Look, it comes with bad results, and everyone's seeing things different ways. When when bad results come, it's natural. People, when the pressure's on, people naturally get at each other. But I do agree with you. I think we've been divided long enough on a lot of different issues. And look, I think now is not the time to be squabbling and at each other's throats. I mean, this club could push on with a good January transfer window, or it could completely regress to where it was before Conte got here and get even worse. So I think now is the time that we actually do all come together and try and push for something anyway, whether you want ENIC out, whether you want them to change their business model. But I do believe there has to be a little bit some pressure, Zoe. But look, there's a way of doing it, of course. Of course there is. Big up, Zoe. Jack, anything you want to say to Zoe before I move on?
Yeah, Zoe, I believe me, it's sad that it is at this stage where, right, people are at each other's throats, but we sort of have been here before, Zoe, and it sort of comes with all the pressure and it comes with the results. But I do agree with you that it feels like, maybe sort of the better message is to, no matter where people come on things, is that we do all want the best thing for the football club. And we all are trying to find reasons to come up with the best reasons for how Spurs can get back to where they were before, where we want them to be in the future. And we might have different ways or different manners or ideas of how they're doing that, but it's not for really fans to blame each other or attack each other for it. The people that are actually in charge of this football club, the people that are actually making the everyday decisions behind the scenes, are the ones that you're fully welcome to criticize and the ones that you're fully welcome to go after. It's not fans like Dave or I that are influencing decisions of Daniel Levy or Paratici. As much as we like to be Paratici's twins and Paratici's followers, he's not actually listening to us in any sense or form. And so I do agree with you, Zoe, that at the end of the day, all we want is just the best for the football club, no matter where we kind of stand on things. And we have to sort of understand that it's not right to be attacking, a fellow Spurs fan, in my opinion. Spot on, Zoe.
Big up, Zoe. Really love the sentiment behind the message. Big yourself up. We have Alan Aronson says, Irish Hotspurs, the only good thing about Spurs right now. Love the show. Look, I would love to sit here and say that's the case, but it really isn't. I mean, we've still got Romero to get after, Kane. There is some joyous things about Tottenham, but I will say we could very, very quickly lose anything of the last of what is joyous about Tottenham Hotspur, like Kane, Conte, Romero, things like this. There are still plenty of good about the club, my man. But really appreciate the sentiment all the same. That is nice. You're feeding my ego. Absolutely love that, my man. Big yourself up. Where are you tuning in from? Alan Aronson, let us know. Excuse me, miss, says, was yesterday Lloris body possessed by Eric Dyer? I mean, look, you're just going to set Jacko off here today, to be honest with you. Jack has had strong views on Hugo for quite some time now. Look, I'm sure someone's going to bring it up and we'll get into it then. I want to kind of continue to get through the comments today about all you guys. But, yeah, we've got to have a serious conversation. I mean, look, I think I tried to resist it. I wanted to see Hugo finish out the season, but I think ultimately, Jacko is right. Mark Ivy says Chelsea bought Badashile and Kunku, two others, and want Fernandez for over $1 million. We can't pay 40 million for Porro. If you can't see that we can do nothing with these owners, then I don't know. Koi says, I'm so tired of this shit. Performance is the same shit as last season. Big up, guys. Big up, my man. Roy McAvoy says Conte needs to stay or else we will be going around in deciles without winning anything. Time to get rid of the liabilities in the squad, and we all know who they are. Big up, Roy. Good to see you in the building. Who else we've got? The ball. Do it. Great to see you in the house, my man. Hope you're keeping well. We've got Mafia Matt. Good to see you. We've got Brian McGuire says Conte in and ENIC and Levy out. Keith Edwards says we are playing 3 to 4 years in one season. We have got rid of the backroom staff and our scouts have changed all the coaches along with a new manager. So come on, guys. So I believe Keith, you're asking for a bit of patience, my man. Well, look, I want to hear from you. I want to hear
Too
from
much
you.
egg in the pudding, maybe.
Let's make this happen, my man. Interesting take, and a brave one to put out there through all the weeds at the minute. Big yourself up, my man. We've got Paul Markey says, dress it up any way you want. Conte won't commit. Levy won't back him without commitment. Players are half-arsed as a result. What else do you expect? I mean, look, Paul Markey, I've said this a number of times, but I've said it since October. It's going to be a standoff because Levy's not going to back him without the commitment. Look, I've stated this many times. I think that's wrong. I think it is up to the board to try and keep Antonio Conte. I know Philip Brady, I think, has a little bit of a difference of opinion judging by his super chat yesterday. So let's hear what he has to say when he comes on. But look, and Conte was never going to commit unless they gave him them assurances straight up without him having to argue for them. And it doesn't seem to be the case. And look, I also said when we came back just before the Christmas that I would expect something like this to happen coming into the January transfer window. You know, I was expecting it because it was key to tie down the contract, Jacko.
Yeah, Paul, I kind of see where you're like, I love how he's brought up, these three different things sort of kind of butting heads here. And it is kind of contributes to sort of the cycle that we find ourselves in the problem. And it sort of kind of causes it to be a bit of like, I don't know, it's kind of stalling is what you would say, Paul, right? Where it's Conte not committing because of the various reasons why he's not committing. I think he has a good list of reasons for why he probably doesn't want to commit at this moment in time. But then that leads to then Daniel Levy being a bit hesitant about sort of backing him because he hasn't received that sort of commitment. But let's be honest, like Conte's not going to be blindly committed to Daniel Levy. It does require a bit of push from Daniel Levy's end and a bit of kind of influence from his side to get Conte more kind of on board. And then also we have to admit that these players who've stuck around through multiple managers, through multiple regimes, from kind of the days of Hitchin and Pochettino, etc., are still here and have kind of almost caused another sacking of another manager, another potential sacking of another manager. And that also kind of just butts heads with this whole situation here. It just creates a bad cycle, Paul. I completely agree with you, my man.
I actually think the fact that we're kind of at this stage sitting here talking about it, I think it's inevitable that at some stage it's going to happen over this month. I really do feel that. But look, let's wait and see, Paul. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comment. Big up. Really appreciate the support, my man. Let's keep going. Let's crack on. Let's get some more comments. I am cautious. I do want to try and keep everybody's comments coming up on screen today and getting to them. So please keep getting them in. I may miss one or two, but surely you can forgive me. Everyone's angry. Everyone's in. Everyone wants their say. Tottenham Till I Die says right outside White Hart Lane. Maybe the board will hear the fans. Come on, you Spurs. A bit of a stronger approach to that. Jacob wants to link my look, Jacob, no worries. I'll try and sort that for you. But look, at the end of the show, we will be putting out the link once we get through the members first, my man. But just
and we got a full lobby at the moment, so we're gonna get through it as best we can. But we do want everybody to have their say. But yes, promise, Jacob, we'll get you in here, my friend.
John Ellishaw, he wants the boat out. Fair enough, my man. Same as Adam Phillip, he wants them all out as well. He wants them all gone. Excuse me, miss, says Great Wall of David. Are you going to do CGI? No, look. Basically, I got some stuff over the Christmas as presents and stuff like that, trying to upgrade and shit. And it's basically exposed a flaw in my system. That my computer is now a crock of shit. So I am going to have to actually get a better computer, but I don't want people to think I don't know how to use it. I'm just sitting there with a green wall behind me. That is not the case.
Would you say, Dave?
I'm about 3 minutes behind, and it's just going to be horrible for everybody.
Would you say, Dave, maybe too much improvement of the forward line and too much improvement of the midfield without improving the back line? Maybe, not balancing it out.
You're making Spurs fans jealous with that talk. Stop it. I love it. Love it. Tyler, big yourself up, my man. I hope you're keeping well. Good to see you in the building. Who else have we got here? Let's make sure we get everyone in. Roadman TY says Conte in. Roadman Ty, the Arsenal guy. He's definitely not him, but someone wanted to be him. Nick Coupland says, evening, Dave and Jack. Big up, Nick. I hope you are keeping well, my man. Good to see you in the building. Kulu Sexy Football. Great to see you. Good evening, Dave, Jack, and Dave. It's the calm before the storm. Come on, you Spurs. There's a storm brewing, all right. That's for sure. We've got Rob Belcher. Absolutely, Conte. And big up, Rob. Good to see you, my man. I hope you're keeping well. Jamie Gitz is all right, Dave. All right, Jack. Yesterday was the pitch. That was hard to take yesterday. Levy and ENIC get out. So there you are. Jamie Gates telling everybody. Philo 123 Koises, big up. I was at the game against Villa and it was flat before the game, flat during and after big problems at this club, and it's not getting better overnight. I am and will be Spurs no matter what. 100%. I think that's something I think everybody will be. Look, I will say to people out there, if you are making anything about, the Conte, Levy, or Tottenham, or this or that, please don't put the Spurs crest on it, because it's not Spurs that are rubbish. It's the people that are owning it that are causing the problems right now. So make sure their face is front and center of everything instead of going at the club. Because like Phil says here, we all absolutely love Tottenham. Kev Williams, big up, my man. I hope you are keeping well. Good to see you in the building. John Stokes says, come on, guys, smash the thumbs up button to help the lads grow the channel. We all love big up Dave and Jack. Really appreciate that, my man. Look, it would actually greatly help us out, but it's up to people if they want to or not. I'm not going to force anybody to do it, but listen to John. We've got David Clark. What do you make of that shambles of post-match press conference? I mean, I don't think it was a shambles. I like what you had to say, to be honest with you. Just laying it all out on the table, in my opinion.
I imagine he wanted to go down many different avenues. Imagine he had a lot to say, and it was probably even a bit sort of like disorganized. I even felt like my head was a bit scrambled after all that. So honestly, I think whatever came out of his mouth was probably plenty appropriate, honestly, for the most part.
It was hard. Yeah. Look, I know it was a tough listen, but at the end of the day, a lot of home truths told there as well. Derek Hutchinson, good evening, Dave and Jack. Levy and ENIC are sucking the life out of our club. Look, I mean, they just need to be doing better, my man. They just need to be doing better. I mean, I encourage everybody to go and listen to what Paul had to say yesterday. I thought it was absolutely outstanding. I think he summarised a lot of it, to be honest with you, Derek. I actually think you might have watched it. I'm not sure whether you put a comment in or not. That's why I think you watched it. I think you did. But yeah, look, this can't continue. We can't get to every 16, 18 months looking to get rid of one manager, bringing in another manager. That's half the reason why we're seeing some of the shit we're seeing on the pitch, is because it's a resemblance of four regimes. It's naturally going to be disjointed. Desiree Calaccio says, Conte in, Levy out. Big up, Adam. I hope you're keeping well, my man. Good to see you in the building. Make sure you get on have your say today. PJ Burling says, big up, David and Jack. We're going to take a few more, and then we are going to get some guests on. They've been patient with us in the background. Stuart Edmund says, it's quite obvious by now that every single team in the Premier League knows how to play against us, because they know that our tactics are always the same. Do you know what? I actually read a very interesting article today. I pulled it out, and I will be bringing it up on the pre-match build. Look, very interesting, actually. I agree with a lot of what was said in it. So hopefully you guys find value in it as well, the same way I did. Scott Hynam says, get Levy out, ENIC out, for fuck's sake. Scott. Big up, Scotty. Good to see you in the building. Let me know where you are on Conte as well, brother. Let me know. Leslie Crawford says, Conte out. Matt Lovin says, received 130 million back and is still barely any blame for Conte getting slapped by teams with way less quality players. Look, I'm sure some people are going to make them arguments tonight, my man. Disagree. I think we have to take into the amount of injuries we've had, this, that, and the other. I don't think it's helped us out, but some will say that's making excuses. But look, come on and have a word with me. Tell me otherwise. Chris Agenbar, big up, my man. Good to see you in the building. Dan Davenport is there. Says Conte needs to be back financially, but it's not easy to find new ownership. Faz Radfar is in the house. Says, big up, lads. You always give me hope about Spurs, so balanced. In Conte, we trust, and I hope we don't make the same mistake this time and really back him. I mean, we've got to, my man. It's that simple. If not, we're in massive danger of falling behind. And it's that simple. We've got to find the funds from somewhere. Big up, Bill. Good to see you, my man. He says, puffed. Lol. Fair enough. Graham says, evening, Dave and Jack. Levy out. ENIC out. Conte in. Graham. Big up, Graham. Hopefully we see you soon, my man. Big yourself up, Graham. Good to see you in the building. Thy name says, what about Wolves goalkeeper? And look, we'll get into that another day. We'll get into transfer signings another day. Although the Pedro Porro one, I think we'll probably have to touch on at some stage. With reports coming out about saying it's not going to happen. We won't meet the valuation. I think we're about 10, 15 million apart. Nevertheless, what Conte out last season, we had a very good football game. I think we needed decent players in the transfer window, which can help our first team. Our bench players doesn't do that. Look, I mean, that bench yesterday, I think everybody can look at it and think it's not acceptable. I do put a bit of blame on Conte in a way. I've seen a good tweet put out I think it was by Lily White Rose asking why the likes of Jamie Donnelly, Alfie Devine, Will Lancashire weren't on the bench. They could have been named on the bench over all the defenders we named. I think that's a fair point. But at the end of the day, I think we'll all agree you're relying on someone relatively inexperienced to come on and try and change a game. It is not ideal. So, I mean, it's just a situation we find ourselves in, to be honest. We're going to take 2 or 3 more and then we are going to crack on. Ken Castro says, Conte in, it's the same players for years letting us down. I've got a Jack read it today, but I've got a very interesting piece on that. Jack knows it's good. Jack, no, look at the smile. He knows it's good.
I saw the doctoral thesis, Dave. I'm editing it as we speak. I'm passing it to the advisors and everything.
Love it. Love it. Spurs 89 says we need players, but we'd have to get rid of 6 or 7 before Conte would get properly back, in my opinion, which seems unlikely. That is a fair point, my man. We've got Craig Fenner. He says Conte in, ENIC out. And we've got Putty says, so glad I've seen the old Spurs winning cups like 61 team. You're starting to make me jealous now. Starting to make me jealous. When am I going to get that? We've got Ben Kaufman, and as always, Levy out. Big up, Benji. Good to see you. Richie Coleman says, shocking that we've had a whole World Cup period to sort recruitment and his contract, and yet Levy's still playing a game of brinkmanship with another elite coach. ENIC out, Levy out. Looks hard to disagree there, to be honest with you. I agree. I do think a lot of it should have been done, over the World Cup. You thought there would have been a lot of plans made to try and stay ahead of the game, but it seems like we didn't do that. Gene Suk says, I don't understand why Conte and other people in the chat's blaming the players. Have you guys ever played sports in high school? It's all about team spirit, but does see Conte is doing that? I mean, I think most people probably play football at some level, to be honest with you. Look, I think looking at things yesterday, players arguing with each other on the pitch, Emerson having a falling out, that's why he's not playing at the minute. There's a bust up at the training ground. Conte looks agitated. There's no doubt that it's not a good place to be right now. But at the end of the day, a lot of the players, like we keep letting them scrape by. We've done it with Pochettino when he got sacked, done it with Jose when he got sacked, Nuno, the same. Now we're going to do it with Conte. When are we going to label some blame at some of these guys' doors? It has to be done at some point. Has to be done at some point. The Spurs bench says, evening, you legends. No legends, my man, but good evening. Good evening, sir. I hope you are keeping well. Kenny JTV says, big up, guys. Levy out. Now, I am going to start skipping to the bottom of the queue. Because I am so far behind. We're going to start getting on guests. Kev Williams, become a new YouTube member. Big up yourself, sir. If anyone wants to not wait around until we put the link out later on today, feel free to grab that channel membership. It's the $4.99 one. Better than Netflix, more than Amazon Prime. Big bangs for your buck. I think we're back fully now, so it's 3-4 fan shows after every game, every Monday, every Friday for you to come on and have yours.
Take advantage of the new year.
You guys, so feel free to get that, but don't feel pressured. I know New Year's, Christmas, cost of living, I understand, every penny counts at this stage, so do not worry. I will start putting the link in the chat at the end for a couple of you guys to get on, have your say. Set A says, do you think we could swap Son or Kane plus cash for Saka or Martinelli or Jesus? Would much rather have one of them than what we have.
Listen, they touched the Gooner blood, Seth. They have Gooner blood in them. Gooner blood in them, Seth. I can't do that. But like even swapping out Son or Kane, it just feels too kind of, sensationalist, or it feels like too maybe immediate, too kind of a sort of a reactionary, if you will. I understand why people are frustrated with Sonny. I understand why maybe people feel like Kane needs to change positions and those sort of arguments as well. But like, these are the guys that have carried us through the roughest of times, and I imagine they'll probably carry us through the roughest of times again if they are properly shown, backing to Conte or whatever. It just feels like also if Conte leaves, it might be the case that Sonny and Kane kind of go with him too, which is something we have to reconcile with. But I hate to say it, Seth, and break it to you here. Gooner blood, even Chelsea blood for a lot of Chelsea players and whatnot. It's uncomfortable. Like, I just can't really have them. Once they touch that kit, it's really impossible to wash it off, is what I would say.
Look, never ever am I going to want Saka and Martinelli over Son and Kane. I do believe, Son is out of character, is completely out of form. I'm not even entertaining that idea. I do think what we have is better, to be honest with you, my man. But big upset there. Really appreciate the support, my man. Jacob wants a hug off the Big Jacko Bear. He wants the hug. Then we've got
Hugs are coming soon.
William Kelly says, wow, unbelievable. Back here again. William, you did say Conte would outlast the owners. You did say that. Is now the time, my man. Is now the time it's going to happen. do let me know, brother. But big yourself up. Good to see you. Happy New Year to you and Luke and the new missus. Hopefully you're having a good time, my man. Bar, obviously, yesterday's disaster. But look, everybody, we're going to start getting our guests now, as promised. Along the way, there is a lot of comments coming in. We are going to keep trying to bring them up as we go along. Feel free to make it a super chat. It really does help support everything we're trying to do. It also means you can highlight your comment in the chat. It can be dominant. Make sure absolutely everybody sees the facts that you have to spit or the questions you want answered. But look, like I said already, don't feel pressure to understand the times and how hard it is out there at the minute. But look, enough of that rambling on. Get your comments in. Sorry to anyone that I missed. I will go back up the chat and try and get them up. But feel free to re-put them in. But look, let's get this underway. We have the one and only, the Godfather, Philip Brady. Long time no see on this channel. Nope, we don't have Philip Brady.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, there he is.
You do have Philip Brady. How are you keeping, sir?
Hey, lads.
Philip, do you want to try and log out and log back in, my man?
Yeah, I've been hearing everything up to now. Can you hear me now?
We can't see you or hear you.
We have you a bit frozen, Philip.
Okay.
Just log out and log back in there quickly. We'll get you back on.
Okay.
Come on. Right, so while Philip's doing that, we'll just carry on with a couple more comments. We'll get him back in. Where were we? We were at William Kelly. We've got DB in the house. Good day, DB. He says, sorry, Dave, I've always loved your honesty, but it's slightly cultish at the moment with no logic or sense, saying it doesn't make it so. Sorry, buddy, but I'm saddened by your direction. I really don't know what you mean by that, to be honest with you, DB. Feel free to put it in the chat and I'll have a conversation with you about it. But look, always loved your honesty. Look, I'm always honest with my opinions. All opinions are my own. But look, it's up to you. Let me know.
So this is bad. Everybody's trying to get in right now because
I'm going to kick Dermot out because he's his partner, and we'll get Dermot back in.
Okay.
Right.
Kicking you out, Dermot.
Philip,
sorry about that, brother.
Philip, get your ass in here now.
Philip, you need to hit that link, friend. People are jumping on the link very quickly.
Anyway, I'll keep going with some comments. Soft says, I've been saying it for at least a year now. Kane and Son do not press like they did on the potch. I don't think they can anymore due to age and injuries. Yeah, I said it on a podcast there not so long ago. I'm not sure Kane wants to do that either, my man, anymore due to press. I think he's saving his energy for on the ball. But big yourself up. We've got Cockney Geezer says we've all got to get united and get the parasite out of our club. Daigle, I'm going to kick you out for a minute because I'm waiting for your last minute. I'm saving that spot to get Philip back in. But get yourself back in a couple of moments. Philip, you got to get in and get that spot. We're waiting on you, my man.
Try it again, Philip, please.
We've got John says we've been pushing for top 4 since Harry Redknapp days. What has to change? Here he is. Let's get him on.
Sorry about that,
Mr. Brady, how you keeping, sir?
You kept telling me the studio was full. I couldn't get back in.
It's a hot queue today, Philip. It's a very, very hot queue. People want to come on and have their say, but we're having you start us off today, Mr. Godfather.
Yeah. Listen, I just want to clarify something. That super chat I put up last night, that wasn't an opinion. That was throwing a question out there. Is Conte the right fit for Spurs? Because there were so many, anti-Conte comments coming out, mostly in the heat of what happened yesterday. And I think that's why I just wanted to hear that, because and watching the comments there tonight, there is quite a few people that don't want Conte near the place, Like me, what I am at the moment, I am Tottenham Hotspur. That's where I am. I want to see our manager backed. I want to see our squad improve during the closed window. And I want to see Conte at the end of that window, if Levy backs him, committing himself to the club. Because I think there's got to be a bit of give and take on both sides. It seems to be a bit of bluff and counter bluff at the minute. Levy won't commit until Conte does. It's after you. Someone's going to have to make the move. And that man is Daniel Levy. Make your move, provide the cash needed, and then Conte will be honor bound, I think, to commit if the players he wants are brought in. That's my take on it anyway.
He wants Levy to make the first move, like you said, Philip. It's up to Levy to make the first move, to extend the hand first.
Okay, if by the end of January the money hasn't been provided and we don't have the players, then I think we all know what the end result there is going to be. And it could be the end for both Conte and Levy, because I don't see Levy surviving that one with the way the fan base is riled up at the moment, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen such anger. Okay, I begin to wonder too, if we'd won the match yesterday, would things have been as bad? Yesterday, I think it was the abject nature of the performance really got up a lot of people's noses yesterday.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I agree, but do you think it could be more than that though as well, Philip? Like the fact that we know we need players in here. Other clubs have already started to get some of their business done nice and early to help them push on, and that we are in danger of maybe spiraling if we don't get this January right.
Well, if we don't get this January right, there's I don't know. I hesitate to think what's going to be like here next January. I'll tell you one thing: there'll certainly be no Champions League football. They'll be lucky if there's Championship football. Champions, whether conference football, European Conference. So I mean, with this is it's not last chance saloon, but it's getting damn close to it. And even Daniel Levy must recognise that. Like at the moment, I know in the ownership thing is very, very sore with a lot of people. But let's face it, nothing's going to happen with the ownership before the end of this season. There's no way that ENIC are going to set up until they get the naming rights money in for that stadium. Not a hope. And there's no sign of that coming anyway. Google seems to have died a death. There's nobody else been mentioned at the moment. So they're going to hang in there. And I mean, for good or bad, they're an investment company and their main profit is making money. And unfortunately, football comes second to them, But I mean, I see tonight now that this Porro one is supposed to have bit the dust. Now, but on the plus side, Denzel Dumfries and De Vries have been mentioned. Now, I'd take those two guys with a heartbeat.
Yeah.
That would be good. A good window if we got those two. Plus, we need someone that can create. The creativity yesterday was just non-existent, really. Non-existent.
Do you go into January, Philip, with sort of optimism, or do you kind of go into January with more skepticism? Because we've only just begun, and Spurs fans, some think that we won't really sign anything. Some Spurs fans might think that we will sort of perhaps do something similar to what we did last year and improve the squad dramatically. Where do you stand? Like, where's your confidence in the January market?
I'm always an optimist. I'm always a glass half full person, really, when it comes to Spurs. Okay, that confidence has been dented a little bit, but we don't know. We're only on the 2nd of January now. We don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. We could be sitting here in 4 weeks' time saying, Jesus, that was a brilliant transfer window, wasn't it? Well, it's the fact that we're not expecting it. We're expecting the opposite, and we're probably getting sucked into this negativity that may or may not be justified. But I'm always been positive. I mean, look what happened last January. We didn't expect to get Bentancur and Kulichevsky, and look what they did for us. They were the key to the Champions League. Who's to say it won't happen again this year? And if it does happen again this year, Conte has to be satisfied with that, I think, enough to sign a new contract. But if he doesn't, who knows? Who knows?
We have to act quicker than we did last season, though, right, Philip? Because we also have some very important games this January where simply we just have to win and get points in them, and new players definitely would help us.
Well, our next fixture list is quite frightening, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
2 games against Man City, Arsenal, Crystal Palace, and a cup match against Portsmouth. Excuse me. We need to act quickly. We don't need to leave it until the 30th of January at 10:30 at night. We're all sitting there watching Sky Sports, praying to God somebody comes in. That cannot happen. It has to happen this week, basically.
What would be a good window for you, Philip?
My window will be a good window. Will be a new centre half, a new right wing back, and a decent midfielder. And I think that's as much as I can hope for. Okay, if it's going to be a recognised World Cup player like Dumfries or whatever, all the better. More than likely, it's not. It's probably going to be some up-and-coming lad that doesn't command huge wages. But we've got to get guys of a quality that are better than what we have, right? And then we also have the problem. We need to unload half a dozen of the deadwood from the squad to keep the wage bill down to allow the new guys to come in. But who's going to want to take the likes of Eric Dyer and whatever at the moment? Yeah. Really, that's the problem. And with players coming back on loan that we don't even want in the other place, like Harry Winks, Lo Celso, and Ndombele.
I heard even, Joe Rodon might even be coming back, and this is what I get very frustrated, Philip, is because I think Paratici already has enough to do this January where he has to ship on some players, he has to get rid of some players, and he also has to bring in players at the same time. It's really deeply frustrating to see that, his job list is made even harder, before even January has begun.
Well, the only thing is he's good at his job, and let's hope that he can work the miracle okay, we're probably going to have to take a bath on getting rid of some of the players, especially in Dombele. But I mean, we made the wrong decision buying them, and we have to bear the responsibility when we absolutely lose a fortune selling them on. You know, I saw somebody today saying that the secret to bring back to Tottenham, the thing that could work for Tottenham this transfer window, is to bring back Lo Celso, which I can't really get my head around. You know, I don't think he's going to bring anything to the party that we don't already know about.
Well, there's a reason why he's loaned out in the first place, though, right, Philip? He had his opportunity to take it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, as all the loanees, really. You know. But anyway, listen, I'm going to be positive as much as I can be positive. I hope come the end of January, I'm still positive. And what I want to say to the Spurs fans is, let's keep it civil. You know, let's just not get over the top and start calling each other names. We're all Spurs fans. We all love the club, and the fact that we might, some of us might be more what would you say, caught up in the Levy out thing than others. I think we all want good ownership for the club. We really do need good ownership, and Levy can show he's a good owner eventually by backing Conte now. If he doesn't back him, then he'll just confirm what everybody else thinks of him, that he's not a good owner, that he doesn't care about the club. And all he cares about is the bottom line of ENIC.
Yeah, it's always been plenty. He's had plenty of make or breaks, you would probably say, with Spurs fans, you know, Daniel Levy. But this might be his last sort of hurrah.
I think this is
his last sort of make or break, if anything.
This is last chance saloon, because I think, you know, the fact is you can get rid of a manager like Nuno or whatever. That's fair enough. Nobody cared to toss about him. You've got a manager here that has won things and can win things. And if we lose up on him because of tightness in the wallet area, then no. Gone.
Yeah, you're not getting fooled. The fans are not going to get fooled when Conte leaves. Whereas with Nuno,
who do we get? Who do we get if Conte does go? I mean, has he got Sam Allardyce and Alan Pardew on speed dial? Because they're about the only level of managers that's going to come near the club. Because they know
what would you make of Pochettino being ready, you know, to take the reins? That's supposedly the rumor. He has Pochettino like a hot piece of bread, you know, out the oven. You know, like he's ready to pull him out whenever need be.
I would like to see Pochettino back at the club at some stage, but he can't come back when half the players that got rid of him are still here at the club.
Yeah,
it's not going to work. Exactly. It's not going to work. Exactly. When they're all gone, I'll welcome him back with open arms, but not till then.
But it's an admission of failure, then, really, isn't it? And the last 4 years have been a waste, if that's the case, though, Philip, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, it could be taken as that. Oh, no, Poch is very popular with a lot of managers. I mean, I love the guy. I mean, he brought Spurs back into the European football after out of the wilderness years. He didn't win us anything, but, you know, the fact is he's a good guy. He loves the club. But my only worry there is he might be a little bit too easy to bend over for Daniel Levy. You know, he mightn't stand up to him as much as Conte would. So that's a worry. But hopefully when he does come back, it's after a few seasons of success and trophies at Tottenham. And then he can come back and pick up the reins and win a few himself.
Yeah, well, look, hopefully that's the case. But look, regardless of who, if we do end up with Poch or whatever manager comes in next, they're still going to want backing in certain areas. They're still going to want some of their own players in the door. Are we going to do that? Let's wait and see.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. We don't know. It's all up in the air. It's all up in the air.
It is. It is. But look, Godfather, it's been a pleasure absolutely having you back, my man. It's great to see you back kicking off these fan shows for us.
Yeah.
Where can people find you if they want more, man?
Get me on THFC till I die. Most days this week now, doing pre-matches and post-matches and autopsies and post-mortems and all sorts of things, you know. That's with Dermot and Ellie and Mia and Elias is on there at the moment, you know.
Good.
And I'd just like to thank Nick Coupland for helping us out here and getting us started up. And we're getting into the big league. We're not the big league. We're not in the league like you guys yet, but we're getting there. So we'll always be looking at the Masters.
Trust me, we're not the Masters or in the big league, my man. Definitely none of them. But look, just quickly before you go, Spurs 89 says, here's a question, and you kind of touched on it. If we did win that game with Kuno and Bentancur, what kind of convo would we have now?
Probably, reasonably okay. I don't think that the Levy outs brigade and the Levy in brigade or whatever would have an awful lot to say, because I think we all want Spurs to win matches. That's the bottom line. We want to win, and if we win, we're in good humour. If we don't win, we're in bad humour. We're in bad humour tonight because we lost, and that's why the conversation has drifted a wee bit over to the ownership scenario. You know?
Yeah. Well, look, fair enough, Philip. But great seeing you back, my man. Hopefully, we'll get to many Ireland games this year together.
Oh, hopefully, I have my season ticket, so ready to go.
Love it.
I'm
Well,
sitting
Philip,
behind you as well, so I'll be throwing things at you.
I'm not sure you're going to see much sitting behind me, Philip. I'm a big guy. You'd be throwing shit at me to get out your way, I'm sure. But Philip, we'll see you again soon, brother. Big yourself up, my man.
All the best, and come on, you Spurs.
All the best. Come on, you
Happy
Spurs.
New Year.
Philip. Happy New Year, my man. Great way to kick it off with the Godfather Brady. Absolutely everybody loves listening to him. But look, let's keep this moving.
Elias.
Who is next? We've got Elias. Elias, big up, my man. How are you keeping?
Oh, hi. I thought I was actually after Mia, but I think I'm running late, so I'll go first. Yeah. But it's okay.
No. I think it was you and then Mia.
Okay.
I had you second, if that's okay, Elias. Still have you second. So
okay.
Here's your chance, my friend. Here's your chance. What do we want to talk about? Do you want to start with ENIC, the ownership? Do you want to start with Conte? What do you want to talk about, my friend?
Okay, I would love to talk about all these things, and I think I only have 10 minutes. One thing I'll just like to say all the fans, I think I was talking in the other group the other day that I think there are a lot of emotions definitely going around, and we are all upset and all that. But I think one thing that really matters right now is Tottenham Hotspur. I think the badge, please don't insult that badge and the vision. Okay, let's not go to the vision yet, but just the Spurs itself. I think that the Spurs family is one of the most beautiful families that I have actually to cherish the good moments and also to cry together over the bad moments, and actually let's just enjoy that as a family rather than always just getting negative or calling names. And I think just what the Godfather was saying, because I think that's the beauty of us as a family. I think we are not like other fan bases. Our strength is our community, so let's focus on that before anything else, whether you're Levy out, whether you're Conte out, whether you're ENIC out and all that. I think more than anything else, it's just those different expressions we show our love for Spurs. We all care for Spurs, and we are, I think, all doing our best to actually stay united in whatever way possible, because the common denominator is still Spurs, really.
No, well said, my man. But look, let's progress this conversation. Where do you stand on Conte? Conte in, Conte out. Where do you stand on the ownership? ENIC in, ENIC out.
Yep, I think I just wanted to say one thing. Right now these are the times where Conte is really struggling. He has pointed it out that yes, if he had 12 to 13 players fit and all that comment, I actually went through it in many ways.
Okay.
The way we actually finished the last season, actually it was a lot about the players that he needed. And I think right now what we are struggling right now is we don't have Kulusevski, we don't have Bentancur. A lot of times we take that fact out of the place, because I was looking at the stats. We have played 8 games with them and we have only lost, I think, 1 or 2 games with them in the entire last 2 seasons, and without them we have only won 4 games. So sorry, we have had 4 defeats when we have not played with them. Yeah, so that stats actually speaks a lot for itself. But I think it also tells that yes, we are relying a bit too much on just the 2 players. We don't have that depth in the squad, and we need to build up on that. I don't think that's a big issue that we should be really shouting about on Levy out and all that, I think. But what we can say really is that yes, Conte, step up, Levy, step up. All you people, you need to reconcile among yourself first of all. You need to reconcile your vision first. Whatever differences that you all have, talk about it. And I think the good part is that today they had a meeting, apparently, which I was discussing about. They were having that meeting, and I think it's good that yes, they are communicating about it. They are disagreeing or agreeing with each other. They are clear with each other, because at these kind of times that's very important. Otherwise you can just end up fighting with each other and you are not on the same page, and that does more harm to the club than the better. And about yesterday's game, I think Kulu out really costed us, really, I feel. I think the results could have been different, but I think we just saw today. I think today I'm a bit more positive after Brentford beaten Liverpool, really, because Liverpool had a squad, really, that shouldn't have lost to Brentford. But
they should have lost to Villa as well. I did watch that game. I think Villa probably wasted 1,000 different chances, where, of course, Villa found opportunities to finish against us, but they didn't finish against Liverpool, which is sort of kind of frustrating.
Yeah, really.
What I would ask you, though, Elias, is that kind of maybe on this sort of kind of, because we know we need to improve ourselves in this January transfer window. We've gotten a bit of news that Pedro Porro is apparently too expensive for Spurs. They don't want to trigger that release clause. And that was sort of kind of the deal to begin with. The only way we were going to get Pedro Porro is by activating that release clause. and it's sort of showing that Spurs were maybe trying to underbid, right? Maybe pay 5 million less to try to, tempt Sporting to give them over, and they're not budging. Is this kind of concerning to you to see sort of, let's say, similar sort of maybe Spurs methods of going about the transfer market and everything? Because a lot of fans are upset because they know they need to see big improvements made this transfer window, and it looks like we're kind of using some old habits, let's say.
I think that Poro deal, it was good that yes, it was going through. I'm a little bit upset, but there are other positives that after that deal has collapsed, I'm seeing a lot more news of us linked with the rich and Dumfries as a package deal rather than just one deal, which may not be bad, because those two players, if they come in, you can do a package deal and it works. I mean, it doesn't necessarily always mean that you have to go for the biggest signing out there or the biggest
Yeah.
cow out there or the buffalo out there. You can, if you can actually get Divrich and what's the other, Dumfries, they are not a bad signing either. I think Dumfries had a really good World Cup. He's not anywhere less than Poro as well. So if you get those two plus Frank Cassie, who is just going to cost you, I think, like 15 million pounds or something. I was looking at it. We are attempting that as well. I think that January transfer window won't be that bad if you can work out some sort of these deals. And they are quality players, I think, really.
Yeah, look, kind of goes against what Conte was saying in the press conference, where he says, look, every window we need to be bringing in at least two 60 to 70 million pound players. But look, we do have to get players in the door regardless. Look, Kessier, I'm not sold on him. Dumfries, not sold on him. I think average enough for me. I would like to see better. I think especially Denzel Dumfries, he had a good Euros. Never heard of him up until the World Cup. Good World Cup. Now everyone's raving about him again. I care what they do when no one's talking about them. That's the sign of a player. For me, I'm not sure he's good enough. I would actually rather Pedro Porro. Not sure the Pedro Porro one is going to happen. He's not 6 foot. We know Conte likes 6 foot plus players. But look, let's wait and see what happens. Jack, any questions for Elias?
Elias, maybe just a few more or a couple more here for you. Do you feel like Conte, what has he gotten wrong, maybe, let's say, because we have, spoke about maybe what he, how he needs to be backed. I'm still kind of Conte in, but a lot of people who maybe have criticized Conte, there are some, things that they've alluded to, either the Jed Spence situation he's gotten wrong. Sometimes they think maybe it's a bit too pragmatic, a bit too sort of kind of negative type of football. Is there any sort of things that you would say Conte has gotten wrong that maybe you would want to bring up?
I think the Pedro Porro deal is sorry, why am I going there again? That one was a bit too ambitious, definitely. But I think Jet Spence one, I think he should at least give it a try. Rather
You
than
think he's
just saying
gotten
that,
it wrong
he's
there?
not my player. Because
No.
I'm hating the fact that the guy just come up at like 88 seconds, 87 seconds. That's something really demotivating for the young talent. I mean, at least maybe you have disagreements with Levy on the signing, but please have some pity on that youngster, really. I mean, if I'm a youngster who works in companies who have much older people than me, and if I think my bosses or my CEOs were to do that to me, I would feel demotivated, really. So
Mhm.
because he's just like 21, 20, something like that, and if you treat a youngster like that, it's absolutely confidence crushing. And I think that's the part where Conte has gone a little wrong. At least give him a chance. He has done well in other teams where we have watched him. It's evident he's better. So it at times I feel Conte can be a bit too stubborn as well, and that's
Yeah.
where he has gone wrong. But
Yeah, he's been a
overall, I
bit
think
harsh to
what
him, you
is
would say. Yeah, that's what you think. Yeah, he's been a bit
On
stubborn, a bit
Spence.
harsh towards him. Yeah, on Spence, maybe. Yeah, perhaps he could have done a bit better job putting his arm around him, or maybe just, not being as kind of, like you said, maybe Elias, he was kind of too honest, maybe, about Spence, right? Was sort of like just, not really hiding his feelings, about him. And also when even times when he spoke about talented players, young players at the club, he kind of intentionally leaves out Jet Spence's
yeah,
name and
he
sometimes
does.
those,
Well,
comments, which is interesting.
I
There's one.
actually, I don't agree with how he's treated Dred Spence. I really don't. But if you put yourself in Conte's shoes, if he plays Dred Spence, what message does that send out in the future in the transfer windows? That they're going to bring what they want in, and he has to work with it rather than them bringing in what he wants. And that, for me, when I look at the situation, I think that's what's going on there.
That's letting ENIC win. Yeah, in a way.
It
It's
does
letting
look
ENIC
like
win.
it.
Yeah.
It does look like it, but I think you need to focus on one thing as well, rather than focusing on the right now. What's going on in our club is there are a lot of politics going on, rather than focusing on winning, rather than giving out your best. And that's what I don't want. I really don't want to see politics being alleviated over the winning mentality. And right now that's really happening. It's I think obvious, anybody can say, even among the board, even among the manager, even among Paratici, it's obvious that there are politics happening, and that's really alleviating. On the other hand, I think to Conte and what he's losing, I think there are certain circumstances as well that has proved to be not at the right timing of the saying, like the injuries that have happened just recently after the World Cup and all that. I mean, we all expected that, but it has done a lot of damage, and it has sort of like, if you can say, added the insult to the injury, yeah, which is sad to see. But I hope really that positive things do happen in January, and we can
Yeah.
climb up back. And it's good thing that the club below us are not doing very well. Chelsea, Liverpool, they are still below us.
Yeah.
Happy
It's
to see
also
that.
what's actually, I will say, last comment, it is kind of funny to see Graham Potter, which was pretty much everybody's like number one choice, be given tons of money at Chelsea, be basically given everything he could want. And he's kind of shitting the bed at the moment, let's be honest.
Yeah,
Like he
he is.
hasn't been able to deal with the pressure. So Davo, Harry Potter, maybe somehow proving you right on that one. All of a sudden, moment he moves to a big club, gets maybe found out a bit more. But we could be speaking too soon there. But he hasn't exactly impressed me at all since going to Chelsea, which is sort of
I
interesting.
agree.
Also maybe shows that certain managers can only handle the pressure of a big club as well, right? You know, you can be a good manager tactically, but maybe can't actually handle the pressure of also being at, you know, in the spotlight all the time, which comes with being at a big club as well.
I honestly prefer the other
Yeah,
manager much more, the new Brighton manager, over Potter. Tactically, he's much better.
interesting. Yeah, I like that. You like the
Interesting.
Zerbi. Well, Elias, appreciate you coming on, my friend, and best of luck to you on the New Year's party as well. Hopefully, you know, you're able to enjoy yourself and maybe
Yeah.
take your mind off of Spurs for a little bit,
Thanks,
and then
man.
we'll see you back here on the channel very shortly.
Come on, you Spurs.
Big up,
Come on, you
Elias.
Spurs.
Come on,
Pick up
you
Elias.
Spurs. See you
Good call,
again
my
soon,
man.
my man. He didn't go at me over Eric Dyer today, which I'm quite surprised
It's a
about.
good
He had
call.
his opportunity.
It's a good call. I loved it. Good man, Elias. Good man.
Yeah, it was a good call. Good call. Well done, Elias, my man. Big yourself up. What's the story? Says this is on Hugo. Has feet for hands? Yeah, look, the outline. I think. Jacko feels the same way at this stage. Look, these
Me and the
mistakes.
outlet, Dave. You know, we've sometimes have kind of, you know, butt heads on opinions of certain players, but I think him and I, we're going to have to probably agree on Hugo. I think him and I have sort of seen, you know, kind of Hugo's decline maybe before others, and I'm not even saying I'm the first one to have kind of seen Hugo's decline, but I just simply just can't accept some of the mistakes that I've seen from him this season. Like they just really do infuriate me in certain times, and I also just feel like, Mr. Harris, that they've come at like times where we get out of halftime, we're in a right position. All we need is just to continue the momentum and win the game. And Hugo, I can name 3 different times in the second half where he's just undone all of that momentum with just a bonehead mistake or a bonehead just sort of kind of just error of some kind. And it really has just, I don't know, it's just made me lose my patience. It really has.
Yeah. It's getting intolerable right now, and it's funny enough. Look, I'm going to touch on it tomorrow, but it's the same old rear guard. You know, guys that have been around a long time. It's just pissing me off at this stage. Paul Markey says my biggest worry is the links between us and Muppet Maguire. Are we so foolishly desperate as to sign that numpty? I mean, look, I think he's better than the half of what we've got there. If I'm being brutally honest, I think he's better on the ball. He's better in the air. I think one of our biggest weaknesses is not being able to compete in the air, as we've seen against Brentford, still continuing. It's been going on since Jose days. For me, I think he solves that sort of problem. I think we do have to start looking at a couple of English players for that quota, whether we like it or not. It's a quota that has to be met. And for me, I think he's better than Eric Dyer, and that was proven at the World Cup, the fact that he plays over Eric Dyer, in my opinion. I think, me personally, I think he's one of them players that he went to United. Look, there was a toxic atmosphere there, toxic dressing room, and I think it's definitely affected him. But look, let's not forget, many Spurs fans were calling for Tottenham to sign him before he went to Man United.
Right. I just, Paul, I understand where a lot of Spurs fans like yourself, right? They know that the defense is the biggest problem right now. And they know that the defense needs basically players like Romero back there. If we really want to be challenging for trophies, we need more Romeros, more players that can really challenge at the highest levels and be kind of like Virgil van Dijk's essentially for us and be kind of game changing center backs. But we've reached like this point where I don't know, David and I are kind of just desperate here, Paul. Like we're just desperate for anything that isn't Sanchez, anything that isn't Eric Dyer any longer. And you start to sort of lower your standards. You probably shouldn't lower your standards, but it's just gotten that bad with the defense that I'd almost take anybody for the time being. And that's how poor it is, really. It's reached that much of a low level.
Someone like me should not be able to sit here in the summer transfer window and go, you'll all come back to me in January, once this defense has cost us. I shouldn't be able to do that. The club, how's that being allowed to happen at the club? If I can sit here and say that with all the analysts, scouts, and everything else going on, how's someone at the club not clout that? We need better defenders in here. And it's look, I know Maguire isn't many people's first choice, but the crux of it is we have to look at English talent. And for me, he's better than Sanchez, Tanganga, Dyer, and Davies. So I do think it's an improvement, Paul Markey. Look, maybe let us know why you think that in the chat, my man. But
yeah,
big yourself up.
Paul. Feel free.
Big up, Paul. Ellie says, hi, Nick. You're a star. Great man. Do great things. And even though I'm very poorly, I recognize that I have to have my say, Nick. Otherwise, I'm broody.
She's speaking of Lazy 8, maybe? I'm not sure who. Maybe she's talking to us. I'm not sure, Ellie, but she's not feeling too great today.
Nick Coupland.
Nick Coupland. Okay, gotcha. Ellie, I'm sorry that you're not feeling too well today. If you're able to muster up any sort of kind of maybe take a few, I don't know, cough drops, lozenges, or have Theo maybe make you a good cup of tea beforehand, we would love to hear you have your say, Ellie. We'll save a spot for you. Don't you worry. But plenty in the queue right now, Ellie. So take your time, rest up, and we can get you on here. But I'm sorry you're not feeling your best today. And to be honest, I mean, we're not all feeling our best mentally, especially after yesterday. Big up though, Ellie. Good to see you.
Yeah. Look, it could get worse at Selhurst Park. We don't do well there usually tight, edgy games. So it could get worse, Nelly. So make sure you're in it for the long haul. Make sure you get the right recovery stuff because we're going to be in it for a while. Yeah. THFC Till I Die says, in Conte we trust this month is a big one for us. I'll be on Friday as you guys are busy tonight. Have a great show. We need to back Conte and the team. Come on, you Spurs. Dermot, come back. The only reason I didn't want to kick anyone else out, but because you work with Philip, I thought it was easier to kick you out because no one would make a fuss and let him in. But there's room. Come in the back end, brother. Come in the back end and have your say. But look, for me,
appreciate it, brother.
I want to keep Conte. I want to back him. I understand everybody else has their own opinions on it, and you're more than entitled to it. But look, that's where I'm at with it. Big yourself up, Dermatron. Really appreciate it.
Still room for you, my friend. Still time for you, Dermot. Don't worry, brother. Big up, man.
Loads of room, man. And then we've got Paul Markey says, Nothing Maguire isn't even Sunday League standard. I mean,
what does that make our defense then, Paul? Are we even below Sunday League now? It feels like, we're not even, fit for a five-a-side. We're not fit for anything, this defense here, Paul. So I think that's just the point I'll make is, believe me, I would much rather continue my sights on Gavardio, Bastoni, but we've just seen this club just continue to ignore the defense. We just continue to ignore it. We don't ever want to invest the big bucks in it. And we just continue to have to watch the likes of Sanchez, Dyer, etc., try to start fresh with a new manager. It's just exhausting. And I'm just so desperate, Paul. I think that's where it is, my man. It's just, I've lowered my standards to the lowest of lows in order to just see something different. That's where I stand on it.
There you are, Paul. Big yourself up. But I do agree with Jack. If that's where Maguire is, where's our back line? We've got B Sing HD says, we have a squad full of crap, no quality anywhere. Look, I do think we have some quality. I think Bentancur's quality. I think Kane's quality. Kulu's quality. I think Son is quality, although going through bad form. I don't believe Romero's quality. I like Perisic. I think he's quality. I think there is a good bit to work around there. Hopefully some of the summer signings can start coming to the fore. Hopefully get Richarlison back fit. Get Basum to start fucking kicking up again. He's been very disappointing since he's got here. I do think there is a good framework to build around. But are we going to do it? And how well are we going to do it? I think is the biggest questions, to be honest with you, my man. But I do think there is a bit of quality there, to be fair. I wouldn't say there's none. Look, that's just my opinion, Jack. What would you say to B Sing HD?
We have plenty of quality in the forward areas. You look at Sonny, world-class player, Harry Kane, world-class player, Kulusevski, I think future world-class player. All he needs is maybe just more time and more, consistently available, and the world will take, recognition of how good he is. We know how good he is as Spurs fans, of course, but Kulusevski, I think future world-class player. Richarlison is honestly, let's be honest, a brilliant backup number 9 to have in case Harry Kane needs a rest or anything like that. I like our forward line. We still needs improvements, still needs upgrades, but even just the forward line, like I explained, there's plenty of quality there. Midfield, I think we have plenty of good players there. Again, we could use some extras. We could use something different, but there are areas of the squad where I do think we do have quality. It's just the back line and let's be honest, these wing backs, where it's basically worse than a Sunday league team, like we even just discussed with Paul there, B Singh.
And he says we didn't sign anyone to improve our first 11. Look, I think we did. I think Perisic definitely is an upgrade on Sessegnon for sure. Look, Richarlison, he's had a run in the team. I was ultimately disappointed with him, but again, I think he's a good backup striker. Basuma, I've been ultimately disappointed with. I think since he's played, I haven't been impressed. I think Lenglet definitely improves our first 11. I think he's better than Davies. I think he is better than Dyer. Didn't have the best of games yesterday, but all in all, I think he does improve the 11. But look, I was saying last summer, it was about getting numbers in here. It was about getting numbers so we have a couple of options to pick from. Now, obviously, we've been absolutely ridiculed by injuries so far this season. But, hopefully now this January in the summer is where they do start bringing in the right quality players for the right positions that can really kick us on. Look, when Liverpool lost the Champions League final, in the January transfer window, they went out and got Alisson and Van Dijk. They went on to win every other competition there is in club football to win, and I think we are at somewhere along that line. I'm not going to say we're directly at it. I think we have a bit more to do than like a goalkeeper and a centre back. But if we can get the right signings in and the right quality of players in, we can for sure push on. But it all comes down to the owners whether they're going to do it this January or not. In my opinion, but big yourself up, my man. And we've got Ben Kaufman says, ENIC have made me love Tottenham less. ENIC out. Look, never quit loving Tottenham. Never love them any less. At the end of the day, you still love the name. You still love the badge. You just don't love the owners, and that's all right, Benji. That's all right. But don't let them make you love Tottenham less, my man. They're winning if that ends up happening. But look, let's keep moving. But big up, Benji. Honestly, don't let that happen, though. I hate seeing that. But look, let's keep moving. We've got Mia as the next guest. Let's get her on. Mia, how you keep, my dear?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. How are you guys?
I'm good.
Hanging in there, Mia. Hanging in there at the moment. We have serious conversations to be had today. It's not, positive or, the best type of discussion. So someone who likes to speak the truth here, Mia, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to speak about first?
I'll probably start with Conte in. So part of Conte in for me is obviously let's go to the game. So I think that people forget about factors in games. So Conte didn't have anybody yesterday to change the game because we have got Kulu out and we've got Richie out, so we haven't got anybody to really replace them. And I know you both love the broomstick that is Hill Messi, but he obviously, I don't think he's quite ready for the Prem. I could blow him over. I could just blow him. I probably blow out candles like harder than what he could. Like honestly, he couldn't blow up nothing.
Yeah, just on Brian Hill. There was a couple of times I looked at it where he was free looking for the ball, but it's like others opted to go to someone else they trust. It's like they don't trust him. I think that comes from him getting the ball, maybe being blown off it, and then them having to work harder to get back, which I don't think they want to do. Do you think there was an element to that yesterday?
Yeah, no, I do think there's definitely an element of that with the trust thing, because he did lose the ball and he didn't look up and he'd just take it that bit too far, like he'd try and dribble past someone and then get the ball taken off of him. So I do think it is a trust thing. And if you don't know a player that well, you're not going to quite trust them. So you're going to think, that's a bit, different. It's someone different you don't know as well. Where you give it to someone that you know what they're going to do, you can predict it a bit more. And if he's losing the ball as well, players are going to see he's losing the ball and they're thinking, if I give it to him, he's just going to lose it. Like, we're just going to lose the ball. What's the point, sort of, But anyway, let's go back to that. But I do think that he didn't have options. And then we just didn't play quick enough. Like, we just didn't attack quick enough. We gave them a chance to sit in their defensive mode that they were sitting in for us to not to be able to do anything. After about half an hour, we did have a slight moment where we were like, them moments were a little bit better, we're a bit quicker. And obviously we come out second half and they scored, and it was a stupid mistake because the defenders didn't get back quick enough when they didn't know what obviously Hugo was going to do with the ball, and he ended up hitting it out, and obviously they were quicker to it than us. So when you think about that, like them things, some of those mistakes are down to players, and some of those things are down to like what the players are doing on the pitch. It isn't necessarily just Conte. So I think there's so many more factors to it that I can't understand this whole Conte out thing. I do understand people get frustrated with that style of football, but I do think you need to give him time. When we had Poch, we gave him plenty of time to get rid of all the deadwood. But now people are making lists of, oh, Conte's got this player and he's got this player. None of them are his players. Well, obviously some of those are players he inherited. You have to give them time. And I hate to mention the scum down the road, but they gave him time. How long did it take him to get to where he was? Who was laughing at him last season and the season before? We were, because we were like, you're shit, look at you, you're shit. So we did that, right? We pointed the finger and we laughed, but they've given him time, and look what's happened because they've given him time. They stuck with it and they gave him time. And we was all laughing because they did go through a little bit of a crappy period. But you have to understand that is part of it. When you're getting rid of players that you don't want in the squad, and you're getting in players that you do want, that is bound to happen. There's going to be like a little bit of a funny period where that will happen.
Road. It's going to be a bumpy
road.
It's
a bit of a bumpy road. Now, I don't see Liverpool supporters. There might be some Liverpool supporters saying that they want Klopp out, but they just lost to Brentford. When we drew Brentford, all of our fans were having a massive hissy fit about it. They're a good team, and I even said in my preview they're a tough team. If you didn't think that was going to be a tough game, they're more for you. You don't obviously watch football because they've had some. Right, so should Liverpool, but that's not happened. They've beat good teams at home this season, David. They haven't just they haven't just drew with us and beat Liverpool. They've beat City, didn't they, as well? They beat City.
I get that, but we are trying to finish above the likes of Liverpool, Chelsea, United, and stuff like that.
Are we currently above Liverpool? Are we not currently above Liverpool? And they're not doing very well, but I don't see people shouting and screaming about Klopp that much as Tottenham fans. Like, I feel like sometimes we're tightly, like a little bit not entitled, but kinda like at the end of the day, Conte needs time. You want him just to come in and work miracles straight away. Even he said it was a miracle that we got into top 4 last season. I don't think he even really expected that. I don't think that he actually expected that at all, that Arsenal would do what they did. So we did make it to top 4, but I don't think that was expected. I think he was a bit like, oh. And then this season, it's been a bit of a rough, bumpy ride because I think he's got to get to the squad to the place that he wants it. So that's what's important. It's important that we bring in players that he wants in this January window. That's the most. It's not about how much we spend. It's about what he wants. Now, if Levy doesn't back him, that's going to be on Levy 100%. And on the board, and I will be fuming if they don't back him. But if they do back him and he's still not happy, then there's going to be an issue, because obviously if he don't sign the contract, then what? Like, we're left in limbo. So it's a game of chicken. It's like a game of chicken that they're playing.
Just out of fairness for the argument, because there will be some people out there that would say, Mia, I mean, 150 million to 200 million on players, they would say that he's been backed.
Yeah, no, I personally think that he has been backed. Like, I think that he has got players in that he wanted. But obviously there are people who are going to use the narrative of, well, this player isn't his player. Well, do you know that? Was you there with Conte listening to him? No. So we've got to assume that a lot of these players that he actually wanted. He wanted Longley. We know. I think he did want Longley. He wanted Perisic. I believe he did. I believe he probably wanted Richarlison because he's a player that he can use all different places, because he likes players like that. He can use in different positions. So I do believe that he did get back. He got Kulu and he got Bentancur. So for me, money has been spent on him. So there's nothing saying that this January that we won't do the same. Obviously his comments are a bit confusing. I feel like he's trying to say that I think he's trying to say to the fans that you've got to realise the position that we're in, and you've got to understand that the club obviously might not be what you want them to be, because that's not how it always works. It doesn't always work. Like, do you think that there's fans like Aston Villa, right? Aston Villa won the Champions League in 82, the year I was born. They won the Champions League, right, 40 years ago. But you don't see them throwing a big hissy fit and saying, well, we won it 40 years ago. Hold on a minute. We should be winning this. Well, no, because they understand that their position as a club, they've come up from, they got promoted, and obviously they do, like, they understand, like, they do get frustrated just like we all do. But I feel like sometimes we're just a bit like we're a bit poking our heads above the station. Like I think Conte sometimes a bit like reel it in, because our expectations sometimes maybe are what they're guiding to, but we don't know the plan because we're not there, so we don't know what happens behind the closed doors. They brought Conte in, and apparently they've been transparent with him. So if they have been transparent with him, he knows the plan, and he did say in his comments he knew what the plan was when he come to the club. So that tells me that they explained to him that he's got no problem with that. If he had a problem with this plan, he wouldn't have signed on the dotted line when they told him this is our plan. Like, it makes zero sense to say that he would do that. Unless they don't back him, that's when he's going to start going, hold on a minute, you promised me this. Well, has he done that so far? I don't think he has. I think that so far he understands that we have to sort this out. We have to sort this mess out. And part of that mess is the players. It isn't just him. It isn't just him. It's really not. I don't believe it is.
I agree.
We spoke with Philip Brady earlier, Mia. I'm not sure if you heard it, but Philip Brady basically said that it's sort of up to, it's been this back and forth of like, you go first, kind of between Levy and Conte. Do you agree that it's up to Levy, though, to make that first move? It's up to him to extend his hand to Conte and really show that he is backing him. Because like you said, he did give him money in the summer, but it's up to him again to come to Conte and extend his hand first, instead of having this whole kind of back and forth of, you go first.
I kind of see it both ways, because I see it as, right, so from Conte's point of view, I get it. And I think he's thinking, hold on a minute, you should be extending your hand because you need me more than I need you. So he's probably thinking, hold on a minute, you need me, Levy. Let's not be daft. Let's not be silly. You need me. But Levy's also a stubborn person, and he's probably thinking, hold on a minute. No, I don't. I've backed you so far already. Like, what the hell do you want me to do? Like, I've backed you so far. So how dare you try and hold me over a barrel? Because he is a bit of a control freak. So he's going to obviously feel like, how dare you try and control me? Who the hell do you think you are? I can get rid of you and just get another manager in. That's probably what he thinks. So if you think about it like that, that's like two bulls locking horns, isn't it? That's the problem. It is like two bulls locking horns because of their personalities. So I think that's what makes it so difficult. So I do see it from both ends, and I kind of see both of their points.
Because they're both stubborn people. I mean, Levy's not going to keep letting Conte sort of bend them over a barrel and put cryptic messages out there like that in the press. But Conte's also not going to stick around if he's not going to get what he wants. Do you see it getting resolved? Do you see the inevitable happening where we could end up with a change of manager before the end of the January transfer window, rather than signings in the door?
I think that maybe Paratici is going to be a bit of a middleman. I think that he's maybe going to say to Levy, let's get this player and this player, knowing that they're players that Conte wants, and then that way Conte gets backed and gets the players he wants, and then Levy's sort of doing that anyway, and then Conte think, right, he is backing me, I'm going to sign the contract. So Paratici might be like a bit more of a middleman than we think, because he's obviously between them both in a way, because he's obviously
the translator almost between the two, right? Is where he kind of is able to, he's worked with Conte before. He knows what Conte is probably thinking. He's probably able to have maybe more, let's be honest conversations with Antonio Conte. But then at the same time, Paratici does work for Levy. Like, Levy is the one paying his bills. Levy is the one sort of giving him his paycheck. So he probably, if anything, is kind of the middleman, the interpreter, the translator between the two. It's kind of like the referee almost between
he's probably a little bit, because he knows obviously Conte very well, so he knows what he's probably thinking, how he works, and he probably tries to kind of get that across maybe to Levy a little bit more, to try and tell him, this will make Conte happy, right? Let's just let's do this, because I think it's the right thing to do. Conte will be happy, everybody's happy. Why don't you want everyone to be happy, Levy? Come on, let's let's go for a beer after. Let's just do what he wants. Go for a beer after, sweet. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think they need Antonio Conte at Inter, right? He had the boxing gloves with his players. He had a bit of a boxing ring match with some of the players. I think that's just Daniel Levy and him just need to have it out. Just have a little bit of a behind closed doors boxing session, a bit of a spar, and just see how it goes after that.
Do we do bets on that? Who we think would win? Because I think
don't let Ivan Toney in on. Don't let Ivan Toney in on.
Oh yeah. I wondered if he had a bet tonight on them winning. I did say it to my friend. I was like, I wonder if he bet.
I'm sure he did. But Mia, let's give this channel a plug. Spurs Between the Lines. What's it all about?
It's about me being as straightforward as I am. So if you like my straightforward opinions, or even if you don't like it, I don't mind having like in the comments. I've had back and forth with people so far, you know, to say what their opinion is, and I don't mind that at all. I'm always happy to have a debate with somebody as long as we keep it respectful. I'm with Zoe, what she said earlier. Obviously, what Philip said about people when they're fans. I believe we should all understand that we all love the club, and that is the main thing. We all love the club, and we all have a different way of what we think's best for the club and what the way we would go about it, but it's all subjective views. So we shouldn't argue over subjective views and be pointing fingers and saying things to each other, because it's just not nice. It's just not nice to do that. Have a respectful conversation with people, because you're arguing your point and you're not arguing with the person. So to get personal with people and horrible with people is just so needless. You can have a nice conversation with people and not have to have that. So I believe in that. So come to my channel. I'm only 3 off of getting 60 now. So if we could get me to 60, I'll be so happy to get to 60. I'm really buzzing every time I get extra. I'm like, oh, a few more people. So 60 would be fantastic to like start my new year.
Well, here's the link one more time, everybody. I'm going to send the link in, and you hit that at everybody. Spurs Between the Lines. You can also just search it there for Mia's channel. Like she said, you know, it's her honest thoughts, it's her honest opinions, just all in one channel. And if you really liked what she had to say, like Faz Radfar did here, please check it out and just show her some support. She deserves it. She's been a huge mainstay on these fan shows.
And thank
as well.
you also.
Mia, appreciate you.
Thank you also to Jack and Dave, because they've been so supportive of me doing my own channel, as I was quite anxious about.
£1 million on 2 players in order to succeed. Our owners would rather spend that on 8 mediocre players. It's quantity over quality. It has probably always been quantity over quality. I mean, they made a big deal of signing 6 players over that summer, and they kind of plugged themselves a lot for it. At the same time, though, be saying, like, we're at a stage with the squad did need like 6, 7, 8 players to come in here. And Antonio Conte even admitted that he did say that it was actually a lot to do with quantity this summer, because we just actually lacked quality sort of throughout the squad. And that then meant we sort of did have to just sign a ton of players. We couldn't just sign 2 £80 million, £70 million players. We actually did have to sort of spread the money out, because we needed upgrades in the midfield. We needed upgrades in the wingback areas, forward areas. We needed a backup striker to help out Harry Kane and all that. It really was going to be kind of a lot of things to fix at once. And I do agree, though, with Conte now, that once you do kind of establish that, once you do sort of establish like a skeleton of a squad that you can trust, then it's up to the board to start putting in those more £60 million, £70 million signings that then actually improve the overall quality of that first 11. I think even Conte did admit, though, it was about improving the squad, then it's about improving the first 11, because Spurs weren't in that position that I think other clubs are in, where other clubs, they have a good squad and then they sort of kind of focus on improving the 11. Spurs kind of had to do both, I think, that summer. They had to improve the first 11 and they had to improve the squad.
No, 100%. Look, for me, that's where we have to go. I think that's the point we're at now. I think we've got enough numbers in around. I think you've got probably 8, 9, 10 players you could probably work with now. I think now is the time to start bringing in them big money signings that we don't need as many numbers as we did in the summer. So I think now is the time to get it. But look, I would argue that we done that last January. We brought in quality over quantity, and many people argued about it because it wasn't massive money. But look, I do agree. We're at a position now where we do have to start bringing in some big guys in here and start using up the majority of our budget on 1 or 2 players instead of trying to make it spread across 7, 8, 9, 10 players. I think we've done enough in the summer to put ourselves at this point. I think that's also where a lot of the pressure comes from the fan base now, to be honest with you as well, my man. But big yourself up, my man, and I really appreciate the support, brother.
And then Ellie in here with a super chat. She says, Mia says it as she sees it. Easy with the blowing, though, Mia. We are tigers in the bedroom. Oh, there you are, Melly. There you are, Ellie. Tigers.
Interesting. Look, we'll keep it moving. Jack, I'm on a lag from listening to you. I'm going to log out. I have problems. I'm going to log out, log back in.
It could be me. I haven't seen anything pop up.
No, it's
apologies,
me.
everybody.
It's my computer.
Apologies, everybody, but we're going to keep pushing on, though. And Ellie, we'll keep that between you and Mia. I really appreciate it, though, Ellie. And like I said, we'll stay up for everybody tonight, all the members and everybody that want to come on and have their say. We know it's a long one. We know people want to come on. And the studio's been full this whole time, but believe me, like, we're going to stick through it. So just keep patient and we'll keep getting through all the guests here, but we want everybody to have their say. But yeah, we're going to keep powering through here. Big up, Ellie. Really do appreciate your support. And let me just check so I get the order right here. I think we're going to speak to Brad Matthews. Looking forward to this. Here we are, Brad.
Hi, Jack. How are we? Hi, Jack. Fine. I'm just trying to get over Ellie's comment now.
I don't even know what to say to that, Brad. Do you have something to say to that? I didn't want to speak. I know Theo could be listening. It's just nodding my head. And, if that's what Ellie believes, she's probably right. Big up, Ellie. I don't know how to say it. I didn't know how to answer it. But tough times, Brad. Tough times in 2023 already, right? And what do we want to talk about?
Well, the one good thing that happened to me yesterday was the fact that I went to bed at 4 a.m. New Year's Eve, or New Year's Day, effectively. Had to get up to speak to Mum. By the time I'd done all that, there's no trains running from Liverpool Street to Tottenham. Jeez. So there was just no way in the world I was going to get to the ground. So I watched it on telly. So,
what do you feel like? You're relieved that you watched it on telly?
Yeah, exactly.
Get there?
Exactly. Yeah. It was a lot. I'd been in I was in a bad mood anyway, but even worse mood if I'd have been at the ground thinking I've got to get home somehow. So yeah. But I was very worried by the fact that it just shows you that when you get injuries, the squad's so thin. We literally were without Bentancur and Kulusevski. We've also got the situation where I know Kane has scored goals, but the Kane-Son's off form, but also the Kane-Son partnership is just not working like it has in recent seasons. Yeah. So you take those things out and we're just hopeless, absolutely hopeless. Then you throw in the fact that our right wing back gets down the touchline, but doesn't take it to the byline and cross it like wingers or wing backs are supposed to do. Every time Doherty got the ball, he just basically stopped. Which is what we used to criticise Emerson for doing. So, I mean, at least Perisic seemed to want to get to the byline, take players on and put the crosses in. And that, if you have two wing-backs doing that, defences hate players getting to the byline because that takes offside out of the equation. So...
It's also maybe... Brad, having a good player on either side that are equally as good as each other, that sort of bring that same element, it forces a team to have to reconcile with that, where it's kind of been this whole season where it's like they know Perisic is a threat, but Doherty and Emerson are so inconsistent.
Exactly. They just basically say, well, we don't have to worry about that too much.
There's no symmetry.
It's really annoying. Yeah. I'm reluctant to criticise Conte, because of, obviously record speaks for itself, but I'm disappointed that he hasn't given Spence more time, because I think he could be maybe not the answer, but he certainly could be a good chance there at right wing back, because he does look like he wants to take the ball forward pace and get to the bar. He does look like he wants to, but he just hasn't been given the chance. And the other thing is that without having Bentancur in there, we bring in Basuma, but Basuma's hardly had any games this season, so his form is patchy. So you've got a team there where the right wing back doesn't cross, your top forwards aren't playing as well, your midfielder is not replaced by someone who's as good, and then the other one is Kulusevski, who's absolutely top player. He's 21. We're relying on a 21-year-old. Come on, and then you put all those together, and then you have a goalkeeper that gifts another goal to another club. That's 3 times this season. That
felt similar to the North London derby, Brad, where it just killed all the momentum. And even me, we're watching it from the TV, and we're not playing out there. We're not even, carrying, the burden of it all. And I'll be honest, it kills my momentum as a fan, even cheering for the team. Like it genuinely hurts my own momentum just watching the game when I see it, let down like that.
It was just awful. And I've got to the stage now where I don't look forward to watching Tottenham. I really don't. It's like, you got Palace on Wednesday, at their ground. It's like, and I think Palace have got the best home support in the Premier League. You know, that's the one ground where I think the atmosphere is great when you go there. We got to play them, and then you look during January. We've got Arsenal and Man City twice. You know, we should be able to get past Portsmouth on Saturday, hopefully. But you know, and
never know with this club sometimes. But does that mean, Brad, we have to also sign these players sooner rather than later? Because I don't know about you, we thought that, you know, Paratici did a good job with getting a lot of players out in January, as well as bringing in Kulusevski and Bentancur. But a lot of that sort of happened towards the end of the month. It happened towards the end of the window.
Yeah.
It kind of needs to happen sooner rather than later because of all those tough games that you mentioned.
You know, it's like Groundhog Day, isn't it? You know, we now I know it's only from a tweet from Spurs Express, but they're saying, oh, you know, we're not interested in Porro anymore because we won't meet the 40 million. And it just seems to be the normal thing of, oh, no, we'll give you 35. You know, we've seen it happen so many times. On the positive side, if I can think of anything positive, it's the fact that I remember last season when we lost at home to Southampton and then at home to Wolves, and it was like, that's it, the end of the world, it's all gone. And yet we managed to come back out of that and get top four. I'm not saying it's going to happen this season, but there is a little hope there that, you know, that Conte can turn it around. But at the moment, it's just looking very threadbare. Also, you've got. Sorry,
what do you believe in yourself, Brad? What do you believe? Do you believe Tottenham can come out of this and can go on and make top four? Do you think it's highly unlikely now?
I think Tottenham can, but it's got to the stage now where it's like, oh, we always had come good in the second half. Well, you can't keep coming back in the second half. You could say, oh, we came back last season. Now, as I was saying, it's possible, but you can't keep going for every season and thinking, oh, that's all right. We'll have a run right near the end and we'll do it. You know, you want to be up there, you know. And at the moment, and I actually laugh. It's, you know, there's no way. If we beat Arsenal this season, if we get above Arsenal, we're going to win the title effectively, you know. So yeah, there's no way we're catching them up. I'm dreading the North London derby now because, you know, what have we got to go on? What's it? One thing in our favour? Oh, they'll bottle it. That's the only thing I hear. They'll bottle it. Not that we've got better players or we can, you know, oh, they'll bottle it. Well, you can't, you know, you can't rely on that. You know, it's dreadful.
Are you worried going into the North London derby, Brad?
Sorry?
Are you worried going into the North London derby?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Because to go there, you know, and lose to that lot, I mean, especially if they're still winning, you know, it will, and that doesn't bear thinking about. You know, it's basically switch all your phones off after that game and lose that.
Yeah. Really
do you think it'll turn toxic inside the stadium as well?
If we start losing and it's I think so.
Inside our own stadium.
I think the impression I got yesterday watching on television was the fact that, and okay, it's New Year's Day, everyone's hungover. We know that's a fact of life. I've been to New Year's games before where the atmosphere's not been that good, but yesterday was lifeless, absolutely lifeless. The crowd were lifeless. The team was lifeless. Even Conte on the touchline seemed to be quite lifeless.
Yeah, he looked emotionless.
It seemed to be bringing on substitutes for the heck of bringing them on right near the end. You know, he brought Emerson on for Doherty, then brought Spence on. It's like, okay, I presume Spence is playing as a right-sided midfielder, maybe. You know, it's
what do you make of that Antonio Conte looked so emotionless and like almost looked like a ghost, really, of himself, Brad? Like, what does that tell you?
I'm worried now. I'm worried because I don't think he won't go in January, but I just got a feeling come the summer that he always said that as long as people are honest with him, he's fine. And I just get the impression from his demeanour and what he said in the press conference that maybe they've told him one thing and now they're changing what they're telling him. You know, we still didn't see that, whether that 50 million was brought in. Then you get all these rumours, we only got 30 million to spend. They released the top 10 richest clubs in the world, and we're the 10th. And we are, I think, got 521 million we're valued, or 520 million pounds. I don't know what that is, whether that's income or whatever. Right. Arsenal about 15 million pounds better off. So we've more or less ballpark, we've got the same income, same funds.
But one's spending, hundreds of millions, and the other one is, keeping their purse quite close to themselves.
And Mia made the point as well, and I think a lot of people have made the point is that if you look at that, I looked at the Arsenal lineup. I was a bit interested. I looked at the Arsenal lineup, and it looked to me, apart from Saka, who's like a homegrown player, looked to me that all those signings were Arteta signings. You look at our club, our first 11, they're signings from about 3 different managers.
Yeah.
So, you know, this thing about Conte out is like, well, no, you've got to give him a chance. You've got to, once he's got his team and see how he does with his team, all of the players that he's bought, and see how that goes. But I'm not very hopeful.
It's a good point you make. Sorry, it's a good point you make, Brad. Because if you stick with a manager, which Arsenal have done, right? They backed him and they stuck with him. The squad after a few years starts to look like his squad, his players. When you keep chopping and changing managers in the manner that Spurs have, you're going to have these sort of fragmented like versions of a Nuno squad mixed with a Jose squad mixed with the Conte squad, and that only gets fixed if you really just stick with the manager, regardless of the bumpy road.
And you have to back him. You have to back him with the players he wants, not the cheap option, which we seem to have done in the past. Again, I make the point that we've got the problem that ENIC is an investment company, so they're going to be very conservative. But there's you can be conservative, but you can still speculate, So, and this is, it's the Levy thing. If Levy, I mean, you got, is it Levy out? Is it ENIC out? Because Levy is basically leading it.
He does what they tell him, basically, doesn't he?
Yeah. So here he goes. They get someone else in. Will it change? So do you just say, well, no, let's get the owners out totally? I can't see that happening because they're what they're like. They're going to be asking for far too much money. We're in a global recession at the moment, and they're going to be asking for billions. So I can't see them going anytime soon. Although I did find it quite ironic that and I was pleased when I saw the tweet. I didn't hear it myself watching it, but when I saw the tweets about the Levy get out of our club, I found it quite ironic. It's coming from the South Stand, which was the whole idea of the South Stand was to amplify the fans and get that wall of sound. And
not his intention.
Levy get out of our club. So that was I did like that. I thought that was quite ironic, but I like So it's going to be interesting.
He didn't look too comfortable there yesterday, Brad, with that, did he?
He didn't. No. I also often wonder how he's sort of protected from all this abuse, because every time there's 2 times I've seen it happen. Yeah, he's looked very, very uncomfortable. It's like, what happened to go to me, sort of thing, So you do wonder, but it's going to be. I know Twitter's not the be all and end all of what people are thinking, but I've never seen it like it is on Twitter at the moment. In fact, there's hardly any pro Levy, pro ENIC tweets on there, and I think. To
be fair, I only see what I see, but to be fair, I didn't really see too many pro ENIC, pro Levy
before that
stuff, to be honest. I think that is a bit of a myth, if I'm being honest. I think everybody has always expressed some unhappiness somewhere along the line.
Well, I think it's a question of the fence sitters now, I think, are coming off the fence. I think that's what it is. Now, I thought about this. I thought, well, obviously we've got to see what happens in January. And yes, I could get annoyed with it, but I thought, well, why should I annoy myself for a month? I could be annoyed. I could be annoyed on the 1st of February. I could be annoyed now. Well, I might wait until the 1st of February because if I get really annoyed now, and then and some miracle does happen, and suddenly do splash up money on players, and there we go, sort of thing. So, but it's not looking good. And as I say, I think if Conte goes, especially in the summer, then I think we don't win a trophy, and we don't finish in the top 4, top 6, whatever. And then Conte goes, then it's going to really kick off then, and it might even force Levy and ENIC to look for new owners. So it's not going to happen overnight. These things take time, so that might move a few things.
Look, it's definitely interesting times, that's for sure, Brad. Let's see what direction this club goes in. I think this January will tell us absolutely everything. But Brad, the channel. What can take over there?
Right. Well, okay. First of all, Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
Everyone, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
yes, the Blue Sofa Songs is still going in 2023. It's going to be the year of Blue Sofa Songs in 2023. There's a song up at the moment, which is basically the very first song I did on YouTube. It's me doing it with all the proper software and that sort of thing. I think it improves it. So please go and check it out and like, share, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. My Christmas song has now become the second most watched song that I've done.
Nice.
Well done, Brad.
Yeah, the only one that's watched more was the first one. I think that was down to the novelty value, and a lot of people would probably thought, "Oh, what's this side? Nah, whatever," sort of thing. So that's probably what's happened.
The Holiday Man.
Yeah, and an exclusive for the Irish Hotspur show. I've joined a website which is for over 50s musicians called Talent is Timeless, and I'm going to enter in January into a music competition for a songwriting competition, and the winner gets a record deal with Jam Records and gets to record the single, the actual winning song at Abbey Road Studios. So I'm entering that in the next few weeks or next few months.
Best of luck to you, Brad. I love it. I love it.
We won't know. It's done. Unfortunately, it's done by judges. It's not done by votes. So otherwise, I'll be getting everyone to vote for me. But yeah, it's done by judges. They got
all would.
Yeah, people from bands and musicians, proper people, proper musicians sort of judging it. It won't be announced till about May, I think they said they're announcing the winners. But and they do a proper video, they do exposure on Spotify, all that sort of stuff. So I'm quietly confident I can. Well, I might be doing an old song, which I still think is pretty good. Although I might, if I can come up with something new, I will. The difference is it's an acoustic song, so you basically got to play an acoustic song. But I'm going to give that a go. So.
Good plans for 2023. It sounds like, Brad. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
Good man. Well, Brad, I appreciate the chat. Thanks for the patience as well. And
no problems. Don't forget to click like and subscribe.
Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you,
Big
Brad.
up, my man. Brad, we'll see you again soon, brother.
Cheers, guys.
Good man, Brad.
Sorry,
Great call as always. Good call.
Come on, you Spurs. Everybody get over, check out the Blue Sofa songs. Brad's a really good guy. Big up, Brad, my man. Got to keep this moving. Back end is still full. Loads of people want to have their say. Ben Kaufman says 15 million for Grealish, offer 2 million and a Noma. Fair enough, my man. Fair enough.
The Grealish one is a famous one, definitely, or an infamous one, should I say? Of the Spurs transfer history, that's for sure, Ben.
All they had to do was come and ask me. I could have told them to sanction that. Mia W says even at a worst, they rarely beat us at home. Let's hope it stays that way. Also, thanks to everyone who has subbed.
Big up, Mia.
I know. I do get what you're saying there. The home team usually wins the North London derby. I'll be honest. Looking at it yesterday, players arguing, giving out to each other. Why didn't you make that run? Why didn't you give it to me? This, that, and the other. It's not looking good. We are in a bit of disarray on the football pitch at the minute. And look, with North London derby around the corner, I'd like to think that they want revenge for the one at their place early on in the season. Hopefully we will stand up and be counted. But when these guys want a manager gone, it doesn't matter the magnitude of the game. We've seen that at the North London derby under Nuno. They couldn't even put it together for one game just for the sake of us fans. Yeah. They wanted to get the manager gone, and that was it at the end of the day. So, look, I don't trust some of these guys in the squad, and it's no secret in anybody. I've said this forever since I started YouTube. There's just guys I just do not trust. And look, it'd be interesting. Let's wait and see what happens. But I think lose that North London derby. I think Daniel Levy would be quick about getting out there for sure. Look, if we don't have any signings in by then, it'd be interesting to see what he does. But look, I think that North London derby is going to be probably one of the biggest in a long, long time, just for us Spurs fans, not for us fans, for us. Be interesting to see what happens.
Pressure would be on, Mia. Pressure absolutely would be on. But I also saw that you're fresh on 65 now subscribers, Mia. So it looked like we just smashed that as well. So really good to see. Nice. And looking forward to getting to 100 as quick as possible. Big up, Mia.
Big up, Mia. Fair play to you. Absolutely loving it. Smashing through it. And then we've got the Bolton do it. Says, name a big manager who doesn't want to spend big. Name a big manager who doesn't want to compete and content with top 5. Name a big manager who will be happy with tier 3 players. Yeah, I think he's absolutely spot on here. Like, yeah, we could say, Conte or this, or even with Joe's, it was the same. He's got to work with what he's got. Well, it's not why we hired them in the first place. We hired them because of the CV, because of the way they do things. If they think a player's not up to it, they're not going to sit down and work with them on the training ground. It's like, goodbye, loser. You're not good enough for me. Let's get in a guy that is good enough for me. Yeah. So if we're going to hire managers, that's the way we should be acting for them.
Another thing too that the bottom Duda, and I think he might agree with me here, is that Antonio Conte, it's not like he just, showed up one day and everybody was like, look at this world-class elite manager. Like, he had to earn that sort of, plaudit. He had to earn that sort of reputation. And that meant, working with the very small clubs that he has. I believe he was over at Bari, Dave, right? He was in the Serie B, he worked his way up just like everybody else did. He wasn't given really any favors, wasn't given, any kind of legs up or anything that I'm aware of. He had to earn the position or earn kind of the plaudits and the reputation that he has today. And that's where I also kind of don't really believe like the whole, oh, look at what Eddie Howe is doing. Look at what Thomas Frank is doing. That's what Antonio Conte was doing years ago as well, where he was getting the best out of teams, getting the best out of certain players, punching above his weight, using, bringing a club up maybe higher than they normally are. And that's kind of what makes world-class managers and elite managers, is having successful seasons with maybe teams that nobody expect to do that well and punching above their weight. And he's achieved that. And so that's what we also have to realize. It's not like he just showed up one day and gets the reputation that he has. He earned that reputation by being, a good manager and learning his craft and learning to be, as successful through his methods and through his style the way he is. And we shouldn't question that, because he has, a similar come up like everybody else. That means he's had to work with poor players in the past, and that means he deserves elite players now, because he's earned the right to have elite players at his disposal, if you ask me.
100%. But look, even if people have their opinions on content and don't like the football, I'm not going to chastise for you. I mean, look, I've made it no secret before. I don't like playing a back five, but I also understand why we do it. But look, at the end of the day, I'm just sick of whatever managers come here that we're sitting here at the end. Like, at the start, we're all excited. Look, this guy has the potential. He's got the CV. And then by the end of it, the CV's out the window. He's a dinosaur. He's finished. He's useless. He's outdated. He's this, he's that. And I'm sick of making managers look like that. I'm absolutely sick of it. I'm fed up with it. When are we going to, like, Potts was the last manager we had here that everybody was behind. But since people didn't mind getting rid of him for serial winners, and then we bring in the serial winners, and then 18 months down the line, we're sitting there calling them outdated losers, this, that, and the other. Have we not learned our lesson with Jose Mourinho? He left, went to Rome and won a Europa Conference League while we got dumped out. Can't be that outdated, can't be that finished. So why do we keep doing it here at Tottenham Hotspur? I'm absolutely fed up with it. And all you got to do is just see what's going on now, see around the place. Exact same what was happening under Jose Mourinho towards the end of his time, the division. It's his fault, he picks them. What do you want him to pick? Mickey fucking Mouse. I'd actually rather Mickey Mouse on the roster, if I'm being brutally honest, than some of them twats that he has to pick from. I'm fed up with it. But like, at some stage, we're going to have to get behind a manager. And it's either one we can all unanimously choose to get behind, and the man he gets the backing from the board for exactly what he wants this January and the big players in the key positions he wants. Or we're going to be forced to get behind a manager that we don't want to get behind. Now, yes, Arsenal picked Arteta and backed their man to the hilt, but Arsenal fans wanted him gone. Let's not forget about it. They're all sitting there celebrating him now.
They had a bumpy road.
Nobody wanted him.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted him, and that's what's going to happen to us at Tottenham Hotspur if we're not careful. Because elite managers are going to look at it. They're going to say, Tottenham's a career killer, not a career maker, not a career highlight. It's a career crusher. Why would I step foot there?
Reputation.
Any manager worth his salt that's on a trajectory. Why is he going to come to Tottenham Hotspur? What, for Eric Dyer, Ben Davies, Hugo Lloris, fucking Sanchez to make them look like they have no football knowledge whatsoever.
Yeah.
To make it look like they don't know anything about tactics. They don't know how to set up a team. I'm fed up with it. Absolutely.
It's sooner becoming. It's Spurs are. You're right, Dave. Spurs are probably sooner having a reputation as a career crusher, as a career, the killer for managers, than really a career maker. Like, it's probably sooner the other way. It's sooner the first day, the former. Absolutely right.
I'm just fed up with it. But anyway, the bottom do is set me on a tangent. Big yourself up, my man. Really appreciate the support, brother. Big yourself up, brother. But look, let's keep moving, Jacko. Who's on next?
I think it's Daddy Hoiberg's time. See what he has to say. Daniel, get ready for you, my man.
Big up, Dan. How you keeping, my man?
No, as good as it can. Really.
Worse than we found you last time. And I wouldn't say, Daddy Hoiberg, we weren't in the best of feelings, after, the game against Brentford. We wanted to start off on the right spot, and now we found ourselves losing 2-0 at home against Villa. I mean, I don't know, like, where do you want to start? Do you want to start with Conte? Do you want to start with the ownership? Certain players, maybe, like Hugo? Like, where do you want to start, man?
I mean, where do we start? I mean, it's just a mess. It's an absolute mess. And the bottom line is, this club will not make it as a top tier club with the owners. Whoever is managing us is not going to work with these owners. The end of story. And it could be, yeah, they just need to go now if we're going to be successful in the future, in my opinion. Now, just
do you agree with what Dave was saying, that Spurs are probably sooner becoming, a reputation for killing managers' careers, right? Crushing their sort of reputation, than we are like a club that a manager would look at as like a good sort of way to make himself, known, right? Probably managers might be looking at Spurs as kind of like a bit, they might be hesitant, right? They might be reluctant to go to Spurs.
Yeah, I mean, look, like if Conte does leave and we look up Thomas Frank, he wouldn't want to come here and ruin his career almost with all the work he's done at Brentford. Nah.
Daniel, when are we going to learn a lesson? It was only so long ago after Jose Mourinho, people were saying, oh, look at Nagelsmann. He's young. He's had a makeover. He wears skinny jeans where you can see his fucking bulge. Let's get him in. I said to people, he ain't coming to Tottenham. Why are we going to take him? Why would he come to Tottenham when all he has to do is look up the under Pochettino? All he has to do is look at what happened under Jose Mourinho. There's no loyalty. If as soon as things go wrong, they're out. They're not going to back him. Why are these guys going to come to Tottenham? But everyone said, no, get rid of Jose, get Nagelsmann in. And we're here doing the same thing again. Get rid of Conte. Even though we know there's so many other problems. Before Antonio Conte, like some of them nitwits who've been here that long that are costing us point after fucking points this season. Like some of the ownership, some of the other people in place around the club. But yet we're going to target a guy who's been who was tasked to come in and save us. I do not understand it.
No, it's mind-boggling, and I just don't know where. I mean, it's going to get so much worse before it gets better now. Anyway, it's going to take such a long time before anything goes right for me. I just see us drop so deep now.
Yeah, where is your top four hopes? Does top four just look? It's gone for you. Your top four hopes.
I mean, if we finish top 10 now, I'd be like surprised, because we've been holding out for late goals. That's Leeds. Late goal. Whoever, Bournemouth. Fucking miracles. Bournemouth.
Yeah.
If we didn't win those, we'd be. It's a fucking mess, and I didn't want to get angry, but I'm getting angry now. I just can't see that bald-headed twat in this club anymore.
Did you hear the Pedro Porro news today, Daniel? I'm going to make you even more angry.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
40 million release clause. Look at Chelsea playing Enzo Fernandez, 150 million release clause, and they're like, sure, we can pay that. He's a good top quality midfielder we need, so we pay that. Don't care about the money. 40 million, nah, that's too much. We don't have that money. But you were okay paying 30 million for Emerson Royale. Jesus.
Look, but also they know it's a release clause. They know it's 45 million. There's no reason, right, to bid 40 million. There's no reason to bid 43 million. Sporting have been quite clear. 45 million. That's what it takes.
And that should be.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah.
I do want to say something on that quickly. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say it's not the case, because, I mean, we've been there before. We were there with Bruno Fernandes and ended up with Lo Celso. Look where he is now, over with the Yellow Submarine. You know what I mean? It's absolutely ridiculous. But when it's 4 players that are coming to Tottenham, when it's players that are linked, we can't sit there and go, oh, them ITKs are rubbish. But then as soon as they put out something going, oh, there's a 10 million, all of a sudden we act like they're the greatest teams in the world and we believe it. You can't do that. That's double standards. We either believe in them or we don't believe in them. Can't play it to suit your sides. Not having it.
100%.
What do you feel like needs to happen in order to get this ball rolling on the transfers, Daniel? Does Daniel Levy maybe like with the did you see that video of the chants and how uncomfortable he looked? Were you able to catch that?
No, I didn't see. I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him. So I don't want to see his face.
You just avoided it. Yeah.
What do you think we need to do this January? Because look, there's some short-term problems that we can't overlook. Yes, we know they're like, look, I think every fan is sitting here after the Villa game questioning what's the direction. And plus, with all the stuff coming out in the media, the contradictions, this, that, and the other, everyone's sitting there going, what is the plan? What is the direction? But there are other things that we can't overlook as well that have to change, like some player rotation. Some of them being here too much of a say. Rebuilding the scouting network, because it's half of the reason why we got ourselves into a situation we did, this, that, and the other. So what do we do in the short term? Because look, ENIC and Levy are not going to sell by the end of January, and everyone is putting the pressure on them. What do we do in the short term? Like, is there a way we can make them listen to us to get the right players in here in January, listen to the fans? Like, forget about Conte, forget about everything else. The fans are the ones that truly matter. So, you know, are they going to do what the fans want them to do?
No, they're not. They've proven that time and time again. They don't give a fuck about the fans. So I just don't know. It's just so hard for me to like sit here, be positive, and oh, this is the short term. Oh, we can sign this and that, because it's just deep down I know that there's not gonna happen. You know.
Yeah.
And I'm so like, we can go into the place. Like I said for a long time, we need a massive overhaul now. We almost need to rebuild, to burn down the house and rebuild. You know, that's almost how bad it is with some of the players. No, Basuma. Can we talk Basuma? Who did we sign? His twin? Is he Lo Celso in disguise? Jesus, he's so bad now.
He's atrocious.
He's been one of the best midfielders in years in the Premier League, and always like crap. There's nothing, absolutely nothing.
Some think that is Antonio Conte's fault, though. Daniel, what would you say to that? A lot of people think
Conte's
ruined Basuma.
Assume he is the Conte signing. I would assume he is. I hope he is. I mean, he started using him now more and more.
You would think anybody would be happy with Basuma with what?
I mean, I was so happy when we signed him. Jesus Christ, I just don't know, because it just seems he can't play football anymore, and that's and I don't like. He's one that I just want to fit in right away because he's been in the Premier League for years.
Right.
So that's why I have little patience with him, you know.
Yeah.
Instead of some other players.
I don't know if you want to go here, Daniel, but Hugo, do you want to talk to me about Hugo? Like, I've been on kind of the train of him being out. I've kind of lost patience with him months ago. Where do you stand with Hugo right now? I've said this before we even played a game versus Brentford. I kind of was thinking I might play Forster for these next few games to see how much better it is. Do you kind of agree with me on that one now?
Yeah, completely. Like, Hugo, like, it's done. It's done, finished. Yeah. How can you 50-yard shot and use fumbling? I could do better. Shit, catch it.
I don't know, Daniel. It looked like it bounced like 9 yards in front of him. Like, I just don't even get it. Like,
oh, I swear to God.
And it was similar to the North London Derby as well, right? Where we have all the momentum after the second half. We're trying to win the game. We're trying to show that, you know, we're the aggressors in that second half. It felt like we were. We looked like the better team in that first 5-10 minutes in that second half. And it just gets undone, I think, right, by a mistake like that. But it's not just been Hugo this season. It's been Dyer and it's been other players. It's been a season of individual mistakes, Daniel. And let's be honest, like, those individual mistakes are going to cost us top 4. That's how serious it is. Like, these points that we've dropped could cost us top 4. People sometimes don't realize that when you make mistakes like that, like, that's just, it can cost you. You look at the end of the road and you might fall by 3 points and you think, well, maybe if we didn't have that Hugo mistake, or we didn't have that Moonhead mistake, we would be in top 4. It's that brutal sometimes.
100%. And the worst thing is he's the leader. He's a captain.
Makes it more complicated to get rid of him,
and
too,
also,
I think.
And also, I have a problem with the others, Højbjerg and Kane here, because I'm relying. I'm so disappointed in Højbjerg.
Yeah, he was disappointing yesterday.
You know what?
Because he should be the leader. Nobody's Where's the leaders in this team? Kane as well. He just disappeared.
I actually hear their frustrations, and I was very frustrated with myself yesterday. But on reflection, when I sat back and thought about it, we always do this. You know, we're looking for these guys to step up absolutely every single game. It's been the same in Kane's case for 8 years now. Højbjerg, since he's arrived to the club, he's got the third most minutes in the club this season, and he's been phenomenal so far. And it's kind of like, I get it. I do get where you're coming from. For me, I'm looking at one of them. For fuck's sake, where's your cojones? Go and get on the ball, grab the game by the scruff of the neck, and make something happen. But the reality is we're asking them to do this every single game. It can't just always be on them. Others have to step up.
No, that's true. But like those for me are the leaders, the biggest
I agree.
leaders in this team. So that's why I'm looking more at them. But like again, like you said, it's sometimes.
So where do we go from here, Daniel?
What's the plan? I don't know. What's the plan? Yeah, I wish I had a plan. I wish I could do something about this. I just, I don't know. I just hope that Conte sticks around, and I know people are disappointed, but like you said, we need to look at Arsenal and at Arteta. Like if he wants to stay for the long term, like a long term, then he's got to stay, and we got to give him time if he wants to do that. But for me, I think it's gone in the summer. Yeah.
What do you think about this, actually, Daniel, as well? This is a good comment here. PJO says, to be fair, Conte has improved several players as well. Dyer and Davies improved a lot last season. Højbjerg is now a good goal-scoring threat. Now, I want to take the first part of that. Yeah. Many people are using like Dyer and Davies and to drop off in performances as a stick to beat the guy with. But, some of these guys had...
He was the guy that improved them in the first place.
A decent start under Jose. And Conte coming in was half the reason why the fan base in the summer wanted to keep, these guys around. So then why all of a sudden are we turning on them and using that as a stick to beat them with?
He saved their careers, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, proves it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But Højbjerg, I can talk about Højbjerg at least. I mean, he's playing his best football of his career right now, except for last night. But so he's definitely improved him. I would say that.
But Daniel, one more question for you as well, my man. On my end, who do we stick in beside Pierre-Emile Salzburg against Palace? Because not sure Bentancur is going to be back. Basuma's out suspended because he picked up his 5th yellow card of the season. So you're left with Skip and Matt Sarr.
And that yellow card by Basuma was the most used. Like, why? He didn't even need to tackle,
He's had some bad yellow cards this season that have also just been silly. Yeah, you're right.
To be honest, I would just go with Sarr. Try, fuck it. Why not? Try something.
I think it will be. Conte likes me.
He likes popping up to Sarr.
And Skip, I'm actually like thinking that injury kind of ruined his career. Almost.
I think he needs to go out on another loan after that injury. I think it's setting back big time. But Daniel, anything you want to say to the Spurs fan base before we let you go, brother?
Ooh. Don't
Any
let
message
this.
you want to put out there or that?
Yeah, don't let this club ruin your. Not that sounds a little bit too much, but ruin your life. Like, don't let it be too much on your mind. Just be a part of your life, but don't let it take over your life. So just try and stay positive, and hopefully this year for us personally can be great, and we'll see where it takes us.
We'll take a page out of your book, Daniel. We'll take some more walks with the missus, and distract ourselves as best we can. And
it's the best stress. The best release stress is, you know what I mean. So.
Good man, Daniel. Good man, Daniel. Well, I wish you a good 2023, my friend. Thank you for making these fan shows the way they are, and another good call, Daniel. And we'll be speaking to you soon. And I hope I catch you Friday, but if not, we'll see you for the next one, brother. But there will be another fan show Friday if you also want to speak then.
Yeah, Palace on Wednesday, so it's probably gonna have a lot to say. So probably Friday.
Let's hope so, Daniel. Let's hope so. Let's hope we're talking about a win, though, my friend. But big up, my man. Really appreciate you having
me on. Big up, guys, and sorry for struggling to speak, but
Daniel, I mean, you're lost for words. You should be lost for words. I think you got through it plenty good, my man. I think we had a good call. Don't put yourself down.
Okay.
That was a good call, my friend. Good call.
Yeah, a very good call, my man.
See you soon, friend.
Perform better than some players. Okay,
for sure.
Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Course.
See you soon. Good call in from Daniel. We have a super chat from Ellie. She says, Harry turns up for the North London Derby and turns the scum into bums. Do you know what, Ellie? I'm probably one of the most optimistic fans out there. Last year, I predicted we would annihilate the scum at home. I don't see it this time.
Not getting those vibes.
I'm sorry to say it. I don't want to put a downer on things or people or anything else. I just don't see it. I don't see this team turning up. I really don't. I think, I'll be honest, where I think the squad is at, I think half of them want Conte out and half of them want them to stay. As far as I think Harry Kane absolutely went wild on them in the dressing room after the game yesterday. I think it's the same under Jose. I think it's the same under Nuno, where half of them want the manager gone, half of them don't. Now, I'm going to leave it up to you to decide which half you think it is. I already know, and I'll be saying it tomorrow on my video. But I already know what half it is. And I think the squad is split at the minute. And when you've got a split squad, the results just don't come. They just don't come. It's that simple. I'm sorry, but I don't see us being Arsenal this time round.
I think we're going to have to see a good performance and a good result against Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park, Ellie, before we probably get any sort of confidence for this North London derby. That's how low we are. But Ellie, we're going to need you this week to keep things optimistic as best we can. But it's also, let's be honest, it's for good reasons, and we can't be optimistic right now. We just have to kind of face the storm, have to face the facts, really. And well, we have you here, Ellie. And like I said, we're going to stay up for everybody. We want everybody to have your say. And I know you're not feeling your best today, Ellie, but if you do want to come on, still always a space for you, dear. Big up, Ellie.
Oh, big up, Ellie. Big yourself up. Keep getting better, my dear. Keep getting better. But look, let's keep this moving. Who's next, Jacko?
Let me see, Dave. We have Dermatron. Dermatron's time.
Let's get him on. Dermatron, brother, big yourself up. How are you keeping?
Not so bad. Happy New Year to the pair of you, and I hope you had a good New Year's Eve anyway.
Well, I mean, New Year's Eve was good. New Year's Day was absolutely shambolic, to be honest with you. I mean, I didn't want it to all be about Tottenham, but ultimately it ended up being about Tottenham. Even after watching on yesterday, I sat there for about 8 hours just putting my thoughts down. I just pissed off with everything, man. But look, Dermo, let's talk about it. Conte in, Conte out, Levy in, Levy out. Where are we?
I'm Conte in. As for ENIC out, Levy out, I'm down the middle. And I'm not sitting on the fence. And I hate the term on the fence.
Look, even if you are, it's okay. You're allowed to be on the fence.
You can have your own opinion. Like, I want to see how this month goes. I want to see, as long as Conte is there, I will always give him a chance. And then if Conte goes, then I will review how I feel. But at the moment, as long as Conte is there, we will see what happens. Look, Conte has to be backed. There's no question. We all agree on that. We all agree he has to be backed with better players. I don't believe everything you read in the news anyway, when you're hearing players saying, oh, we're not going in for this player because of that or this. There's so many rumours going around. But a lot of players have to look at themselves this morning. They have to look at themselves in the mirror and say, did we give 100% for us, the fans, the manager yesterday? And the answer to that is 100% no. None of them did.
Dermot, can I ask you, Dave was just speaking about how maybe the squad is already probably a bit divided even, right? We're asking you, are you Conte in, Conte out? If you went to the squad right now, do you think you would get like 50-50 from the squad? Certain players would say, you know what, don't have faith. And basically what I'm asking is, has certain players maybe stopped playing for Conte? Is it maybe a divided squad right now?
You could see it yesterday with it. You would have to be blind, deaf, and fecking stupid not to see that yesterday. It was a divided squad. Harry Kane went missing. I know, Dave, you're Harry's biggest fan, and look, so am I.
I said it myself yesterday, Dermo. You don't need to apologise. People,
so did Højbjerg.
I don't mind people having a go at Kane, and when it's fair. It's when it's not fair, I won't sit there and tolerate it. But look, I said it yesterday myself, Dermo. I thought you're looking at Harry Kane, world class at some stage. Stop standing on the two centre backs, drop deeper, pick up the ball, and fucking start spraying passes around. Didn't do it.
Yeah.
There was no attention there. There was no passion. There was no nothing there yesterday. There was nothing. It was like the goal went out in a bender on New Year's Eve and they were all hungover and they just couldn't be bothered yesterday.
Yeah.
The fans were flat too. The fans supposed to be the 12th man. Now, it doesn't matter if you got a beef with the owners or a beef or whatever. You still get behind the team 100%. I mean, if you concede the team are down, you get behind them. And for whatever reason, the count for everything was flat yesterday. We have a good New Year's Day record. I think we've won 10 something New Year's games.
And we've been good against Villa. Like we've had good record against Villa.
Yeah, we have been good. Do you know? And their Villa managers never lost against us, which is fair enough. That's one stat, but them stats are made to be broken. But we just didn't turn up.
Yeah.
For whatever
2 games
reason.
on the bounce, though, Dermo. It's been longer than that. It's been 10 games on the bounce.
Yeah.
Some would argue the whole season's been crap. Early part of the season, we were getting over the line. We were getting away with it.
We were. I mean, what's it? 3 wins out of the last 6 games. We're not scoring. We keep going behind now. Yesterday was the first time we didn't go in behind at half-time. But we still lost the game. For Hugo, I mean, Lord Jesus Christ, that man needs to go. They need to sack him, sit him down in front of a counsellor, give him some help, do something, because that was fucking dreadful yesterday. I mean, a shot a 2-year-old was safe, and he pumped it out in front of him. Not to the left, not to the right. I tell you what, I give it to a Villa player. I feel sorry for them, like he did against Arsenal at their ground. It is. Yeah. I did watch long yesterday, Dave, and I sat there with my head in my hands, and I thought, what the fuck am I watching here? And I broke down last night. I literally broke down last night because I was so fed up.
You had your New Year's Day ruined, Dermot. I mean, it's let's be honest. Like, we go into, like you said, you probably enjoyed your New Year's evening, looking forward to seeing Spurs play. And I think we all maybe thought it was going to be a tough game, but it wasn't. That was basically the most dreadful performance of the season, if not one of the worst performances of this season. And it happened on New Year's Day. And I don't think there's any, it's just poor. It's just poor all around. Can I ask you, like, what are your thoughts on Conte looking so emotionless? Like, he just looked like a ghost of himself, Dermot. What does that tell you?
Look, I watched the press conference yesterday after the game. I actually rewatched the game as well yesterday. Well, last night I couldn't sleep, so I actually rewatched the whole game to prove where we went wrong. And Conte on the touchline looked like he didn't care. He was just there. There was nothing out of him. And then in the press conference, he's animated. He was making good points. Now, whether they were at the board, he was protecting the players because he said they played a good game. I don't know what game he was watching.
He has to say that, though, Dermo. He has to say that. What's he supposed to do? He can't come out and go, oh, look, Lloris has been fucking costing us clangers all fucking season long. Ben Davies can't kick a fucking football straight. He can't go, look, Langley, who's been good this season, has let me down. Kane, Sonny has done shit all year. He can't come out and say that because he doesn't. There's no guarantee the players are going to come in. Look what Brendan Rodgers done at Leicester. He went early, said we have to bring in a lot of signings, this, that, and the other. We have to overhaul the squad. Leicester board couldn't afford to do it after doing it for so long for him. And now look at the performances on the pitch he's getting. Conte, I get people are like, and I'm not having to go at you here, I'm sorry, don't take it like that, but I get people are going, oh, I don't understand what he's saying. I mean, it's obvious why he's saying it.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
them players will down tools. They've done it before when Jose came out and criticised him. And then fans now go, why can't he come out and tell the truth? But when Jose done it, everyone was moaning like babies. Oh, that's not how you handle modern day footballs. You need to pat their bums and rub their heads and tell them fucking everything's kosher. You know what I mean? It's absolute bullshit. I'm fed up with it. Get some real men in here.
They let down Poch. They threw Poch under the bus. Let's be, some of them players threw Poch under the bus, threw Jose under the bus, threw Nuno under the bus, as bad as Nuno was. And now they're throwing Conte under the bus. And they're the same players that have let us down again and again and again. How many times do we got to, protect Luis? How many times do we protect Dyer and Davis and Sanchez? Højbjerg for me yesterday was very quiet. Basuma is the worst thing to put on a Spurs shirt in a long while. I hope he never plays for us again because I think that's been a big waste of money. Kane was running around like a headless chicken. The most exciting thing Son did yesterday was take his mask off. I mean, that was the highlight of his game. And that's for Hill. Look, I will give Hill a bit of credit here. He tried. I'll give him one thing. At least he tried.
I'd argue it got worse when he came off. Brought on Session, and that guy, fuck me, that guy. Jeez, I'm actually not even going to get into him today.
No, he came on, Dave, and I think I said to Philip, what the fuck are we doing here? Literally, I had my hands in my hand thinking, he does it. Conte just looked at the bench and went, I tell you what, you go on. You go on. And we tried to make it work. and we'll see what happens.
Look, we've all played FIFA. We all play Football Manager of some sort, or have done in our previous times. You got a short bench. The thinking behind bringing on Session for Gill is hopefully trying to push Perisic up in a more advanced area and see if he can start getting some crosses in and make something happen. But ultimately, Session couldn't do anything down the left-hand side. I mean, I think the first 2 balls that went that side, he got skinned on the inside. Things that people label at a 36-year-old Perisic. I mean, but we keep making excuses for the likes of Hugo, Dyer, Davies, Sanchez, Session. I'm going to throw Doherty in there. Look, I'm going to throw Emerson in. I've made some excuses for Emerson in the past.
True.
Like, look, at the end of the day, we just got to stop it. We stop making excuses. Oh, what if we played him there? Reality with Dyer. Failed right back, failed CDM, now failed centre back. Reality with Davies. Failed left back, or if some people thought he was okay, he was getting rings rung around him on the left back, so we moved him onto the inside. Stop this shit. Stop picking players and go, oh, you can go there, you can go there, we'll try you here. You're not good enough in your position that we bought you for. Fuck off out the door.
Yeah. Exactly. It's look, I can remember, I'm lucky enough to remember back to the 80s when men were men, when players were players. You put a tackle in. And you meant it, and you know, a lot more was allowed to go off then than it is now. I think football has now gone too protective now. Where years ago you could put a foot in, and you could leave a mark on the player and say, right, this is my marker on you, and the striker would give a centre one bump back. That's when men were men. It was like a bunch of babies running around yesterday. Oh, you can't talk to me because I'm on £200,000 a week and you can't talk to me like that. Or I'll go to the owner and get you the sack. If that happened 10, 15, 20 years ago, he'd be slung out of the club. He'd be sacked. And that's the problem. The problem is the players have too much power where the manager's lost his power. Where years ago, it was the manager who ran the football club from top to bottom, left to right. Now it's this man.
Must have been reading my essay, Dermo.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dave, I don't know if you give him access to it, but I mean, it looks like Dermot must have been editing the thesis there.
Charlton, right, retired from playing from Leeds. Don Revie gave him a list of things, what he's responsible for at the club. And that's everything from top to bottom. Even knowing what the tea lady, how she makes the tea. He went to Middlesbrough. He gave them the list. He said, right, this is what I'm entitled to do. My job at the club. Like it. If you don't like it, then I'm walking out the door. They hired him. But now you've got a manager for this, you've got a manager for that. And another thing that pisses me off, I remember my club nearly going out of business back in the late 90s, early 90s. 13, 14 years of age. Going to bed thinking, am I going to have a football club in the morning?
Yeah.
You know, I know we've come a long way since then. But the point is, I love my club. I want my club to do well. We have to back Conte. We have to back him whatever we can. If it's throwing the fecking tea at him, fucking anything. Sell the Jags, sell the fucking seats in the stadium. Back him with the players he wants. Then we'll be successful. If we don't back him, he'll walk out and then we'll be left with another fucking shite manager. And then 100%. The next 10 years, we'll be scratching our asses thinking, what did we do wrong? We had Poch, Jose, and now Conte.
Yep.
41 years supporting this club. I'm not going to be told what to do, or if we want the owners out, you've got to support the owners out. I will decide what I do. I'm 41 years supporting this club. I'm a 46-year-old man next month. I will decide what I want to do. I'm angry at the players. I'm angry at the manager. If the owner backs him in January, all well and good. If it doesn't and Conte walks out, then we'll see where we go from there. Yeah. But I'm not going to be told what to do and how to do it.
Fair enough.
Dermot, honestly, Dermot, really, I love the honesty. I loved a lot what you had to say here. It felt like you were maybe collaborating with Dave on that thesis there. Dave didn't tell me about that ahead of time. But honestly, Dermot, really well said. So many good talking points, my friend.
Just before we let Dermot plug his channel, I mean, John, I hope you're joking because you just haven't listened to what I say then, if that's the case. I campaigned to sell this fucker long before. I sat there with Alex Davies and loads of other people about Dele Alli. Stop saying we want to drop him deeper, this, that, and the other. The reality is, it's not performing. Get him out the football club.
We did an hour-long special
work
about
class.
his fall from grace. We did an hour-long special about his fall from grace that people didn't like, or, you know, I guess it just was too soon or whatever people thought at the time. But I don't know, like, yeah, complete opposite there, John.
I mean, that's just not true whatsoever. Not true whatsoever. Anyway, Dermot.
New Year's Day,
Huh?
wasn't he booed off over Christmas in Turkey or something?
He was took off. I don't even care. I don't even know why half of these the Spurs news outlets are posting this shit. I really don't care what Dele Alli is doing in Besiktas in 2022 or 2023 for this matter. He was shit at the club for a long time. I don't want to see it anymore. Players that are gone, especially the ones recently, have done fuck all for this club. So I don't want to hear it. But tell me what Glenn Hunt is up to. Tell me what coffee shop he's in, rather than someone like Dele Alli. But Dermot, plug the channel, my man.
Well, before I plug the channel, I want to say one thing, Dave. I bet you Bill Nick, Arthur Rowe, Dave Mackay, Jimmy Greaves, the rest of the 61, the 51 side in 1901, Mr. Buckley, who started us all off, are looking down on us now and actually crying and actually shaking their heads. And I bet you Bill Nick is the biggest one who's crying right now, looking down at the club that he built. Look what we've become. And I know for world class, he'd be extremely disappointed, if not angry, disappointed in the Tottenham Hotspur. And that hurts. That's the bit that fucking hurts.
Yeah.
But I just had to say, yeah, if you like what I have to say, you can find me on THFC Till I Die with Philip Brady, Mia, and Ellie. Ellie's not well at the moment, God love her, so I hope she feels better soon. I was speaking to her today and she sounded really awful. Look, I want to thank you guys for the last year. It's been a big year for us. We got to 1,000, so I'm happy over that. Nick's come on and is helping us with the channel, so thank you to Nick as well. We're going places, so we're really excited about the year ahead. And yeah, we've got the pre-match Palace show tomorrow at the watch along, and then other bits and pieces coming up. So we will be doing a show on Conte. Is he the right man for Spurs? So we're doing that debate, I think, this week or next week. But we are going to do that show. We're going to have a big talk about it. Me and Philip are anyway.
Fair enough.
2 lads down the pub having a few pints of Guinness and just wishing that Charlton was manager of Ireland again and Stephen Kenny would resign.
Fair enough.
Big up.
Fair enough. Well,
appreciate you, brother. Great call, I must say, Dermot. You had a lot of great, honestly, you should maybe clip yourself or something from this. Really good things you had to say there, Dermot. Really appreciate it.
Look, the club means everything to us. It means everything to you, to us, and everyone watching. We all love Tottenham Hotspur at the end of the day. For fuck's sake, let's get behind the team and back Conte. Because if we don't, Conte would just fucking walk. And then where are we? Nowhere.
Yeah. Big up, Dermot. Appreciate you, my man. And thanks for making the fan shows what they are. Thanks for making the fan shows what they are, Dermot. We'll see you soon, brother.
Thanks for having me on. Really, really appreciate it. And Happy New Year to everyone and you too as well.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Dermot. We'll catch you soon, brother.
I'll see you soon, my man. Big yourself up, brother. Everybody get over, check out THFC Till I Die. Another good phone call. John is still adamant in the comments. I said it. And look, like I said, bring me receipts because you won't find it because I know I've never said it. In fact, I've always argued about shipping the guy on. I was on the Cheese Room doing it. I was on my own channel doing it. I was on We Are Tottenham TV doing it. I was like everywhere. So, I mean, go and find somewhere where I've said it because I guarantee you can't. Guarantee you can't. Who I have called world class is Kulusevski. When many said, oh, you can't say that's too soon. You know me, I said it about Romero. Like to go ahead of the curve. Been proven right since. But you won't find it where I've said it about Delhi. For sure you won't.
Actually, I know this will maybe get forgotten, but we don't need to talk about it extensively. But it is actually interesting that Romero, I would say, was the only player in that match that probably could hold his head high, maybe after that Aston Villa game. I actually thought he had a pretty much, he kind of shut a lot of haters up, I actually thought, with that performance. Like, he was simply, he was brilliant. He was brilliant. Didn't even deserve a yellow card either.
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't, not the most important thing to talk about there, but just since I remembered it there. Big up, Phil. And Phil, that sucks that you were at that game, my man. Hopefully we can catch you Friday or something, Phil, because I do want to know what it was like and I do want to know what you had to say about it. And maybe we'll get you on a debate show or something too, Phil. Big up, my man.
Big up, my man. Big up. And look, let's keep this moving. Who's next, Jackal?
Let me find it, Dave. We got KPV. It's KPV. He's got to have to say. Come on, KPV. Come on here.
KPV, how you keep it up?
I'm okay. Just fuming after that shit performance.
Yeah.
Those lots.
Yesterday?
Just not great. Like Lloris again and his mistakes. That's now what, the second time he's done it since the North London derby. I think he's just doing another error. He's the problem, as Brian Daigle said. Thanks for being. He's been a great servant for the club, but time to find a replacement. Like
You felt really let down yesterday, KPV, right? You felt very let down by that performance.
Yeah,
if I'm recalling, you were not happy.
I was not happy with his performance. He shouldn't have been appointed a captain in 2015 by Poch. He shouldn't have been appointed captain. Like, should have been Kane or I don't know. Am I missing anyone? Toby or something? Because Toby was captain for a couple of games pre-season in 2019 against Juventus and someone, and should have been Toby because Toby can be a better captain than anyone else. And he said in an article that he had no regrets of leaving Tottenham. He stayed loyal to Tottenham. He didn't. Man United wanted him, but he stayed loyal to Tottenham, and he stayed loyal. Moussa Dembele stayed loyal. Players who have left have stayed loyal, and like Dembele could have been captain. He would have been better, but this French guy who's won the World Cup 4 years ago, well, 5 years ago now, actually, 5 years ago, has made errors. Like, we probably shouldn't have let Gazaniga go because he would have not made errors. The guy made 14 saves at Anfield when we went 1-0 up under Poch, and Gazaniga made what, 14 saves, and he would not make errors. Gazaniga is probably who I miss. He was a great goalkeeper, but he's not at Fulham. He's gone somewhere else. But like he would never make errors like that. Maybe
is it because Hugo he relied on the reflexes? KPV wasn't, he's kind of that reaction type save keeper, right? What's gone wrong for Hugo? Is he just slower? Is he not as quick as what he used to be? What's the problem?
I don't know. Like probably it's just relying on them is not. I don't know what you just said. Probably relying on him just too much. Like we always keep relying on them. Like goalkeepers. Like I'd probably say Gazaniga is probably better than Lloris. Like when we played Watford at theirs before the pandemic, he stopped Troy Deeney's penalty. Gazaniga knows how to save penalties. Lloris doesn't even know how to anymore. Since we got rid of Gazaniga, Michel Vorm, Lloris did used to save penalties, but not anymore.
He's clearly in decline, KPV, and the errors are becoming more and more frequent. Are you at the point now where you want to give Fraser Forster a go till the end of the season, or do you think buying a goalkeeper is actually also on the list this January?
Yeah, I think the goalkeeper's on the list this January. Like, I don't know if there's any available who their contracts are running out at the end of the season from other teams. I don't know if there's any available. Like, if there is, then like. Apparently, we want that Everton goalkeeper Pickford, but people on Twitter just won't stop mentioning him. Like, I don't want him. Brian doesn't. Danny doesn't. Since 2016. No, thank you. I don't want him. Like, no one does. England's number one. Like, I don't want him. Sorry. I know Kane probably would because he's Pickford's England international teammate alongside other players, but no thanks. Give us somebody else. Like Gazaniga, I said, is who I really miss. I know Super Ollie T's met him many times. But I have to big up Expressions for calling out Levy and ENIC yesterday. Big up Expressions, calling them out.
Can I ask you a question, KPV?
Sure.
We need a leader right now to lead us out of this darkness. We're in a bad time right now, KPV. This isn't a good time to be a Spurs fan. We need leaders in that dressing room. Obviously, like you said, you don't think Hugo is a good captain. Is it up to Kane, Højbjerg, Sonny? Who do you think it can lead this team? Who do you want to be a leader? Just step up and make you proud to be a Spurs fan. Who needs to step up and be a leader now?
I'd probably say Kane because Kane was captain, as I said, 2019-20. Like, if people remember, Lloris got injured during that Brighton game when we lost 3-0, playing in that blue shirt. I don't understand why we were wearing blue and Brian was. Like, I don't know, it must have been dark blue or light blue or something. But Kane, I think, wore the captain's armband until Lloris came back from injury, and January 2020. But like, I think it'll probably be Kane or Højbjerg. I said in the WhatsApp group, Højbjerg should be captain, but Ben Kaufman says no. But Zinedine Salzburg should be captain. Like, it should be Kane or Zinedine Salzburg. But I say Zinedine Salzburg for me. Yeah, captain.
Yeah,
He-
I
need
think it's
somebody
got
to
to be.
lead
I
this.
think it's got to be between them two, surely. What about Romero?
Yeah.
Do you think Sergio Romero, you know, with his shithousery, he's no nonsense approach? Do you think he could potentially be a future
Lead by
captain or a future
example.
leader?
Yeah, yeah, I think he can. Like, yeah, he could be a future captain. Like, I would, yeah, he would. I'd love him to be captain as well. But I think he was the only best player for us yesterday.
Yeah, I thought he
Like,
was good yesterday at KPV.
he didn't even deserve to be booked. Like, he got the ball first, and I don't know who that referee is, but he's never refereed any Spurs games. But he's just a prick, like Chris
He's a
said.
joke.
Like, he's a jerk. I don't know who that is. I'm just glad the one who robbed us against Sporting wasn't refereeing, because I think he was refereeing a different Premier League game over the weekend. But I don't want these referees refereeing our game. Clearly, something needs to change. Scrap VAR, scrap it. Like, it's just ruining the
Truly.
game. Everything. Yeah, like, yeah, I don't like it. Like, get rid of these people. Get the players out. Like, people who want Conte out, you're just deluded. Like, the guy has been saying it since the summer. We deserve better. And like, when
You're sticking with Conte. Are you going to double down on Conte here, KPV? You put all your faith in Conte here. Like, that's the man who can lead us out of this.
yeah, I'm Conte in. North is in, South is out. So North Conte in, South ENIC Levy, do one. New motto, today is to do one. Levy ENIC. And that's the new thing for those two idiots. Get them gone. And yeah, get them out. I am pissed off. This needs to stop. Like, I don't understand why Kulu didn't play. He suffered an ankle injury in training. Like, and they've got that manager who's unbeaten against us. Lucky bastard. We can't beat the guy. Like, before he was appointed, we won at their place last season.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Look,
KPV.
we've got to turn up. Got to turn up. But KPV, Donovan, he's laying down the gauntlet. He wants a challenge. He says, "What's your Xbox Live?" He wants the name.
Yeah, he wants to see you smacking people on the FIFA.
Donovan, like, maybe add him in a WhatsApp group, and I'll send you a photo of it, my man.
Okay.
Dave will add you in after this, and I'll send you it.
I think he might be in the fan. He might be in the group chat, KPV. So we'll have Donovan try to reach out to you in the group chat, and then we can have you smacking Ben and Sim on FIFA, and he can get clued in on all that, and then you can get some challenges in.
Yeah, I'll send it to you, my man. Like, yeah, I'll send you the photo, my man. I'll give you a game. Like, it's all I'm probably gonna do from now on. Play FIFA instead of watching this shit. Like, I'm tired of it, man. Get rid of it.
I don't blame you, KPV. It's a bad time to be in, but I want to see you for Friday, KPV, and hopefully we have a good result at Selhurst Park. I want to see you back watching our Spurs, my friend. I want you to be watching the Spurs.
Tottenham back. We haven't won there since 2018, and Juan Foyth was the one who scored the only goal. And but yeah, they've got some good players. There's no doubt, and gonna be tough. A London derby. We've only won one, and that was against Fulham. The rest haven't won, so we need to turn up. We've still got to play them at home as well. And Ellie's right. We need to stick with Harry Kane. He always turns up in a North London derby, and people need to maybe don't worry about that game until after.
Worry about it later. Yeah, right. So KPV.
He always turns up in the derbies. I think he's got more than any other player, but he's only 5 goals behind the great Jimmy Greaves, so hopefully he can score on Wednesday. And yeah, so Get
I think
behind
Sonny
him.
needs to score soon too. He's not too far behind, I believe, a Tottenham legend too on kind of the goal scoring sheet either. So we need Sonny back, KPV. We need everybody back. We need Kane leading this team, like you said. We need Højbjerg to step up. Just need to turn this whole boat around, KPV.
Don't
That's
love
what we
the
need
goal
to do.
against Palace. He's the one who scored the first goal at the new stadium against them. Don't always scores against these lot. Like, but
Excellent
like
trivia there. Excellent
literally.
trivia. Well,
We need him to
KPV, can we
step up
get a final? Can we get a final? Maybe word. Maybe on who's letting the dogs out. Maybe against Crystal Palace. Also maybe a plug of I don't know. Maybe what Let's get a send off. KPV, give me a send off.
Like, who let the dogs out? Okay, I know you two already have, so I'm gonna go with Ellie and Mia. They're the ones
Nice.
who let them out. Ellie and Mia. Yeah, so I'm not doing my predictions for the game because I'm not going to do my prediction because I always get them wrong. So there's no point in predicting the score. I just want to win. So do not tell me about the score, people, because I want to watch the highlights.
Just want 3 points. You just
I
want
just want 3 points,
Pick up
man.
KPV.
I just want to win to start off 2023. We don't normally lose, but we've won 10, but we've now lost 2 times. Southampton 2020 and these lot yesterday 2023. 2 losses. The last time we played these lot, Villa, was 2008 and we lost 2-1. So yeah, like enough.
Give me that send off, KPV. Give me that send off.
All right. And as always, Levy out, everyone in. Come on, you Spurs. In Conte we choose. Back Conte.
Big man,
Big
KPV.
up, everyone.
Good on
Big
you,
love,
KPV.
KPV.
We'll see you soon.
Happy
We'll
New
see you
Year.
soon, brother.
Happy New
New
Year.
Year.
All right.
Top
See
man.
you, brother. Love a bit of KPV. I absolutely love him. I love him. He just cheers everybody up. He's the calm. He's the calm between the storm. Absolutely love him. The jabroni. That's what he's called. He calls people jabronis. Absolutely love it. But look, let's keep
The man
going.
who
Let's
cues
get
the music,
this stuff.
KPV. He's the man who cues
Jack,
the
I'm
music.
just running to the tracks quickly. I'll be back in 1 second.
No worries, Dave. Get back here soon because we have Jerome coming on next. And I know Jerome wants to speak with you here, and I know he has plenty to say as well. Jerome, I'm bringing you on, my friend. Hey, how are we doing?
Good. How are you doing, Jack?
Not good, Jerome. Not good. Let's be honest. But that's why you're here because, let's be honest. Like, this is what the fan show is for. And so I don't want to tell you where to start or anything, Jerome. You start this off.
Yeah. Look, it's
Nothing's off
a
limits,
terrible
my man.
start.
Go ahead.
I know. It's like a terrible start to the year already. I'm like, even before the World Cup, it wasn't great. And now the start of this is just from bad to worse.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say with this team. It's just like, you know what? To me, it's rinse and repeat. Every freaking single year, it's the same thing. We go with this trust where the team doesn't play anymore. We don't know where they are, or we don't know whether they're playing for the manager, or we're doing something, or what's wrong with them. It's always something happening with this team, and I'm just sick and tired of this. It's just tiring to be in this place every single time, every single year. I haven't, since the last season of Poch, it's been like this. Up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. It's just ridiculous. It's just
but up and down different managers, Jerome, right? Where we compare ourselves to the Gooners the other day, who have backed a manager, who have stuck with the same manager throughout that bumpy road. But Spurs, we just love to chop and change the moment something goes wrong.
Exactly. But the thing is, we don't give managers time as well. That's our problem as well. We don't give anyone time. I think Poch has brought us to such a level that now we don't give people time. All that we want is to get results, and we want trophies. I am dying to have a trophy. I'm dying to see that team to lift a trophy. Yes, that's right. But we need to give managers time. Yeah. Conte, I understand, he's a bit like a one-trick pony right now. It's 3 at the back and then give the ball to his wing backs and try to score goals. That's what he's doing. There's no plan B. I understand that. The game is not good to watch. But the problem is we've got players that's been here under Poch era, but he didn't want to put them to play. They were second fiddle. Davies, Dyer, Sanchez, all always on the bench, never here to be playing there. And now we are our first team, first 11. Come on, seriously. When are we gonna go and say it's time to upgrade on those breaks? Seriously, it's just tiring.
Do you know what? It seems like to me that they're kept around to be reporting back to the ownership. I'll be honest. I don't see why they've stayed around so long. I really don't. There's players that have been here a lot less that have contributed more than some of these guys. You know, and every time they're up in the owner's ears, like Ben Davies under Nuno, went and got him sacked. He went up there. You know, Eric Dyer's the same, big influence around the place. Hugo Lloris, big influence around the place. Is there any wonder why the culture hasn't changed when you've got these guys running the culture? Not the manager, these guys. We don't fucking deserve it.
Yeah, right. But the thing is, what Conte said during his press conference, he was right. It was a miracle we got top 4 last season.
Yeah.
The thing is, we lost 11 games. 11 games. One less than Arsenal. One less. This is how we got top 4. That was
the other point you made with it, Jerome, about only having the Premier League to focus on. This year we don't. We've got Champions League and that to focus on. I think was another crucial point that even I overlooked this year, you know?
Yeah. And to me, the World Cup was the worst thing that could happen this season. Because first of all, looked like players didn't want to play. We didn't want to get injured before the World Cup start. And now after the World Cup, injuries after injuries after injuries. This is ridiculous. I mean, like, this is the worst thing that could happen to us was the World Cup. And they all look tired as. It's just
100%. 100%. Do you think there's a split in the camp right now? Some players are playing for Conte, some aren't. Because, look, it's no secret. You know, Gary Neville alluded to it. Ashley Young has alluded to it, this, that, and the other, that. His regime is physically and mentally demanding. And when you're in and around the club, there's no switching off from it. And look, I just know for a fact that some of them players can't cope with it. I've seen it before. I've seen it in big games. I've seen it under different managers that can't cope with it. Do you think the camp is split under Conte right now?
Look, the thing is, it's hard to say because, like I was saying to Jack before, we always go through that annoying weird drost where players don't know if they want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
But that's the most annoying part of it. We go through it season after season after season after season. It never ends. It looks like it's something that's within those players, like they don't have it in them. They do not have it in them to keep going with the game. It's like at some point they all drop down to a level, but I don't understand what's going on. It's like during the game, that second goal, I got so annoyed I had to turn off the TV. I like the way I saw Bissouma just let his player, just let that guy go. And then when he scored, the first thing he just did was, the hell is this? You're supposed to be that next player, the better one we brought, and now you're doing something like that. You let him go. You just had to run with him. And it was an easy stop. And you let him go. And when he scored the goals, the first thing you do was put your hand on you.
Yeah.
What is that? I mean, like, I'm so disappointed in Bissouma. I thought he was going to be that player that's going to bring
signing of the season level. For many. I think I even called him the signing of the season.
I thought he was going to be the next Dembele. I thought he was going to be the next Dembele. But
I thought he had that potential for sure, Jerome. But who's to blame, Bissouma or Conte? Because, look, some are going to argue, and look, I think it's a fair argument. Conte doesn't play players unless they're up to scratch with his tactics. So it does look like that Bissouma doesn't exactly know what Conte wants from or that. But then there's also the element of it that, I mean, Conte's not asking him not to do a basic, which is track and run. You know?
Yeah. Nah, it's weird because he looks like he's so scared to do things. As soon as he gets the ball, he passes it, or his touch is just really like not good at all. Something is not right with him. He's not in the right position, or he's not doing something right in this team. But I'm so disappointed with him. It's just like, it's ridiculous. That goal just annoyed me so much when he did this. I was like, Jesus, what's wrong with this guy? But again, that team they show us every single time. We do not have it in them. When the pressure comes on, they do not have it in them to go over that line and say, come on, we have to get 7 games we went down. 7 games in a row we went down. I mean, like, doesn't that tell you something about this defense? Something is not right with this defense. And Conte, all he's doing is just speaking like for ENIC and Daniel Levy. We don't need defenders. Seriously, we don't need defenders. 7 games we went down. 7 games. No clean sheet for 7 games. And you're telling me we don't need defenders? Come on, seriously.
Do you think he said that to protect, because he's in this, sort of this position, right, where he's seen Sanchez, Dyer, these guys, they have outlasted these managers. Like, he doesn't know whether they will be shipped on. So it's almost like he has to pick his words carefully, Jerome, because he can't just say, yeah, like, I need to get Sanchez out of here, because he never knows. Like, we might not actually get rid of Sanchez, and then he sort of finds himself in that awkward position. Like, he can't really speak honestly.
Yeah, it is, because it's all politics in them. They can't. It's the same thing as Poch. When we went 575 days without a single signing, Poch went and said, we don't need signings. Like, seriously. I mean, like, every time it's the same. The guys, all the managers always cannot say everything that they want. It always has to be cryptic messages. Conte had a cryptic message. Poch had cryptic messages when he said he's not the manager, he's just the coach. That's just cryptic messages every single time towards a dig towards the owners. It's always them. Those guys has been over 20 years with us, and all they had to prove was 2 cups. Over 20 years, 16 managers, plus, like, I don't know, caretakers and all those. And they all had, only thing they had to show was this. The only thing they're interested in is the stadium. The next thing is, we don't have money to buy players, but we need money to buy to upgrade the hydraulics so that the pitch can move faster for the NFL game or whatever the hell is happening now. This is all they're interested in. Nothing else. Those guys are a cancer. They need to get out of this club. I know it is something that is hard to say, but who's going to buy this club? We're going to be selling them for $3 billion or something, like an extorting amount of money. But those guys have no football knowledge.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think they even have any intentions of selling anyway? Because they built a brand new stadium, built a training complex. They're raking in the money. Did they even have any intentions to sell, no matter how bad it gets?
They have no intention of selling. Like, all they see that stadium is like a cash cow. All they want to do is to get NFL in, get concert, get boxing matches or whatever, making money out of it. Football is only the thing. It's like it's going to be the next thing. The club, Tottenham Hotspur, the club itself is only the second fiddle to them now. It's got nothing to do with them. It's like the money they gave to Conte, 150 million. That was it. It's like, I'm telling you already, this January, it's not going to happen. I do not believe we will be signing any single players or anything at all, because as soon as we're coming close to the transfer window, we can already see everywhere. Tottenham are telling Conte, we don't have enough money for this. We're not going to buy this. We're going to buy, like, I don't know, like some young players or something. Some players that doesn't ask a lot of wages and blah blah blah. It's always the same thing. Always.
I even heard, ridiculous. In the comments today, Jerome, and I forget who put this in the live chat, but it was a great comment. And they said Daniel Levy and Spurs, they made a big deal of that £150 million, investment and that £150 million sort of budget, right? But maybe what they don't realize is, with the day and age of how football is going, where the money is going, like, that's sort of what you need to be doing every summer. Like, that's kind of like what you should be kind of, spending, or that is what sort of your budget should be. But in fact, they kind of made that out to be a very generous, right, sort of a gift to Antonio Conte, that type of budget. But with the way football is heading, with the way the financials of football are heading, that's going to start becoming like the average spend for most, teams, like in the summer.
Yeah, it's just an average spend. That's what Arsenal spends every year. Anyway, 160 million or something on players.
People spend it on the defense alone, 150 million sometimes.
Yeah. That's what I always get annoyed about. Tottenham is pretends to be a big, massive club, because our owners keep telling us every single year They prove to us that we are not. We are not that big club that people think we are, because they have proven to us time after time after time that they do not want to invest in this club. If we can't do that,
do you think they've taken it as far as they can? Basically, Jerome, like it now with, like I said before, with where the money is gone, and they have shown time and time again, they don't want to invest the same money that Todd Bowley, the Americans, or the Yanks do, or or the money from the Middle East, and they just don't want to compete with that type of money. So have they basically just reached? They've taken it as far as they can.
I think so. They reached their peak. That's it. I'm like, Daniel Levy has zero football knowledge. We all know that. He has no knowledge of football whatsoever. All he wants to do is get a cheap deal and make a profit out of it. That's what we know. He's good with business. I will tell him that. With all the things he's done for Tottenham, that's great. For the stadium, for the club, for the region itself, it's good. They did good. But for the football club, they did absolutely nothing. Because all the cheap deals we tried to do and everything cost us every single time. Bruno Fernandes, we got Jetson Fernandes. Jack Grealish, we get Jack Clark. Come on. Like things like this just annoys the crap out of me. It's like every single time. Every player, we lose Berbatov, we got Saha. I can't remember that attacker we've got. I think it's Saha or something like that. But it's just like it's just ridiculous. Like all of those cheap deals cost us every single time, and they need to come to a point where we say, that's it. We can't get this club to any higher that we have. Let's sell. Come on, or else it's going to be. It's already showing every year. It's getting more toxic and toxic with the fans. It's just not good. I'm to a point where I don't want to watch Tottenham. It's like I've supported this club for 38 years. I was 8. I was watching Gary Lineker. I fell in love with this club, but I come to a point where I can't. It's just getting to me too much. It's just really annoying to watch this. Every year, it's the same. We go on a high, and then we start falling down. Poch put us so much on a high, and now even our fans they don't give any managers time. We do not will give them time. We are craving for a trophy. It hurts me so bad to see so many good players during Poch's time could not even lift the trophy. Dembele, like Vertonghen, and all those guys, all those great players we had, they could not lift a trophy. And now, look at us now. A Champions League, we came to a final of a Champions League. We should have strengthened that team. And all we've done is absolutely nothing. We've done nothing to this. Those owners did nothing. And all they did was just, all right, let's just keep whatever we have. And then look at us now. This downfall is just horrible to watch. And the North London Derby that's coming now, there's no hope whatsoever.
You're not confident.
I mean, like, who's going to be in saying we're confident after this game, after that dross we saw? And we're missing Kulu, and those guys on the bench had more passion than anybody on that pitch. Those 3 guys sitting there on that bench, we could have seen the video every time we were standing up, getting angry and everything that's happening. They had more passion on the bench than they had on this pitch. I mean, like, seriously. And the bench we have, Jesus. I mean, like, I thought before, you know what? I think this season we have a bit of depth. Was I so wrong? 3 injuries and look at our bench. There's nothing there. There's nothing at all. But it's just depressing for the moment. And that's why I say this team is getting me depressed.
Yeah, it is. Look, there's no hiding it, you know. There's no hiding it. I think it's sucking the life out of many fans, Jerome. Look, you got a lot off your chest there, man. You got a hell of a lot off your chest. Really enjoyed that, Colin. Really enjoyed it.
Thanks for your patience too, Jerome. Like, I know you had to wait a while as well, so we appreciate you, brother. Really very kind.
That's all right.
Thanks for coming on, my
man. Keep up the good work, guys. That's all good.
Okay. Well, Jerome, I want to see you soon. I want to see you soon.
It's hard at times like this, you know. It's hard. Hard when you're losing. What can you do? Look, we Go again Wednesday against Palace, Tyrone. We go again Wednesday. For God's sake.
Let's hope we get a win. Let's hope for it. Let's hope.
Top man, Jerome. Thanks for coming on.
But
and
anyway,
being
come on,
honest
you
with
Spurs.
us.
Let's
Big up,
go,
Jerome.
guys.
Come on,
Big
you
up,
Spurs. Big up, Jerome. Really good
Jerome
call
needed
there
that,
from
Dave.
Jerome.
I think he needed that. He hasn't been on for a while. We missed him a few times and things, so he needed that. That was Jerome. Good call, my friend. A lot of people, you know, agreed with what you had to say as well, my man. Great call, Jerome.
Really enjoyed it. Very, very hard to disagree with him as well. To be honest with you,
Just
big
honest.
up, Jerome. Great call in, brother. Just honest. Just honest. But look, where are we going now, Jack? Who's next, my man?
Where am I going next, Dave? I have Wes the King. There he is. He's joined us here. There he is. Wes, big return here. Wes. I wish it was under better circumstances, but it's good to see you healthy, my friend. It's good to see you healthy.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much for the support. You know, thank you for contacting my mom, my family. You know, Jackie, finally, you got to talk to my mom finally. You see how, you know, she was worried and everything. I got out luckily before Christmas, so I got out the 22nd out of the hospital. So now I just got to take it
sooner
slow.
recovery than I thought, my friend. Like, geez,
yeah,
I think you
still got to
powered
take
on
it slow.
before
I gotta keep I gotta keep on taking a whole lot of fluids every day, so to make sure it like stays down and everything. So, but other than that, I'm back to it though. Thank God.
Good to hear, my friend. It's good to hear. It's good to hear your voice again. But I wish
Yeah.
this was under better circumstances. Like I said, Wes, you know, to welcome you back, but it's not. Like, and so what do we want to talk about first?
Well, I'll say just let me go on my little rant for a little bit and ask me any questions afterwards, because I do got a lot to say about a lot of things about this club and what I've noticed. And I've been a fan a short amount of time compared to other people. Other people been, you know, this club is in their family. Like it goes down generations for a lot of people. That's how big this is for a lot of people. Right. This is why so many people are so aggravated right now with what's going on with this club. And I have to say, I'm going to start with ENIC and everything. If you look at even our team back in like the late 80s through 90s, they even in the front office at that point in time wasn't great at all. We were actually in a worse position financially in that time period than we were, you know, what we got now. And they have won more trophies than ENIC has in 20 years when they took over us. That to tell everyone, this is why everybody's so pissed, because I don't know how it is in London for people who live in London, live in the area where this is where the league is and everything, because I live in America. But you know, I'm sure it's probably like if you say you're a Spurs fan, people probably look at you like you're crazy at this point. You know, it's like it's embarrassing to almost be a Spurs fan at this point, and we're seen as probably the laughingstock of the Premier League, of the English football in period, because we act like we're a big club. The front office tells us that we're a big club, and so we treat it as such, and we put them to that mantle of you need to act like y'all big. If y'all big time, you need to be getting big time players, and you need to be trying to contend for trophies. We do none of that. We do just enough for them to make top four, so they can make a profit, and then they do nothing else. And it happens over and over again. That's why I'm saying I'm on the ENIC outside. I'm on the Conte stays, because we can't go in this circle where we're firing managers and they get the same shit that we've been had, the same shit of players, and expect something to change. That's the definition of insanity. I said this before on the show, and it's getting very frustrating. Like even here in America, I'm in Atlanta. If I say I'm a Spurs fan, people look at me like I'm crazy. It's like, oh, you're an embarrassment. It's ridiculous. And of course, I'm still Spurs through and through. I don't give a F. Like I care less, of course. But at this point, that's where we're at. Everybody sees us as a laughingstock.
Good point.
Because the front office says, "Oh, we're a big club. You know, we got the stadium, we got the nice training facility that they keep on. That we got a hotel at our training facility and all this bull crap. But we don't have the players that make that training facility and the stadium look even better. And you got these fans who come, even though we're paying the highest ticket prices in the league, they come regardless of what's going on. They go anyway. They're still going to boo because they know this team trash, and they still go to the games anyway, and they keep on getting fed the same crap. And then they wonder why fans are in the media and everything is wondering why are we so uptight and mad. We haven't won a trophy since 2008. I was 7 years old. I'm 23 years old now. And I have not, like, even the time I've been following Premier League, only once we had even a chance to actually win something. That was like 2017 when we had a chance to win the league and we finished second. That was the last time. Even that team, the ENIC didn't back the team at all. You know, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And one of the people who showed up to the show, just a couple of people before me, he said something about Bill Nickerson. And, you know, I talked about Bill Nickerson before. Conte could be our 21st century Bill Nickerson, but he has to be back. He has to take over this club. He has to let Conte just let him control whatever he needs control at this point. Because that's what Bill Nickerson did. Bill Nickerson, when he took over in the 50s, that man took over the whole thing. He took over the identity of Spurs, and he put us on a whole nother stratosphere through the 60s. We were winning cups like it was for fun at that time period. That was our greatest golden years, was the 50s and 60s. We were the first club to come from the second division, go up and win the league the next. Only club, one of the few clubs to ever do that. But people forget that we were one of the first clubs to win the FA Cup as like a non-league side. First non-league club to ever win the FA Cup. What? We're that club. Where we are now, we're nowhere near what we are. Where we were.
Because we're not showing patience, and what these managers need, Wes, is patience. Do you feel like what maybe a highlight of Daniel Levy's time or ENIC's time here is that when the manager is put in a bad position, when the performances start to drop, when things get tense, when there is that sort of, you know, that heated point, they often just sack the manager and just start over again instead of maybe doubling down and supporting him further. That's the repeat mistake.
And that's the problem. It's the front office at this point. It's not the manager. Let's stop with this bull crap as manager. Jose Mourinho could have won us a trophy that year if he wasn't fired. That would have ended the trophy drop right there. He probably would have got us even further. He won Roma their first European title in like a long time. Or first ever European title. I don't know what Roma were back in the day. But he, like every club he goes to, he does win the trophy. And of course, with us, it's the same old. Oh, you go to Tottenham Hotspur, you're not going to win anything. They don't care. You could have won everything throughout your whole career. You go to Tottenham Hotspur, you're not going to win it, not a single thing.
What did you make of Dave's point that it's almost a career killer now, you know, for managers? Are managers looking at Spurs as the career ruiner?
No, that's my whole thing. My whole thing is, if we fire Conte, we do what we did to Jose Mourinho, we do what we did to Pochettino, and we fire Conte, right? Who the hell wants to take over our damn club? Who in their right mind, who's thinking of their career as a manager, gonna come to this club with the shit players they got, knowing they're gonna have to deal with them regardless of what they think of the player or what they have transpired to the front office?
Yeah.
And they're gonna get the same, it's gonna be the same ending. Nobody's gonna take over our club. And then my whole thing is, we're not gonna get anybody better than Conte. Conte is on the stratosphere of the great managers that are in the modern game today. There's no, you going nothing but low after him. You know, we got people with potential, of course, okay, but there's nobody that's on that level that we got now. And that was the same thing with Jose Mourinho. We're lucky we got Conte after that situation, you know, Espirito Santo. We're lucky we even got him. And the thing is, I think he has been lied to. And then another thing is, you know, a lot of people are getting onto what he said in the conference. He has to say that because he knows, like you said, he can't just say, "Oh yeah, these players are trash." No, if you say that, we do what Jose Mourinho did. You saw what happened to Jose Mourinho when he kind of started putting some blame on the players. He knows that. He knows he can't say nothing about Dyer. He knows Dyer's shit. He kind of knows Royale's shit, but he keeps using Royale anyway.
Because he knows they'll stick around, so he can't be honest about them. Because he
can't be honest about it. He can't. No way you could be honest about this dang team like that. Because he knows most of these players are still going to stay.
In fact, their longevity has shown, right? They've stuck through 3 or 4 different managers, so it just shows. And even it's been said before. Dave pointed this out. They almost have sometimes more power than even the manager does. They've gotten managers sacked.
It's crazy. And he stopped playing Royale. Most likely, Royale is finally out of here. And one thing I do harp on Conte is a lot. He does not play the young players. He does not put them in the situation to succeed. I like that right there is a big no for me, because I don't care if you're the Real Madrid. There has to be a pipeline for your youth. So you're not just, I understand they can just spend billions of dollars and, FIFA is not going to say a word to them because of, situations we know about. And only you know what we're talking about when we say that a lot of cheating is going on around football in this world now, especially modern football. But even they have to still find a way to use their youth program in some form. We have to use our youth. We got very good youth players right now. And a lot of them we're trying to keep and just keep on loan. And we got a lot of them.
Is that
going
one of one things you kind of
too.
criticize Conte for? Is kind of his treatment of young players? That's one of the one things.
Yeah, he has done horribly with young players, and I don't understand why. Because we have very good, sought after youth players that a lot of clubs do want to buy from us in some form, or want a loan to buy, or options like that. There are clubs out there that want our youth academy players that are coming out of our ranks, and it's ridiculous that I understand that Spence was a club signing, but clearly he wasn't a horrible player, because he would have just said no. He would have just had him completely off the team. He would have had him almost like what was that left a Rose? He would have had him like Rose. No jersey number, no nothing. Everybody forget about him. He was playing with the under 21 squad because he got kicked off the team. He could have clearly he don't think Spence that lowly to actually have him have a jersey number and everything. Why are you not playing him? Why you put him in the 88th minute of a game?
But
and then you're thinking about loaning him out afterwards.
If you're Conte though, right? You're not gonna play him. You're not. If he came in and he wasn't one of Conte's players and the board brought him in, by him playing that, it sets him up for failure in future transfer windows, where he'll go, I want this player, and they'll go, no, what we'll do is we'll take his attributes, put them into a computer, and we'll get you someone like that player. But what they don't realize is the mentality aspect. The computers can't measure the mentality aspect of a player. And that's why Conte wants these guys, because he knows what they're like. So by playing Jed Spence, he's setting himself up for future failings in the transfer window. So I agree with that. I don't agree with it whatsoever. I would like to see him give Spence the go. Like, we will never know he's the answer unless he gets a go. But at the same time, if I'm Antonio Conte, I've got to stick by my principles on how my philosophy is, that, and the other. Because why would you hire Antonio Conte to come to Tottenham and then ask him to change his ways to suit Tottenham when we hired him to bring us to his level, of the levels of the clubs he was managing at? So he's got to take a stand. I don't agree with it. I think but I blame the owners for that. I think Jed Spence would go well, and I do understand that there is always a degree of looking for the future. I have no problem with the club bringing players in here for the future. Every club does it. Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and it's Man City, Liverpool. They all do it. But they do it because they have a full first team available. They've also a proper first 11. They've also got more players on the edge of the squad that are good enough to come in and just take that place without actually affecting performances. So they can bring in these youngsters. They can give them time to develop and then dip them in cup games and put them around pros. What we do with our youngsters? We can't even put them out there with Ben Davies, Dyer, or Sanchez, or anybody like that, because we can't even get games against like the likes of Morecambe done early, so we can bring these youngsters off the bench to give them a go. We also can't start them with these guys because you don't trust the guys you're playing them with. And this has been going on since the Pochettino era, and it cannot continue. It's got to change. Like we can say, look, Conte could have brought on Jamie Donnelly, could have brought Alfie Devine and Will Lancashire and made the bench look a bit better. But it's still the same point. You're still asking an unproven 17, 18-year-old kid to come in and be the savior. Mm-hmm. You can't do it. Conte's not going to do it. Don't bring him in here if that's what the club want.
Yeah. It's just, and I think everybody, another thing for fans, just in general, as Spurs fans, I don't think a lot of other clubs, other teams' fans and the media understand is that, we're grasping for a trophy. We need something to be happy about. I see it almost like if y'all heard the story about Real Betis in Spain, where, they have the moniker, we love Real Betis even when they lose. We're almost at that kind of point. They finally won their first trophy in 50, 60 years. We're in that kind of same mode right now as fans of our club. And I think it's just a boiling point. So we just get into a point where we're so frustrated with everything going on with this club that, you know, it ends up getting thrown at the team, of course, and then of course the manager gets kicked out afterwards. And I don't think that's going to happen. I hope, I hope the guy that Conte doesn't leave or anything like that. Hopefully we find a way to keep him in this front office, somehow do the miracle of backing him. I think now here's the thing about this also. Levy understands that this is kind of his last thing, because he knows good and well that everybody knows this is just going into a complete circle with just firing another manager after just a year and a half of managing. He knows good and well they have to do something to keep him. They have to do something. Now, I'm not saying we're going to get 3 or 4 players this January window. We're just not. January window is very hard to get a good players for good prices. It's just hard. It's better to get them during the summer. That's why I don't think we're going to get no center backs this January's transfer window. Then it's going to be in the summer. I think that most we could probably get is a center mid, and then maybe a right wing back. And that'd be probably at most we can get is just 2 players. I think the center back's going to have to probably, sadly, wait into the summer, and we're just going to have to pull through who we got now, and just hope for the best, which is very unlikely with how these center backs play, because we got boneheads back there, except for Romero. And I like Longley too. And then don't get me wrong, Longley. Just like Longley looks like he doesn't have enough legs in him after a certain point of the game. Of every match, it seems like he just get outran after a certain amount of time. But other than that, his technique wise is very Barcelona-esque. Is very highly rated, his technique wise. But other than that, he gets tired to me very quickly. And I think he kind of hides it because of Romero and how good he does of pushing the pace of that back line. But other than that, we got nothing but boneheads back there, especially Dyer and Sanchez. Davies, he's okay, but he kind of stays in the shadow. You know, it's weird. It's very, very weird. Our whole back line and how it just set up. But half of this is also on Conte's tactics. A lot of people are upset because, you know, he doesn't change anything. And I understand and I know you just made a point, but that, you know, he shouldn't have to change this, because his way of playing football won leagues for him. So why would he change that? And, you know, that just goes down to, again, the front office. It's down. All this is down to the front office at this point. You know, we can't, but all we're going to do is fire Conte and do what? The same thing. It's going to be the same players, so we're just going to get the same results.
Yeah, I agree. But look, Wes, we're going to have to keep this moving, my man. We're going to have the great calling. I've really enjoyed it. Look, get in contact and we'll do a bit more for sure, brother.
Oh yeah, you already know I want to. Just I'm pretty much I'm here now, so I don't go back to school till like the 16th, 18th. So I'm here.
Back and healthy, Wes.
Doing nothing.
Back and healthy. We want to see you, you know, strong and, you know, feeling like yourself again. And honestly, this rant and just this fantastic, you know, calling that you had, I can tell you're feeling a lot better. And it's good to see you, you know, just with a, you know, with some, you know, a smile on your face, regardless of the circumstances, because I can tell it's been a while since we've had you on, my friend.
Yeah, look, I got other teams in American football that are doing good. Georgia just won at the shot clock of New Year's, so I was happy about that. So that kind of put me at least mid-level, even after this craziness that's going on these last 2 days with Spurs. But other than that, you know, we're still going to back the team, of course. You know, we're never going to lose love for this team, but it's just, I think fans we're at a boiling point with how this club is ran. We're just at a boiling point, and it's ridiculous because we don't deserve it, because we're probably one of the most loyal fan bases. I think this shows how loyal you are to a club when they've been this shit for 20 years and you still support them like how we do. So, but just know I love this community. Thank you guys so much for, like, you know, just doing the well wishes, even in the chat. I got so much well wishes when I came in for the wait and everything. I love everybody here. This is the reason. This is really one of the main reasons I even support Spurs, because the community I just fell in love with, and it's really because of all you guys. So I appreciate all of it.
Back, Wes. They love you back, my friend, and it's just good to see you back on here, my man. And it's a lot sooner than I even anticipated, which is also a miracle in itself. And it's good to have you back on here, and we'll have you on plenty more. And best of the rest of your evening. Maybe take your mind off of Spurs. I think you had a good call in, and you were able to get a lot of things off your chest, Wes. So maybe you can feel a little bit justified, right? You get to have, you know, a lot to say here, and we appreciate you coming on, my friend. And like I said, I'll echo it again. It's really good to see you just, you know, healthy and, you know, speaking your mind once again. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
We'll
see you soon. We'll have you on very soon. Come on, you Spurs. Let's get it going. Big up,
Really
Wes.
appreciate it. Really appreciate it, my man. Big yourself up. Look, let's keep this going. Who's next?
Let me take a look there. Daigle's next, Mr. Dave.
Let's get him on. Well, Daigle, you're on mute.
Rookie mistake. How are we doing, my brothers? Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to everyone in the chat. Big up to Wester King. Great to see him. And wishing my diamond Sue Smith a speedy recovery from COVID. But how are you, boys?
I'm good. I'm a little bit annoyed, if I'm being brutally honest, Daigle.
Fire away, brother. Tell me your story.
Because a guy put in a comment in another chat saying we're not doing a Levy out, ENIC out stream. It's a Conte in, Conte out stream. Now you can see clearly it says in the title Levy out, ENIC out, but you didn't correct them. You just said, "Oh, that's about to change." Well, why didn't you correct them?
I can clearly see that. I
just
can clearly see that. Listen,
about, it's just shit like that that pisses me off about this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, David. You know, you and me have discussed this on many occasions. Unfortunately, what goes on is like I'll tell you one thing. I put a tweet out a bit. To tell you the truth, how I've been tweeting this week, I've kind of called myself. I'm like a terrorist cell that's just become active because I am just bombarding anything Levy out I bloody well can, as you know. Now I did that, and one of my friends, Rachel, Spurs fan, obviously named Rachel, is female. She got a tweet straight away saying, "Listen, shut up, get back in the kitchen, go do some housework, and if you don't, your husband will beat you for being a Levy outer, blah, 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 blah." I was like, whoa. Now you're attacking her sexuality and whatever. And then one of my other friends came in on that, who's gay. And he started saying, "I'll pack you off to Qatar." And it's just like, it's like I said, it's on both sides. But the thing is, obviously, with me, everyone knows my stance, and I'm very, 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 very much on one stance. I see it coming my way from Levy inners, and people that aren't Levy inners or Levy other, whatever way you want to look at it, get it the other way. It's 6 and 1 of half a dozen others. But what I will say,
it's not really though, Daigle. It's not really. It's not really though, Daigle. Let's be honest. It's not really half a dozen and a half. When you go around blaming fans and going
1 and half a dozen of the other.
That comes back.
I'm not saying it's 6
but my
people.
point is,
I'm not saying it's 6 people, David. I'm saying it's 6 and 1 and half a dozen of the other, where it's both both sides of the coin, giving it to various different people. And listen, as you know, David, we've spoken about this on many occasions, on stream, off stream. I don't.
All I'm asking, boys, just put it right. Like if it was sub out and Levy out or hardcore Levy out, it'd be put right. All I'm asking for is to put it right and be fair on it.
Yeah, no, listen, I can fully see.
You're well able to do it for each other. Why don't you do it for the people when you see it?
So, say again.
Well, like people are like the hardcore Levy and ENIC outers are well able to do it for each other. Why can't you do it for others when you see it as well?
I do it.
Oh well, look, we'll have a phone call about after.
David, if you want to go through this, go check the messages in the private chat. I said I'm keeping an eye on who's coming on. I was actually just on a Twitter space the whole time and came off when Wester King was on. So I haven't even been looking at the chat because I've been on a Twitter space and it's in the private messages.
I'll send you photos after.
No, send me photos. I wasn't looking at the chat, David. If I wasn't looking at the chat.
You replied to it in the comments, but anyway, we'll move on. What do you want to talk about?
Do you know what, David? If we're going to be like this, don't worry about it, man.
Right. Well, look, we'll keep moving. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to have people going, "Oh, they're doing Conte out, Conte in stream, not ENIC out, ENIC in," and then someone goes, "Well, that's about to go and change," and comment underneath it. When it clearly states on the title of the stream, ENIC in or ENIC out, the ENIC in, come and have your say.
We've had plenty of people on here that have spoke ENIC out, and I think the entirety of this phone, these sessions have been people expressing ENIC out. It says ENIC out or ENIC in this stream. It says Conte in, Conte out. I don't know. It's just.
Anyway, keep it moving. Let's get Michael on. Michael, how are things, my man?
What's up, boys? Can you hear me well?
I can hear you very well, my man. How are you keeping?
Yeah. Listen, boys. Yeah, I honestly, it's been tough. It's been tough being a Spurs fan recently because there is so many emotions that people try to convey when they come out and speak, about the issues connected with our club, right? It's it sometimes even leads to like people that like each other and people who are friends. It brings conflict, right? And it listen, not without a reason, right? It's our club is like our club is the thing that we love the most. And I mean, of course, like in the artificial space, right? We love our loved ones more, but this is something that all of us get emotional about, and honestly, so am I. I caught myself for the only the second time ever to switching off the game when we
Yeah.
played against Villa, right? It's only the second time I ever did that, and it's not really because like during the game I wasn't frustrated, I wasn't like sad or whatever, right? I was just indifferent to it all. And the issue is that whenever I watch Tottenham, right, especially recently, and your team is not winning, the issue is that the issues on the pitch aren't the only thing that's clouding my mind during the game, right? When you watch our team play, I actually not only see the issues on the pitch, but I also see the issues off the pitch, right? It's also heavy on your mind and on your back that it's sometimes hard to shoulder it. And if the like the funny thing was that because I was watching the Villa match with my girlfriend, right? And when we conceded the second goal, she turned around, looked at me, and like waited for a reaction, right? And I was like, whatever, right? I honestly couldn't care, and that's so harsh. That's so hard because last season when everything was going well and like the atmosphere with our fan base was better, and everything generally speaking around the fan base was better, right? We were looking forward to the summer window because we were in that like limbo period of not knowing what's ahead, right? But then when something happened on the pitch, I was pissed off with what was happening on the pitch because that was the only thing I cared about, right? That was the only thing that was clouding my mind. The issue now is that I know that Conte and our players, even though I'm fuming with them now, this is not the only issue that our club is facing, right? And as I said, during the game, I was indifferent to it. But then I'm part of a group chat with like 15 friends of mine, right? All of us are sports fans, right? And I'm one of the two Spurs fans there, and it's mostly Arsenal and United fans. That's the way it is in Poland, right? It's mostly Arsenal and United. And one of my mates who supports Arsenal, but listen, we are not like Englishmen in that regard. We tend to be more friendly to each other and exchange our opinions or whatever, right? And he asked me literally out of curiosity, Michael, what do you think is the issue with your club, right? And honestly, I took like 20 minutes to write like an essay, pretty much telling him, pointing out everything that was wrong with our club. And honestly, it got me so upset and angry with how things are going at our club, right? And listen, I can go through it, right? I think that there is a fundamental issue at our club, and I keep whichever stream I appear on, right? I try to say that the biggest issue with our club, I think, is that there, and plenty of callers said it already, and I will bang the drum and I will keep repeating it because I think that's the biggest issue. I think there is no plan and vision in this club, right? Because as a fan from overseas, right? I couldn't give two shits what stadium we play in, right? If you told me that we are moving to Selhurst Park, but we are actually going to win something, I'm all for it, right? Like, sorry to all the Londoners that want to enjoy themselves, like in the stadium, right? But I personally couldn't give two shits how our stadium looks, right? The issue with ENIC is not only what's happening like in the area of Tottenham, right, with what they are doing around the club, right? My main gripe with ENIC is that they are making just idiotic footballing decisions, right? There is no coherent way of thinking in our club, right? Because you posed a question in the title, ENIC in or ENIC out, right? The issue for me is that, and maybe it's because I'm a relatively new fan, right? I'm only supporting Spurs for 4 years, right? If someone from ENIC group or Daniel Levy, whoever, Paratici on behalf of ENIC or whoever came out and told me the plan is X, Y, Z, we are going to stick to the plan, we are going to do this, this, and this, and our plan is to win the Premier League in the next decade, right? Fine, I'm all for it. If they actually come up with a plan and stick with it and actually do steps necessary to fulfill that plan, right? The reason why I'm like, I don't want to even say on the fence, I'm actually like ENIC out at this point, right? But it's not out like they are indifferent to me, right? I couldn't care less if the name is ENIC and the chairman's name is Daniel Levy.
Mm-hmm.
If it was some other company and they also didn't have the plan, I would be them out, right? Because I want to get myself behind a plan and actually for our club to proceed with a plan. And it pains me to say that, but what Arsenal are doing is literally what I'm talking about, right? They, at one moment in their history, a few years ago, right, they decided that fuck this, our squad is rotten, we cannot keep chopping and changing, we cannot keep changing managers, right? We are going to hire this Arteta guy, and he doesn't have like much experience, but he's good at working with youngsters and actually like raising the team spirit, right? And bringing people together to fulfill the plan. And actually everyone at that club, including like Kroenkes, whoever the director is, I forgot his name, Edu, right? Kroenkes, Edu, Arteta, and players, they all believe in the same plan. And that's why now when they actually laid the foundations and they are bringing players and bringing in coaching stuff, and everyone around is working for that one plan. That's why they are reaping the rewards right now, right? And I'm telling you, I think they are going to win the league this season, and it fucking pains me to say that, right? And not if, when they come to our ground and they slap us, it's literally going to be a toxic cesspit in our stadium, right? And I'm so sad to hear that, because I know that some of the players that are in our club, they don't deserve what's going to happen with our fan base and with our club, right? We wasted the career of Son and Kane, because let's be honest, they are nearing the end of their career, and the fact that they didn't win a single fucking trophy at our club is a disgrace. It's a travesty. It should be like taken on a criminal record, and it's a joke for me, right? That's the ownership. That's my main gripe with the ownership. And as I said, if they came out tomorrow and even told me tomorrow, we are sacking Conte, we are bringing in a youth manager, and we are actually going to support the guy and stick with the plan, and the plan is this and this, I'm all for it. Shame. Like, I like Conte. I like what he was doing with our team in the previous season, right? I like I actually like the style of play when it works, right? But the issue with Conte is that you need to support the guy with money, and you need to bring players to support the way that he wants to play, and it works like that with every manager, right? The difference is that maybe you need to spend 250 million like on Conte, or 120 on a youth coach or whatever, right? Just like figurative numbers, right?
Yeah.
My issue with Conte is that, as I said, I like the style that he presents, right? I like his mentality. I like how passionate he is, right? But you can clearly see that this guy needs to be supported, not only money-wise, but also with the ambition of the club, right? The club need to come out and say, we want to win now. And then, like, you can see the passion in this guy, right? You can see that he believes in himself and he believes in his players. And if you actually support the guy, he will work, right? My issue with Conte is right now that listen, he has to know if he's going to get like backed by the club or not, right? And if he knows that he's not going to get supported by the club, then I think that he should piss off, right? That was the main like selling point of Conte when he came in. We were all happy because we knew that he's going to fix the squad, but the main thing was that when he doesn't like what the board are doing, he's going to kick up the fuss and actually expose the board, right? And that's not what he's doing right now. So, in my opinion, if he is going to stay here until June to collect the paycheck, then I don't want him here because I don't want to watch like another 4 months of what I watched against Villa, right?
Did you hear what? I'm not sure if you were here earlier with us, Michael. Philip Brady, the Godfather. He brought up earlier that it's kind of a back and forth between Levy and Conte right now of like, you go first, if you know what I mean by that. It's like, you show faith first, right? Conte, you commit to me. Daniel Levy is asking for that. Conte is asking that Daniel Levy commit to him. And it's like, whichever one sticks their hand out first is what needs to happen. And I think probably most people would say they would rather Daniel Levy, right, stick his hand out and, offer, Conte, that commitment. And that's the issue right now is we're in a point where neither are kind of, showing each other commitment. And it's a really bad sort of like, how would you put it? It's like a stalemate or a really bad sort of kind of stall to be in, right?
Yeah, I think this tug of war is a really, really like a tough situation. But in my opinion, it cannot be and it won't be Conte who takes the hand out first, right? It has to be Daniel Levy because like I think that if Conte, for example, came out tomorrow to Daniel Levy, right, and said, listen, I'm going to sign the contract, right? We agreed on something, you have to fulfill it, right? And he signs the contract, and then Daniel Levy can be like, okay, I will support the guy, but actually I won't spend 100 million like I promised him. I will spend 50 or 60, right? But he's tied down to the contract, so either he leaves and I don't have to pay him out, or he stays and I'm happy, right? And I don't have to spend the money. It has to be Daniel Levy who budgets
One has
first.
to commit to, it has to be Daniel Levy first. I agree. It has to be Daniel Levy first. But if it isn't Daniel Levy first, then
if it's not Daniel Levy first, then Conte will leave at the end of June. But if that's the case, then I don't want him here now because I don't want a manager who doesn't have his heart behind the project. And like, I want him to expose Daniel Levy if that's the case. If Daniel Levy is not going to support him, then I want Conte to kick up the fuss, leave and expose the board, right? So then we are united against one cause. Because right now you can see the ripples in the fan base, right? Because there are people who were Levy in, but now they are on the fence, right? But I think that it will be really easy for Daniel Levy to swing them back on his side, right? It only takes 1 or 2 signings, and like half of them will shut up, right?
Do you think we'll get them though, realistically, Michael?
I think we'll get 2 signings this.
But I mean, like signings enough to convince Conte to sign. To stay.
No, I don't think. I think this will be like not something that he expects, basically, but something that our club. I think those will be signings that will work under the different manager, and Conte will try to utilize them. But seriously, boys, if that's the case, then we are in for a fucking dreadful season. Fucking like, oh my god! And it will start right now in this January. It will start right now because we have Arsenal at home, right? Then we have 2 games against City. Then we have Chelsea, West Ham, and double leg against Milan in February, right? It will be tough to watch. But that's my issue with Conte, right? As I said, either you walk out, you expose the board, you show the cojones that you apparently had when we signed you, that we are also happy about, right? Or you actually like make up your mind and commit to the case. Because right now I don't see that he's committed. I think that he is doing things half-hearted, and I honestly I don't blame him, right? But That's my issue with Conte. And my issue with players is that they are just not fucking good enough. Like some of those players should have the dignity to actually look at themselves, and like if they actually care about this club, they should leave, right?
Yeah.
If they actually care about they should have enough like self-conscious to actually know that they are not good enough for what this club wants to achieve, right? And
Sadly, not how it works, though, Michael. You know, some more players will look out
yeah,
for themselves.
it's paycheck collecting, right? Let's be
Mhm.
honest. Like honestly, Hugo out, Dyer out, Davis out, Sessegnon, Royal, Doherty. Uh, honestly, and I raised this, if you remember, like week ago or something when we talked. Son, if you are not committed to Tottenham, right, and your heart is not here, then I think that you should leave, right? For your own sake, for your own career, you should leave if you are not committed to what's going on here. Because I don't think it's skill wise, right? I think it's something in his mind or in his heart that's stopping him from performing like he used to last season, right? And that goes like to every player, right? Because with players like Højbjerg, Bentancur, Kulusevski, Romero, even Kane, although I'm a bit on the fence with him too, right? In terms of like full on commitment. But with the four players that I mentioned, I see the passion and I see how fucking furious they are when they are watching other players from the team, right? I can see in Kulusevski's eyes and in Højbjerg's eyes. I know Højbjerg didn't perform well during the Villa game, right? But I can see in his eyes that he's fucking fuming, that he's getting embarrassed by some randoms from Villa, right? With all due respect to Aston Villa, their squad isn't that bad, and their manager, I actually respect him because he plays to the strengths of his team, right? But I can see in his Kulusevski, like during the match they showed Kulusevski on sitting behind the bench, and you can look at his face and you can see that he like the thoughts that are crossing his mind. I'm going to fucking kill those guys when I return back to training, right? Because I'm fuming with what's happening. And that's basically what I started with, is that when you watch us play, right, you can see the issues that are on the pitch are do not only come from players being not good enough or from something tactically not working, right? It's going all the way through the top to the bottom, right? From the bench players all the way up to the ownership. There is issue on every single step, right? And what Arsenal did well is they fixed all those issues like throughout last 3 to 4 years, right? They got rid of the players that didn't want to be there and were paycheck collecting, right? They backed the manager that they chose, right? And you can remember how dreadful Arsenal were like 2 seasons ago. They were absolutely shocking, but they actually didn't listen to the fans. They stuck with him. They stuck with the plan that they laid out, and they are reaping the rewards right now, right? So to answer your questions, boys, right? Conte in or Conte out, Levy in or Levy out, whatever, right? As I said, right now, if Levy and ENIC aren't going to change, I'm Levy out because I want to see a plan, right? I want to see like top to bottom plan all the way throughout, right? And I don't mind if it's Project Youth. I seriously don't mind, right? But it has to be a plan. I mean, yeah, because it doesn't bring immediate success, right? So that I mean, on what the plan is, we can debate that, right? But I just want to see the plan. I personally don't mind Project Youth or whatever, right? That's debatable, right? In terms of Conte, I'm Conte in if he decides to commit his heart and mind to the cause, right? But if not, I think he should leave, right? And it goes with like all the players, in my opinion, right? If they don't want to be here, then they should leave. Then they should make place for other players who are actually willing to play for the badge, right?
Yeah, I'm
and
with you,
with our
Michael.
and with our fans, we need to listen. With wherever there are two people, there will be two different opinions, right? You will never have like whatever it is, like 10 million fans that Tottenham has throughout the world, or 20 or 80 or whatever, how many fans there are, right? You won't have a unanimous 100% like commitment to one of the causes, right? There will always be ripples, and there will always be like some disagreements between parts of the fan base, right? The issue is that we need to do whatever is good for our club, and if that means that we should be singing Levy out to either force Levy out or to make them like commit an action, I think that we should be united, right? As I said, it will never be like 100%, universal, like one hive mind, right? But that's the way it is, right? So as I said, boys, I think it's tough times ahead. I seriously, I think we are getting slapped in the North London derby, right? I think we are getting it will be a tough watch, right? But with all I said that the players aren't good enough, like the manager issues, right? The ownership issues. I think like the last thing that should happen during, for example, that North London derby is for our fans to boo the substitutions, to boo the players. Listen, I don't mind booing, right? But I think that what our team needs is to feel that we support them, right? Because as much as I hate Eric Dyer, as long as he has his shirt on, he is a player of my beloved team, right? And as I said, I don't like the guy. I think that he's a dreadful footballer, but if he's going to drop a masterclass against Arsenal and let us win that game somehow, then I'm going to support him. Like support in terms of like, I'm not going to, wish him something like dreadful or whatever, right? He is, after all, a player of my team. So yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought.
It's hard to get behind some of these guys, though. Michael,
it's hard. It's hard.
It's getting to the point, like, especially between two of them this season, like Dyer and Lloris. Like, look, they've cost us an awful lot of points. If it's not one game, it's the other game, and it's becoming too frequent. And I get about supporting them when they're pulling on the jersey and stuff like that, but where do you draw the line then? Because you do also have to have open and honest conversations about these guys as well.
Yeah, of when they are not playing, right? Not like if you cut out those 90 minutes that they are playing the game each week, right? If you cut that out throughout the whole week, fucking bash them. I will bash Eric Dyer every single chance I get, right? But during the game, when he's on the pitch, he's a player of my team, and I'm going to support him, right? And I'm going to wish. Listen, I don't want him making a mistake in the North London derby to prove my point that he isn't good enough, right? I want him to perform, and I want him to do well. So that's why I from my home here in Poland, Wrocław, I will support the guy, right? And after the match, I will say that he's dreadful and he needs to go, right? But during the game, I am supporting my team, right? So, yeah, listen, with the Villa game, listen, shit happens, right? Like, I know it's tough, right? Yeah, it's one of the worst games for a long time, right? And I don't think Selhurst Park will be better. I think that we'll win against Portsmouth, and then North London derby comes, and fuck me, boys.
Don't know what to think.
Yeah, don't know what to think. It will be tough. It will be tough.
I don't even want to think about the North London derby right now, to be honest with you. I just want to get past the Palace game first. I mean, we don't do well there at Selhurst Park at all, to be honest. I mean, I'm one of the most, I always try to, see the positives where I can, this, that, and the other. I genuinely don't see it going into this North London derby. I mean, I'm, for the first time ever going into a North London derby, I'm worried, man. I'm worried.
Yeah,
I just, it's like, look, I think Conte, even if the Palace result doesn't go our way, I think, he'll still be under pressure. But if the Arsenal result happens, I mean, it could very well mean that the board could sack him, which I completely disagree with, by the way. I mean, we can't keep doing this with managers. We've done it now for 3-4 years, and then there's rumours about going back to Poch, which is an admission of failure. Why not do it the last 4 years? Then may as well be a waste. But Also, I don't trust some of these players going into a North London derby, Michael. I mean, like, we all know they wanted Nuno out. But you think they could have put on a performance for the fans in the North London derby? They didn't. They threw it away. Oh, we'll go for it in the second half to make it look like we somewhat care. I don't trust them going into this. And with the fighting on the pitch yesterday between the players, I think there's a split camp. And I just don't trust. I just don't trust it right now, Michael.
Yeah, it's tough, David, man. It's tough. Like it's really.
And no one wanted to be here. Nobody wanted to be in this position where we don't see direction. You know, where the fuck is this club going? Who's going to be in charge? Are we going to get the right signings in the transfer window that we need? No one wanted to be here. It's just a shame, man. You know, it's just a shame.
Yeah, like as I said, I honestly feel bad for some of those players. For some of them, right? Because I know that deep down there they care and they actually like they are hurting with what's happening, right? I know that maybe, as I said, Sonny's heart maybe might not be here, right? Maybe his mind is gone somewhere, right? But I know that deep inside he loves this club and he loves playing for us. He loves wearing that shirt, right? But there are some things that are beyond his reach, right? That are beyond his like influence. He cannot influence everything, right? So I feel bad for them because that's not their fault, right?
No.
And that's not their fault that our ownership doesn't want to support Conte with what he needs, right? And it's not his fault that Conte is like let down because of it and his heart is not here, right? But if that's the case, and you know, then as a player, which camp do you join, right? You cannot come out publicly and say things against the owners, right? At least no player is doing this ever in any club, right? So I think so they can't most likely, right, come out and say that, listen, I am like Son Heung-min and I think that Levy is a fucking bold fraud, right? And he should go out or support Conte, right? He cannot come out and say that. So, but if you look at it, right, he knows that the manager isn't there, right? That his heart is not there. He knows that he is not going to get supported by the club, right? Like Kane and Son, as I said, we wasted their careers. We pretty much wasted their careers, right? Because even if we actually decided to support Conte, we aren't winning anything this season. We aren't winning probably anything next season, right? Because you won't fix that team in 1 or 2 windows. So, like in 1.5 years, Son is going to be 32 and Kane is going to be 31. Kane's contract will be like over, right? So, like he will most likely leave too, right? So they know they aren't getting supported. They know that their manager is not there, right? And listen, like. Yeah, like those guys downing tools against like Villa to get Conte sacked. I think it's kind of disgraceful. But on the other hand, am I really surprised that it's happening? Not really, because like it's hard for me to decide because on one hand I understand maybe that they are feeling that like it's not working anymore, right? And that's why their heart is not there. But on the other hand, you play for the fucking club, you play for the badge that's in front, that's on your chest, right? So go out there, and even if you don't agree with what the manager wants to do from you, right? What the manager wants you to do, then go out there and leave your heart on the pitch, right? And even if you lose 2-0, but you actually look like you give a fuck, then the fans are going to be behind your back, right? Because against Villa, I didn't see any desire to even change the what's going on the pitch, right? And I also didn't see the desire from the youngsters that were brought in, from some of the substitutions. I think that
Do you know what, though, Michael? I struggled out with the youngsters. I do agree that when you're given a chance, you at this level, you're not going to get too many more, and you need to try. You do your best to take it. We shouldn't be in a position where we're relying on these youngsters coming and change again. No,
yes, of course.
But look, my man, we better keep moving. We've got 2 more guests to get through. So, no, good conversation. I've really enjoyed it. Today's just about letting people come on and say what they want to say and, vent their anger, my man. So, look, I really appreciate you coming on, brother, and we'll be in contact. We'll speak again soon. Any final message to Spurs community out there, to the Spurs fans?
My message is that, listen, I know people treat like football and clubs, whatever, with varying like degrees of seriousness, right? But I still think that it's not. If you are going to get in a fight with your loved ones or your friends over this issue, over the club, then it's sorry to say that, but in my opinion, it's not worth it, right? It's like, listen, like football first is about joy and the love for the sport, and then after that it's about like clubs, issues with the club and whatever, right? So if you don't enjoy watching and you are going to get into fights with your relatives or whatever, right, then trust me, it's not worth it, right? It's better maybe to switch the game off, but on the other hand, it's hard to say that because like we all want to support the club. So yeah, all I want to say is that, listen, it's not worth destroying your life over, right? Like we have to keep living the way we are. So yeah, I think that we should try to make everything out of this new year, and yeah, like it's an open paper, it's an open slate. So
100%.
Go there and try to enjoy it, try to get behind the team. And listen, whatever will happen, right? It's kind of beyond our hands, right? We cannot influence it that much, especially as fans from abroad, right? Like I cannot go there and join the protest, right? It's not financially possible for me to fly to England and like take the banners out and whatever, right? So maybe I can go on Twitter and support it, but Twitter is a cancerous, toxic cesspit. So like on the other hand, I don't want to be part of it too. So yeah,
that's why you're here, my friend Michael, so you can come on and just speak your mind and just sort of have a lengthy say in a lengthy discussion with us, and feel like you can just speak your mind and be honest with us, and I hope you got to have your say, Michael. But
we do have thank you, boys. That's a therapeutic session for me, trust me.
Appreciate you, my man. And we look forward to having you back on debate shows, podcasts, more fan shows, all that good stuff, Michael. Appreciate you, and also appreciate your patience as well. Appreciate your patience.
Appreciate you waiting a long time. Thank you, my man.
See you soon.
Thank you.
See you, brother.
Big up, guys.
Bye.
See you, brother. Bye-bye.
And then Paul Osber, Dave.
We just got there's a couple of super chats to get to. Just give me 1 second there, Jacko. Just need to get it. So we have this from BC HD. Stadium pays for itself. No more excuses for ENIC. Look, I'll be honest. I can't claim I haven't really looked into there's the revenue that we take in. Someone else that's more into it and has a deeper understanding of it would probably be able to tell you that, my man. I'll be honest, I can't answer that.
The stadium was brought in. The stadium was erected in order to help pay for these transfers and in order to help also fund future endeavors of the football club. And a lot of people feel like saying that they're not really sure exactly where the money is going towards. It's not for them going towards the transfers or maybe going towards helping back Conte, etc. It's going towards kind of other endeavors that they just feel like are a distraction. And I think there are a lot of good examples to that, plenty of good examples to that. But does it pay for everything? I'm not exactly sure on that. I just can't speak to it, but I definitely feel you, B-Sing. Definitely agree with you.
Big up, my man. Big up. Sava talks football. Big up, Sava. Hope you're keeping well, my man. He says, not a lot to say. Just here to support David and Jack. Happy New Year and ENIC out. Big up, Sava. Happy New Year to you and the family, man. Hopefully he's, look, it was ruined. Yeah, wasn't it really? Let's be honest. I think every Spurs fan's New Year was absolutely pissed on yesterday. Let's hope it changes. Let's hope it doesn't continue like that, though, Sava. Big yourself up, my man. And really,
Sava, yeah. And you could answer both questions. ENIC out and Conte out, I believe, Sava. I believe ENIC out and Conte out. Full restart he wants. He wants the full refresh that we spoke about in the beginning of the show.
He wants the reset button. He wants the reset button.
Sava. Appreciate your support, though, my man.
Tony, I've had people on promoting the protests whenever they've been organised. So, look, I don't understand where this is coming from. I mean, if having people on to share their opinions, share their thoughts without telling them what they can and can't say, and having them on to support the protest isn't supporting them. I don't know what much more you want me to do, to be honest with you. I really don't.
Multiple weeks during that January, we went pretty hard about plugging the protests in that January, and also as well had good debates about it as well, and what it was about, and also just what the message truly was. And I don't know what else we could have done differently, to be honest. I really don't.
Anyway, let's keep this moving. We've got 2 guests left. We've got Paul Osper, and then we've got Bob Spur as well. Both Spurs, love it. Let's get Ozzy on. Paul, how are you keeping?
There he is.
My old man said, be an Arsenal fan. I said, fuck off, bollocks. You what? Hello, boys.
Well, how we doing, Paul? Thanks for making that video for us, my friend. I just saw it today.
I just had to let it all out, you know.
I know you did.
I had to let it all out.
That you did.
And you did.
You did. Look, I think it was very hard to disagree with it. But look, I mean, what do you want to talk about here, brother? Do you want to talk about Conte in, Conte out, Levy in, Levy out, ENIC in, ENIC out? It's all over the fan base at the minute. I mean, where do you want to start on this and where do you want to take it, my man?
Why would anyone say Conte out? I don't get it. He's one of the best managers in the world. You do what he says. It's very simple. You do what he says, you have success. He's been there and done it so many times as a player and as a manager. So, you know,
have Spurs killed him though? Maybe, Paul. Have Spurs kind of like drained the life out of him?
I think he's going through the same bullshit that all of our other managers go through. You know, he starts, they give him a few players, and then they start making their own signings, and then they start saying, well, the policy of the club is to, I don't know, you know, the transfer market has to balance itself, stuff like that. He's probably been through negotiations with the board about this coming transfer window, his own contract, and they're just fucking him about.
Yep.
Do you feel like...
So, and like, you know, a manager in football is so important. You know, he is, the team plays in his image, you know? It's a weird old fucking thing, football. It really is. So, but if you've got a manager that's been beaten down, a bit off it, well, that's how the team's going to play, isn't it? It's not Conte's fault. It's the bloody board. ENIC have got to get the hell out of this club. What have they done for it? What have they done for it? You know, what, they built a stadium? What, did Daniel Levy and Joe Lewis, did they get their shovels out in the hot June afternoon digging turf? Did they pay for the stadium? No, we're paying for the stadium. They've done fuck all. Look at what happened on the pitch against Aston Villa. What the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Is that the worst performance of the season, Paul? I mean,
100%.
simply as, like, I know it's sensationalist or, you know, a reactionary because it just happened, but that's what I've seen a lot in the tabloids and everything.
Because, like, you know, we've been guilty about slow off the blocks and the shit first half, but in the second half, we've been fantastic sometimes, you know. We've been really enjoyable to watch.
But we didn't have the miracle this time.
Yeah, against Villa, it was like 10 minutes near the end of the first half. We were all right. The rest of it was shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is. I've heard, you know, I've heard you guys, you know, on Hugo's back, but, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but is it Hugo's fault? Like in the World Cup with the French jersey on, he was fucking outstanding.
I don't know if he was though, Paul. I watched those games with France. I thought he was kind of shaky there, but you know, to be honest, he made it to a World Cup final. So like, I could be, you know, probably looking for it or kind of searching for, you know, mistakes if you get what I mean. But he didn't even fill me with confidence when he was playing for France.
Okay, well, I looked at him and I thought, look, he's coming out for he was surprising to me. Maybe he's not brilliant, but he was surprising. You know, he was definitely more confident. He was coming out for crosses. He made some amazing shot stops, and then against Villa, he just spoons one out. Now, why is that? Is Hugo? Is he actually putting in a shit performance to get rid of the manager, or and this is what I'm more inclined to think, is that there's something about Tottenham Hotspur Football Club that is not inspiring these players.
Do you know where I'm at? Do you know where I'm at? On Hugo Lloris, look, I don't think he's down in tools. I think he's just simply in decline. Now, look, we should have brought someone in here before that to not let it get to this stage. So I can see where you're coming from. Look, Hugo is starting to get hammered by the fans for the service he's given, but should never have been allowed to get to this stage where he's still in goals. Everyone said it, even last in the summer transfer window, he is in decline. Now, me personally, I thought, look, maybe with all the other things we have to do, we might be able to away with it this season, but we haven't. We've been caught with our pants down.
You know what I think the real danger of the football club is at the moment? And it's like, when you're like a kid and it's like you put on the Harry Potter sorting hat and that tells you what team you're going to support, and it might come through something you've seen. Like, it's very easy for me as a kid. And I came to sort of football when, fairly late in life. It's probably when I was about 12 or 13. And then I went away at Hart Lane and I saw players like Ray Clements, Steve Perryman, Paul Miller, Graham Roberts, Chris Hughton. That's just the back line. That's just the fucking back line. I'll tell you, my first home game was against Watford. We won 4-0. And I swear to God, my balls dropped in that game and I became a man. I walked in a boy and I came out and a man full of spirit. If you're a kid now, what are you going to get fucking inspired by? Ryan Sessegnon, Eric Dyer.
Some are.
Fuck me.
Does Moonhead make the balls drop? I'm not sure. Paul.
I mean, ability aside, where's the passion from these players? I mean, like every team, you can't have a team full of Glenn Hoddles ever. You're not going to have, but you're going to have players that at least put their ass on the fucking line for the shirt.
I asked this earlier, Paul. Like, we're in a bad, like this. It's not like we need people to pick themselves up here and be leaders in this moment in time. When things get tough, when things get thick, you have to realize that you need to step up yourself, hold yourself accountable. And then by doing that, I think you'll also hold some other people accountable. You start lifting up the rest of the team. This means we need leaders at this moment. We need people to be sort of that leader in the dressing room. I don't think it's Hugo either. Like, I think it's going to have to be Kane. It's going to have to be maybe Kane, Højbjerg. Who would you say can sort of gather this team together? Because they also look like a fractured squad. They look like a divided squad too right now, Paul.
Well, I mean, and again, I come from the point of view is what the fuck do I know? I don't know nothing really compared to all these professional people. But I don't get how you can have a goalkeeper as a captain. I just don't.
Never have done. Like it.
And I don't think even a centre forward as a captain either. They're both unique roles, really.
For me, it's not a centre back or a centre midfielder, someone in the heart of the action.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Yep, spot on. I mean, there's something I might be reading too much in this, David, but after I watched the game yesterday and I watched kind of your post-match thing. There seems to be something that's changed in you, both of you. It's like there seems you both of you seem to have had an oh fuck moment or something. Am I right in that?
It's fed up with it, man. I'm just fed up with this shit. Every season, new hope, this, that, and the other, and you just, a couple months in, you find yourself in this fucking situation. I'm just fed up with the whole lot, man. Look. When you're streaming fucking all the time, talking about Tottenham all the time, results aren't going the right way. I mean, it grates on you, man. At the end of the day, Tottenham to win. We all want trophies, Everyone has different ideas of going about. Everyone's on different rungs of the ladder. But ultimately, I think when you get to the core of everything, you'll find out that everybody really does want the same team, which is to be winners. I'm sick of getting bantered by all my fucking mates over Tottenham Hotspur, over fucking Moosehead Dyer. You know what I mean? I'm absolutely fed up with it, man. And it just grates on you after a while, I just want this club to go forward. I just wanted to fucking progress, man. I just want to win trophies. I'm fed up with it.
Yeah, something.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is as well, though, Paul? It's like, it's a constant grind. It's like, why don't we try this player in there and see if we can get more out of him today? Or try this player, throw him in that position, move him. It shouldn't be happening. It's just constantly mind fucking.
Yeah. It's weird, and I was really surprised yesterday. I watched a bit of an Ali Goal video, and because he always goes on for about an hour, I don't really, I skim through it. But he started off by really like taking the piss out of Conte in such a bitchy way. I'm thinking, where's this come from? It came from, Conte's after-match comments. And I'm thinking, well, Conte's just speaking the truth. He's saying, well, look, the policy of this club is to buy cheap young players with potential. Now, if that is what you're going to do, the best you're going to get is 5th, 6th and 7th in the league. Now and then you're going to have a miracle, get into top 4. I mean, isn't that the truth, though? What's he saying that isn't right there? Mm-hmm. And I see people just slamming him for these comments. And, good on Conte for, I think he's probably more than any other manager that I can remember that is making it absolutely clear it is the ownership of this club that is rotten to the fucking core. They don't understand football. How can you expect human beings, these artists, these football players, to go out on a pitch and express themselves and give enjoyment to anyone that, I don't care how much money you spend on Spurs or not. If you've said, come on, you Spurs, you're one of us. How can you be inspired to go out and play for that when you've got this corporate load of shit on top of you? That in the back of your mind that if the manager, who should be the god, the manager is the number one guy.
Yeah.
He ain't.
He doesn't have that. He doesn't have any power. That's what's unique about Spurs. The players even seem to have more power than the manager. It feels like.
The minute it gets a bit too tricky, they're fucking down in tours. Because Levy and the board are so involved with buying and selling players and sorting out terms for them, they're in contact with them. So it's okay. We get a new manager. I mean, dude, if we get Pochettino back, what else do people have to hear to realise that this board are absolute idiots? What was the point in sacking him in the first place? Why did we sack him? Because we didn't buy a player for a fucking year. And
is it sort of back to square one 4 years later?
18 months, 3 windows.
Sorry?
It was 18 months, Paul, 3 windows. It went
yeah.
But this is where I'm at with it, right? This is where I'm at with it. Now, look, I'm not as hardcore as some people are about. I wouldn't say it's hardcore, but I'd have different opinions on certain things. But one thing that fucking gets my goat going, Paul, is you ask for fans for understanding, for patience over the 3 transfer windows because of the stadium. We give you that. We give you that, right? So now when it's time to pay us back, we'll fucking do it then. I expect you to do it. Look, I was hyped up for this season. I thought this season was going to go really fucking well, but look, what the fuck do I know anymore? Look at the state of the season. It's a shambles. And now is the time where they repay the fans. I don't care where you find it from. I don't care who you rob. Repay them. If anyone knows me at all, they know one thing I want is allow the fans to be taking the piss off. I'm big on the Tottenham fans. I'm big on us fucking, I getting the respect we deserve and people not taking the piss off out of us because it's been going on for years and I'm quite frankly fed up with it. But at the end of the day, the nuts and the bolts of it is, and I deal on fairness. Now, fair is fair. We showed you patience. Now you repay us. How much more patience do you want us to show you?
I think I agree with you 100% there, man. It's like I went through the same thing. It's like, okay, we built the stadium. Okay, there's debt for that. Okay, we had COVID, so that kind of fucked up a year, Okay, you didn't get any money. Okay, the stadium's there. It's ticking over. Where's the money going? Oh, great, you can host a Guns N' Roses concert. Well, the Tottenham won a trophy since Guns N' Roses last had a #1 hit. It says it all. It's 31 years since we've won a fucking FA Cup. 31 years. That's a generation of people that have not known the glory of Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, I believe Wes sort of brought that up earlier in an what did he say? From 7 to 23 years old. Whatever.
Yeah, no, he's bang on that, man. I heard what he had to say. He went through the history. He's right. So, I'm loath to blame the players. I'm loath to blame the manager because players and managers have changed, but we're still shit. So what's the only common thing left? It's the owners. It's the owners. Like, I was so excited about this season. I really was, you know. And part of being a football fan is delusional. You know, you've got to be delusional to be a football fan. It's all about emotion. So I was getting pumped up, but then the cracks started to show. You know, okay, we signed Jed Spence, but Conte didn't want him. So what the fuck who are these people that are making football decisions? You know, why are they doing that? Why are they got in a manager, a number one manager in the world, and then you just think you know better. Oh, I know better. And so we buy players like that, and then it comes to this transfer window. Oh, sorry, folks, we've got no money. Well, why'd you buy your own fucking players that the manager didn't want? Why did you spend your money there? And I feel sorry for Jed Spence because it looks like we've just bought him to model every fucking thing on the Spurs shop page. That's the only place I see him. They've sold him 11. We might have fucked his career.
I think Spurs have become a career killer. In fact, that's what we brought up earlier. It's a place for managers' reputation to die, right? It's where they're, I mean, what is it? Jose came in here with kind of the elite, you know, winning manager title, right? His reputation precedes him. Same thing with Antonio Conte. It's like their reputation, their stature, their, what is it? You know, their resume almost comes to die when it comes to Tottenham Hotspur, it feels like.
He's Basuma.
With players too, also as well. Certain players, right, can almost turn around. But I don't know. I think Basuma, it's a bit of a special scenario with that one though, because I'm a bit confused on that. Because like I said, I labeled him one of the best signings of the season for us. Yeah. And it feels like part of it is maybe him not understanding the tactics of Conte, and then also maybe part of it, maybe Conte not getting it right there. But at the same time, like, you know, Bentancur and Højbjerg have had terrific seasons. So I also just don't really know what to make of the Basuma situation, if you ask me. I'm a little confused on that one.
I mean, can you see Kulusevski hanging around? I can't. He seems to have his head screwed on. He wants to play. He wants to play good football. He's not going to get out of fucking Scotland.
It's only a matter of time before someone's calling for Kulu, Romero. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a potential bid for Sonny this summer, even one for Kane. I mean, it's only a matter of time they're going to come calling if we don't sort this mess out. And we could be at a point where we're about to lose, I mean, the last joyous things that's at this club.
I mean, what's the odds on right now? Eric Dyer's having a cup of tea with Daniel Levy saying, oh, the manager's dropped me. He's got to go. You know? Fuck off, Eric. You shit. I'm saying, I hate the way players take it on themselves to, and I don't know if they're quite doing it yet, but they're fucking virgin on downing tools. And I've seen them do it before, and it's the same bastards that are doing it.
Yeah.
Who the fuck are you? You know, if you can't go out there and at least recognise that there's people paying good money out of their own pockets to see you, the least they deserve is for you to put on some sort of show for them, isn't it?
No. No.
Paul, we're in just such a mess right now, man.
I mean, you know how optimistic I was, man, at the start of the season.
Look, me and you, you know, both of us, absolutely both of us, but the results have just round everybody down. But Paul, what do we do then going forward? How do we sort this shit out?
Well, I think it's blindingly obvious that the owners only care about money. So stop spending money on the club. Stop buying shirts. Stop turning up the game.
I hear you, but people love Tottenham. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, but think about it, right? You know, I get it. I understand it, you know. I understand it. But when you buy a shirt, think of what that is actually doing. You're giving money to ENIC, you know. Without that money, they'll fuck off quicker than anything. You know, if you're a season ticket holder, don't show up to games. Nothing would say more than an empty bloody ground. You know, I'm not saying forego your season ticket or burn your season ticket or crazy shit like that, but just don't go. Or if you go to a match, leave at half time. Make it abundantly clear that this has got to go back to being a football club. It ain't a football club. It's a Burger King. What the fuck? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
It's just more, you know, I could go on about the way of the world and corporate people and the way corporations and money has fucked anything. But, you know, if we're going to be in that position, and, you know, football would be better off without all these rich bastards using it as their toy things. Football would be just fine without all this money. We don't need it. But we're in a situation where this is the world and this is the world we live in. Well, at least let's have some fucking owners that understand football then.
Yeah, they have to go with the times. They have to accept the times, and the times are leading towards unrealistic sort of money and investment. But they just have to face the music. I think, Paul, that's where the trend is going, and that's what football is headed towards, is just blank check, you know, transfer windows. Like just
you said it earlier, Jack. You know, most windows are going to be £100 million plus.
I think it's reaching the stage where it's going to be 150 million spent average for like most, you know, top 6, top 7, top 8 teams. Like it's going to be 150 million.
Where's the money going? That's what I mean. They're a bit slack on releasing their latest set of financial reports. That'd be interesting. I mean, look, I wouldn't even be surprised if when ENIC sold the club, they'd be a pain in the arse out of that. They'll probably like own the stadium, and the new owners will have to lease the stadium or some fucking bullshit like that. It's our stadium. We're paying for the fucking thing.
Yeah. I'm with you, Paul. Yeah. I'm with you, my man.
Oh, look, fans have to get on some sort of page. Everybody has to get on some sort of page moving forward, my man. Look, Paul, great speaking to you. I'm sure I'll be speaking to you this week.
I'm looking forward to seeing your video, Dave, about what's going on, man. I really am. When are you posting it?
Look, I'll put it out tomorrow. Look, a lot of people disagree with me anyway, but I'll put it out there anyway, and just share what I think's going on at the minute. Or where we are,
like your thesis, Paul. You know, you've released your thesis today on Spurs, and Dave's got his thesis coming out tomorrow, my friend.
You know, and despite all this shit, it's still come on, you Spurs.
always, my man.
Can you fucking believe it? Are we like? Have we got like half a brain or something? Well, why the fuck's that?
I think Jeremy sums it up perfectly here. It's like you're obsessed with a shitty restaurant and never get a good meal, but you keep going back.
Yeah.
You keep thinking it'll change. You keep thinking that, you know, that dish will change. Yeah. Probably true. Well, Paul, appreciate you, my man.
I want to put a downer on things, man. You know, I don't know, man.
Everyone's come on, ranting, raving, saying
the
same things. Everyone's fed up, Paul. You know, absolutely everybody. You haven't put it down on absolutely not, and everybody's been saying the same thing tonight, my man. It's just been a long one. We've gone 4.5 hours now.
Oh, no, you've been doing a long one. Thanks, man.
Alrighty.
No, thank you for coming on. Thank you for sending in the video yesterday.
It's like a fucking support group, isn't it? It's like, my name's Paul and I support Tottenham Hotspur. That's the way it is at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It's an AA meeting. That's what it seems like, Paul, for sure. For sure. Where's your jersey, by the way? The jersey I love. Where's it gone?
It's in the wash, man. I can't wear it every day. I might look like a bum, but I don't smell like one, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, Paul, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for coming on.
Yeah, keep it up, man.
We'll see you on the channel again over the course of this week. And look, thank you for sending in your thoughts yesterday. It was a welcome surprise.
Yeah, well, I'm loving your content, so, you know, keep it up. I know it's a fucking grind, man. I know it must be getting you down, but, you know, hopefully we will come through all this one day and look back at those dark times and think, yeah, we made it.
It's not Conte. It's not the content that's getting me down. It's just Tottenham, man, you know, and it's just like, it sucks at the minute, man. It sucks. You know, everything I believed in, I've had to you know, it's just, I can't anymore, you know. I can't. Paul, see you soon, brother.
Legend. Big up.
Cheers, man.
Catch you.
See you, my man. Bye-bye.
See you soon, brother.
Absolute legend, Paul. Really like the guy. You know, good energy, but he also has a lot of good things to say. And I love the fact that he reminds everyone it's our stadium. Absolutely love that. The Bolton Duta says, that's one mammoth stream. Big up to you both. Never cease to amaze us fans. Big thank you. A big thank you. You'll disagree with one thing. We do need a midfielder. Look, I've said before, we'll sit here for as long as fans want to come on out there, say, we'll sit here and have a conversation. No problem at all. No need to thank us whatsoever. At the end of the day, we're all Spurs fans and everyone wants to share their opinion, my man. Look, I'm not going to say I disagree that we need a centre midfielder. I just don't think it's urgent on the priority list right now. But look, going forward, Basuma hasn't hit the ground running. He hasn't come in and been the player I wanted him to be, or I expect him to be. And when Bentancur's not there, Højbjerg looks average, and Højbjerg and Bentancur have a good relationship. So Skip coming back off the long-term injury, I don't want to write him off. I fear he might need another loan move just to kind of get going again, to be honest with you. Conte likes him. Not sure whether he's the answer either. Look, I think we'll find out Wednesday night against Palace because Basuma's suspended. Bentancur, I think, will be out for it. So, we'll find out how good Skip and Sarr are. But I just don't think it's priority right now. But I wouldn't say we don't need one going forward.
Yeah, for me, the bottom dude, I think you've heard me say this before. I just don't think the midfield is as big a problem as other areas in the squad. It's just I think we have a good semblance of midfielders there. If anything that you would probably agree with me on is that it's probably too many similar midfielders there. Too many players kind of similar to each other in the case of Basuma, Skip, Højbjerg, Bentancur, etc. They all kind of have maybe too much in common. I would say if we are going to get a midfielder, and you've heard me plug this guy plenty of times, even before he even played a game for Argentina in the World Cup, I was a big Alexis McAllister fan before that World Cup. And I actually think he would be sort of that creative midfielder that kind of fits exactly what we're sort of looking for as Spurs fans, kind of a guy that can drop a bit deeper, but also play as kind of a creative mid. So if we were to get that midfielder to change things for us, I do think it's McAllister, and I've been banging his drum for a while now.
That'd be a nice signing. Nice signing. That's never going to happen. You never see him.
Not after the World Cup now. Not after a World Cup, that's for sure.
No. Big up, Sava, new channel member, my man. Really appreciate the support, brother. Hopefully, we will see you on some of these fan shows going forward, and look forward to being on there with you Sunday coming, my man. If the spot's still available, so the show was so much better yesterday. So many good people on, so if the spot is still available, big up, my man. He says, can we please be honest? Did anyone truly believe this partnership would work? There is a reason the contract was 18 months, a marriage of convenience, two polar opposite ideas of football. Do you know what it was, Sava? Right? I genuinely believe in Conte's managerial abilities and his football knowledge. And for me, when we don't have money like City to go and splash out, for me, someone like Conte is the great equalizer if you're doing it on a bit of a less budget. And I really did believe that. Really, still do believe it. I still do believe it. I wanted it to work out. I thought we made good strides in the summer transfer window. Injuries, none of them, some of them haven't hit the ground running, this, that, and the other. But I still think there is a way it can work. If we bring in the right players in the right positions this January, like we done last January, I think there is still a chance it can work. But that depends on a group of people up the top, in my opinion. Jack, can you want to say to Sava?
Sava, I've heard this theory, I think, from you before, as well as Kuva, that was maybe the signing of Antonio Conte more just to save the skin of Daniel Levy. I think that was always the case, that he used that obviously as a signing to save his skin. But gave maybe the benefit, or I sort of gave sort of the optimism, you would say, and maybe foolishly so, that they knew they had to sign Conte, but with signing Conte, they had to sort of change maybe the way that they saw things, the way they operate things, kind of some of their methods, some of their sort of bad habits, if you will, when it comes to the transfer market, when it comes to backing managers. I kind of thought if they knew that they were signing Conte, that kind of then meant that they would have to sort of change some of their act when it comes to certain things that we've always accused them of, Levy and ENIC, of course. And I actually think maybe it was just simply as, perhaps like you said, maybe it is just a signing just to kind of save their own skin. They kind of just used it for PR, just used it basically to take a bit of pressure off. And I sort of thought, Dave, it was a bit of both, like maybe to take pressure off themselves, but also by taking pressure off themselves, they kind of knew they had to change their act a little bit. It feels like maybe all they did was just take pressure off themselves and not really change their act too much. And I've heard you say that before. I've heard plenty of other people say that before. And I'll be honest, like I could have been wrong on that one, because I tried to sort of think that maybe they were changing their act as well as sort of, using Conte as a bit of a PR sort of kind of a, save their skin thing. But I think it might have just been the former, right? Just saving their skin, really. And that's all it really was to it. And I've heard you, and maybe, I'm putting words in your mouth, but
no.
I have that theory before. I've heard him say that. And honestly, that's probably proving to be more right than wrong right now.
Look, that's the whole reason why they brought him in. They were under pressure. Every fan wanted Conte. I'm not going to speak for every fan, but the majority of the consensus from what I've seen around the place was that most people wanted Conte, and it was show ambition. Now, I knew they brought in Conte and done everything they could do to bring in Conte was to take the pressure off them, of course. I mean, they got the whole stadium screaming at them. The whole fan base was going mad about the situation, and rightly so. I did think that Conte would be able to hold him over a barrel a bit more than what he's doing. I'll be honest. I thought once Conte got here, he's not going to take shit. He'll call it as it is, and they won't be able to say no. But what I didn't foresee coming is Daniel Levy standing up for himself. I didn't foresee it coming this January, because if he wasn't standing up for himself, that he would have given Conte the assurances during the World Cup period and got that contract signed. Simple as. We shouldn't be here sitting there, wondering if he's going to be our manager next season. No fan wanted this. Every fan wanted it done early so that instead of having this shit going on in the transfer window, we could actually concentrate on signings. But look, it seems like we haven't got it. But big up, Sava. Really appreciate the support, brother.
Thank you,
really
Sava. Appreciate it, my man.
Yeah, man. And everybody do get over and check out Sava's channel as well. Sava Talks Football. Get over there, check it out. And then we've got THFC Till I Die. Paul is a man after my own heart. What a legend. I'm not going to lie, Darma. I really like Paul, but I also want his jersey. It's one I'm after. The yellow one, the Adidas with the blue. It's gorgeous. Absolute gorgeous. I've got the white one. But I need the yellow one. But look, it brings
so much energy Paul brings too. Yeah, so much energy.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's daytime over there from as well, so he's on a completely different wavelength to where I'm at. But I love it.
He's a good man.
But look, let's bring on the last guest of the evening. Let's get him on. Bob Spur, how are you keeping, my man?
Well, good up. Fucking nearly half a shift, man. For nearly 4.5 hours, yeah.
Yeah, I think we got lunch in about 30, Bob. So, hopefully we can.
Crazy shit, man. How's things? How's the new year?
Off to a shit start. I'll be honest, Bob. Off to a pretty shit start.
I know we try to say not to let Tottenham dictate your mood, but we do, don't we? Tottenham lose 2 years.
Well, it's not even the mood, though, Dave. You know what? I'm struggling. I'll big up Sava, by the way. We had an interesting chat earlier, and Sav at least has got a different point of view to everyone, but at least it backs it up. I might not agree with. In fact, I don't agree with the majority of what he says, but at least there's a bit of clout, backbone, a bit beyond what he says. And he does make a bit of sense.
Well, I said, honest, mate,
I said, piss off, Adam. I said Mason in during the 75 days we were looking for a manager, because there is absolutely no way any manager is going to be a success under ENIC. Now, what we hoped, and I think you touched on it, Dave, when Conte came in, the only way Conte was going to be a success at Spurs if he got what he wanted, and the only way he wasn't going to succeed is because ENIC don't do what he wants and don't give him what he needs. And lo and behold, are we surprised? No. Did we have a bit of stupid hope? Yeah, I think we did. What worries me, Dave, is not only dictating the mood, man, it's dictating the ambition of every single Spurs fan out there. Oh, he's not going to. Conte isn't the right fit for ENIC. Let him go. Let's get someone else in. Why? Conte's a fucking winner. Conte's
he was here to change ENIC. He was here to change Levy. Yeah.
It's not Conte out. Conte out, in my opinion, shouldn't even be a point of conversation. In my opinion, I wish he'd gone in the summer. Do you know
I've seen a few people say it, Bob, about maybe ask for Conte to walk rather than Conte out. I mean,
maybe, but I think I agree, and I think Sav mentioned it, and I think Stel mentioned it as well. If that happens, what we want ideally is people to go, "Oh, ENIC, you've let this manager go." I don't think he'd have the clout now, Dave. Because there is evident shit football, shit results, shit play, average players playing average, lo and behold. But what's going to happen now if Conte walks or gets sacked? The bad football will cloud over what is the real bigger problem. There's going to be this jizz fest over Poch, who'll be coming in and play this attractive football, yet no one's going to see the bigger picture. Whereas if it happened in the summer, if Conte had turned around and said exactly what he did yesterday, after the last one, just before season started. I got fourth. I did go beat quite a few expectations by taking advantage of a very poor league and finish fourth. We've got Champions League money, but these owners don't match my ambition. See you later. The uproar would have been through the roof. Everyone would have been, what the fuck? But now, because we are seeing this rubbish football, boring football, crap results, crap performances, it's everyone's blinded by the poor football, and everyone's not seeing the bigger picture. I can't be like yourself, Dave, or Jack, or Sav. I'm unable, and this is a weakness on my side. I realise this is my problem. I can't differentiate, man. No matter what argument is put to me, the situation we're in at the moment, the tactics, the players who cross the line, oh, it's Conte, I always manage to find a way, it might be a weird way, and bring it back to ENIC. It's ENIC. It always has been, and it always will be. And I can't differentiate, man. And I said this to Sav earlier, big up on him, he can. I can't. Everything for me comes back to those wankers who are supposedly great businessmen, which I believe is loads of
look,
I
understand that.
Right?
Yeah. I understand that. I mean, at the end of the day, everything that's happening below that is from has come from their decisions, right? I understand that. But look, where I'm at is I also don't think we should also gloss over, because look, ENIC leave you out. It's there right now, but it's going to take longer than this January transfer window to force anything out, change or put it up on the market or that, right? 100%. But I don't think we should also gloss over the short term, the likes of the problems we have with some of these players who have been here too long that have more of a say than the manager do. And I'm talking about a Reese, I'm talking about a Dyer, a Sanchez, a Davies who ended up getting Nuno sacked. Whether we agree with it or not, should not be allowed to happen. They set the culture in around this club. They can dictate when people down tools, when they don't. And it's why we're seeing a good start under Jose, then tail off a cliff. Good start under Nuno, tail off a cliff. Under Conte, exact same thing. They also have to go. They also have to be changed.
There is, I believe. I don't think Conte is blameless. Never. And I've said this earlier as well. I believe he's got a lot to answer for. My worry is that that's the only blame game that people are going to play. Now they can back up the fact our performances, our poor results. People who don't want to accept the fact that ENIC are a problem now have a bit of backup with that poor football, whereas in the summer they wouldn't have had that. I'll tell you what's funny about this. The people who are jizzing over the possibility of Pochettino coming back are probably the same fans who wanted Poch gone. And not only that, I could just imagine it's the day before the meeting with ENIC. Poch opens the door and he sees Sanchez, Davis, and Dyer standing there. Shuts the door, goes up to ENIC and says, "We need a bit of a bit of a change. We need a bit of a rebuild." ENIC goes, "Fuck off, you're sacked." He goes off. 5 years later, he gets a phone call. "Poch, please come back to Spurs." "All right, mate. Yeah, no problem. I'll come back and change it." Goes back, opens the dressing room, and he sees Sanchez, Dyer, and Davis standing there. He's going to be coming back to a worse team than what he left. And people are expecting him to come in and work wonders. What a load of bullshit, man.
He's still going to want what Conte needs right now, Bud.
Mason in, man. Mason in.
If Poch comes in tomorrow, right, for instance, he's still going to need transfers the same way Conte needs, right?
He inherits the same problems.
Yeah. For me, I was saying as well, I think by bringing Poch back here, look, I never think the second time is good around the first time. Managers, players, it's never as good around the second time around. I'm not saying Poch can't come in here and play some nice football, this, that, and the other. But surely by bringing back Poch, it means the last 4 years have been a complete waste of time, pissing about and hanging around in obscurity.
Just shows, man. And all this stuff about all this stuff about if Conte doesn't sign the contract, then why should ENIC pay out the money? I don't care if Conte's in charge or a cunt is in charge. We need new players, regardless. Don't let ENIC's tactics dictate what you want for your club. We need players regardless. Conte's here or not here. Even a blind man and his dog can see Tottenham Hotspur need better players. The likes of Harry Kane, the likes of Sonny, the likes of Romero deserve better players. We've been at the crust many a times, and these people have failed to kick on. Now, just because Conte's there, it makes I believe, if we invested in the right players and he did get the fullback, it gives us more of a chance. But Conte being there or not being there has no relevance on the fact that Spurs need strengthening anyway. So again, this bullshit excuse for the likes of ENIC. Oh, well, why should ENIC pay out money if Conte go? No. Or if Conte going to be here, why should we sign his players? If you're worried about signing players, and if you're worried about the manager not being here and signing his players, no one would ever fucking sign a player. No club would sign a player because there's no guarantee. A contract means fuck all nowadays. He could sign a 10-year contract and go see you later in about a month and a half, 2 months. It means it's absolutely irrelevant. Spurs need strengthening. Spurs need to kick on. Spurs need to challenge. Spurs need to get back to winning trophies. And we are not going to do that with ENIC in charge. We're certainly not going to do that when majority of the fan base, some of the fan base, are sitting there and rather make excuses for ENIC and little jibes. That's another thing. Little jibes. At least we've got people like yourself, Sav, Stel, Brian, Sean Butler, who'll sit there and back up their own argument with a bit. There's little cowards who sit in a fucking chat and sit out with little comments here and there, little jibes that don't have the bollocks to come on and have a proper debate. Shame on you, you gutless pricks.
I'll be honest. I've seen it. I hear a lot of people talking about it. I haven't seen it though. I need to keep a bigger eye on it. But look, I mean, this is what it's all about, though, right? Having open, honest discussions, no matter what way you see it, right? Because it's the only way people can make up, or we can find a way going forward, or people can fucking make up their own, right?
Yeah. I get you.
We don't bite.
100%.
Well, look, Bob. I mean, do you want to give the channel plug, and have you any final messages for us?
Listen. I think, like I say, you know what ENIC do and what ENIC have done. Don't let your ambition of wanting Spurs to be the greatest club in the world, don't let that be dictated. I've said this before, guys. ENIC can piss about the players all they want, piss about the managers all they want. They can give false promises left, right, and centre. But what they've done for me personally, they've made me love my Spurs less, and that is unforgivable. I love my fellow Spurs fans like any other. We're like one big fucking family. But to cause a rift, again, I'll bring it back to the likes of ENIC. And fuck yourselves. And like I say, they shouldn't be this kind of shit. But hey, life goes on, innit? I'm here to tell the story. This time last year, believe it or not, I was in a coma.
Yeah. Oh, look, and you come back to this shit, Bob, huh? I mean, it's like things haven't changed. Bob, what's going on over here at Bob Spur TV?
Yeah, Saturday night, man. The usual random shit. I remember you come on last time of Wanky Wank, and I actually thought we'd have to call the ambulance. The way you were, I couldn't work out if you were laughing or having a heart attack. The way you were.
I think a bit of both, if I'm being I go very red when I start laughing, and it's because of my health and because I'm a big guy, Bob. You know, that's all it is.
I shouldn't laugh about it. But yeah, Saturday night, it's 10:45 as usual. But yeah, big up, man. Great show.
No, I really appreciate your time and you coming on, Bob. We'll speak again soon.
Big up Euro Talk. See you later.
Thanks.
See you, man. Bye-bye. There you have it, guys. Bob Spur to end off the show. Mad show, long show, 4 hours, 40-odd minutes. I'm absolutely bollocks now, be honest. Absolutely bollocks tired. But, look, hopefully we see something over the course of this week. Couple of signings in the door or something, because we need it. I think every Spurs fan needs a lift right now. But Jack, anything you want to say before I thank everybody for tuning in and that?
No, it's been a very, very, very long one, everybody. We had everybody from Conte out to ENIC out. I don't even know if we really had an ENIC in opinion, but you know, we were there for it all. When we were there for everybody who wanted to come on and have their say. We went through so many people. We apologize that we couldn't put the link out, but to be honest, everybody, it's been like 5 hours at this stage. Like, we do need to eat. I need to have my last night with the family and all that stuff. So, but everybody, all I can say is just we'll be pushing on this week. I know Dave to the channel, everybody, all that game day content that you guys know us for is coming back as well. Friday, I'll be back for the fan show. I'll be back in Brooklyn and everything to be chatting with you guys, so you guys can have a bit of alone time with myself and, you know, see what you want to have a conversation with me then. Let's hope we're talking about a good result after Palace, but nonetheless, I will still be there and I will show my face and you guys can come on and have a chat with me. That's what I can say, Dave. But yeah, everybody hit that like button on the way out, especially. It's been a mammoth stream.
100%. And Savvy, I'll be there, my man. Put me in for a slot. I'll definitely be there, brother. But look, everybody, I want to say a massive thank you to you guys, the fans, for tuning in, coming on, having your say. I mean, look, it's what it's about. I'm sorry I'm not sitting here full of energy, you know, optimism, positivity, because I just don't feel it right now. I really don't. I'm really down about Tottenham right now. And look, hopefully we can get something going forward. But everybody, I want to say a massive thank you to absolutely everyone out there. And yeah, look, I'm going off to look. I had to write my thoughts down because I have a shit memory. So when I record them, I will be reading off a screen, but I have that's because I've written them down. So look out for that coming tomorrow. I'm hoping also to have a good discussion, good debate show tomorrow. Plenty of topics, and guys, we'll see you back here tomorrow as always. Come on, you Spurs! In Conte we trust.
Come on, you Spurs, everybody. See you soon.